Pennsylvania had been free of rattlesnake bites for more than 25 years. That was until a fateful Sunday morning on July 19, 2015. Hit like and subscribe. This is Fierce. The great outdoors remain a mystery to most of us, but to Russell E. Davis, it was home. Born on November 2, 1975, in Greensburg, Pennsylvania, Russell was a tech enthusiast. He worked tirelessly for his associate degree from ITT in computer science, then for his bachelor's degree from AIU. His adulthood saw him working as a computer forensic instructor, then as the director of forensics at Precise Incorporated, Pittsburgh. So hard work wasn't strange for him. He dedicated his younger years to studying, focused on his work, and in his 30s, he found love. But before all this, he was an avid outdoorsman, with his greatest passion being fishing. Like many of his colleagues, he wished for something to keep him grounded and relaxed outside of work. The outdoors became his great escape, his home away from home, and one of his most loved places in the world. It didn't matter where he was going, nor what he did. He simply loved being outside. What he didn't know, however, was that the great outdoors would eventually be the thing that took him away way too early from his friends, family, and girlfriend. In the quiet wilderness of Pennsylvania's Elk County, there's a majestic herd of nearly 1,400 elk. Some visitors to the area come simply to view the elk. Others like to share space with them through a host of robust outdoor adventures. This is where the 39-year-old decided one day to spend his free Saturday and Sunday, away from daily worries and his stressful work. Truthfully, Russell's story has a deeper connection to nature, rooted in his upbringing amidst Pennsylvania's scenery. His childhood memories were painted with scenes of fishing trips with his father and exploring the wooded trails near his home, so he definitely inherited the love for the outdoors from his parents, brothers, and sisters. Amid his academic and professional journeys, his love for nature remained the same. He sort of lived a double life, one where he enjoyed every moment spent outside, and one built on determination and diligence, where he earned his academic degrees. From time to time, however, he loved to escape into the tranquility of the wilderness, seeking solace in the embrace of nature. His true joy lay in the moments spent surrounded by the sights and sounds of the natural world. Weekends were reserved for fishing expeditions and camping trips, where Russell felt most alive beneath the open sky. Knowing Davis, it doesn't come as a surprise that he chose Elk County as his weekend getaway. The county's marvelous scenery, its rolling hills and lush forests, serve as a testament to nature's beauty. This is what made Russell fall in love with it. He thought nothing of it. After all, he was an experienced outdoorsman, used to surviving unexpected situations and encounters with different animals. What he definitely wasn't expecting was an encounter with a timber rattlesnake. Although a popular predator in Elk County, it was a known fact at the time that there hadn't been any negative incidents involving one in over 2 decades. So what could have been different now? Rattlesnakes, equipped with potent venom and remarkable hunting prowess, serve as formidable guardians of Pennsylvania's wilderness. Despite their formidable reputation, these creatures evoke a sense of awe and reverence among nature enthusiasts. Their cryptic patterns and distinctive rattling sound have long captured the imagination of nature enthusiasts and fear in those unfamiliar with their ways. However, every tragic death, even more accidental ones, serves as a sobering reminder of the inherent risks associated with outdoor adventures in rattlesnake territory. It rarely happens, but when destiny has woven its deadly pattern, there is nothing left to do but accept it. Russell, without realizing it, had set things in motion when he decided to travel to Elk County to camp under the stars and embrace the fresh air and the stillness of nature. The day went as planned. The journey to the campsite was free of any happenings, and they arrived swiftly at their destination. Spending a few moments to relax after the trip, they set camp and enjoyed each other's presence near the fire, looking at the clear summer sky. Then, it all happened so quickly. Russell's girlfriend wasn't near the campfire when it happened, but she sensed something was definitely unusual. The 39-year-old was unaware of the lurking danger nearby. A venomous timber rattlesnake slithered its way toward the man and ferociously bit him, its sharp fangs sending the venom through the prey's body. The suddenness of the attack left Russell and his girlfriend in shock. The campground, once a haven of tranquility, became the scene of a frantic effort to save Russell's life. Struggling to stand on his feet while the venom was starting to take effect, Russell realized he needed to go to the hospital if he were to stay alive. If not for his sake, then for his family's and terrified girlfriend's sake. His condition rapidly started to deteriorate as they were waiting for help to arrive and transport him wherever he could have received medical care. The helicopter that arrived planned to take him first to an Elk County hospital to receive antivenom and then to a Pittsburgh one to receive further medical assistance. But with each passing moment, everyone's hopes were running low. Although emergency responders arrived swiftly on the scene, their efforts to stabilize Russell's condition and transport him safely to the nearest medical facility failed. As the helicopter rerouted, Davis fought heroically for his life. Unfortunately, his body was in severe distress, which caused him to suffer a cardiac arrest mid-air. Despite the emergency responders' efforts to save him, it was already too late. His body had to give in to the venom that took over his life, leaving his loved ones empty. Tragically, Russell's battle for survival ended in the early hours of the morning as he succumbed to the venom coursing through his veins, leaving his family and friends to grapple with the devastating loss. In just a few hours, parents lost a dear son, brothers lost their brother, and a girlfriend lost her partner. Armstrong County Coroner Brian K. Myers ruled the cause of death an anaphylaxis reaction to the venomous snakebite, according to sources. It is thought that even if he had received antivenom and additional medical treatments immediately after being bitten, his chances of survival were thin. The timing of Russell's deadly encounter with the rattlesnake underscores the importance of understanding the behavior patterns of these elusive reptiles. During the warmer months, rattlesnakes become more active and curious, venturing out in search of prey and suitable habitats. Their presence is particularly pronounced in rocky outcroppings and wooded areas, where they seek shelter and ambush unsuspecting prey. This is exactly what happened to Russell. He was simply enjoying the campfire, lost in the beauty of his surroundings, while suddenly being attacked by the infamous predator. Perhaps the hot July night urged the animal to seek shelter. Perhaps it was famished and looking desperately for its next prey. Or perhaps something else scared the snake, and in a thick veil of confusion, it attacked an innocent man. All of these assumptions remain simple assumptions. What we know for sure is that even the most experienced outdoorsman can fall victim to the unpredictable predators of the world. Reptiles fascinated Brian West in a way that went beyond a simple hobby to become an integral part of who he was as a person. Brian's natural curiosity led him down a path of exploration and discovery from an early age. Growing up in the charming Maryland town of Emmitsburg, Brian devoted many hours of his childhood to exploring the surrounding area in quest of reptiles, snakes, and other creatures that piqued his curiosity. He became a member of the Western Maryland Herpetological Society, a community of like-minded individuals dedicated to the study and conservation of reptiles and amphibians. For Brian, becoming a member of the Herpetological Society was a life-changing event. It gave him a platform from where he could impart his wisdom and passion to other enthusiasts. In addition to finding mentors who shared his enthusiasm for reptiles, Brian made lifelong friends through the Society's meetings, field trips, and educational initiatives. Brian was a key player in planning educational programs and community outreach events to debunk myths and misconceptions regarding reptiles as an involved member of the Western Maryland Herpetological Society. On May 29, 1992, tragedy struck when Brian Leslie West, the iconic 25-year-old snake enthusiast from Emmitsburg, Maryland, met his untimely demise. Renowned for his expertise in treating snake bites and other snake-related issues, Brian jumped headfirst into helping an Indian cobra deliver her eggs. Because Indian cobras rarely mate in captivity, he knew that his job was risky, but ultimately extremely important for the well-being of the snake and its eggs. Brian used to always put the animal's well-being over his, but this time it cost him greatly. An Indian cobra laying her eggs doesn't happen that often, especially when the snake grows in captivity. During a moment of weakness, Brian's life took a fatal turn. While the snake was lying on the ground, Brian decided to get up suddenly, thinking it was dead. It wasn't too far-fetched, as a similar experience in the past resulted in the snake's death. As he moved his body, Brian unconsciously left his guard down, and in that second-long moment of distraction, when he took his eyes off the cobra, the snake aimed for his foot in a painful grasp that could have meant only one thing: a deep, ferocious bite. Following the deadly encounter, Brian bravely attempted to reduce the danger by instructing his companions to secure the snake to prevent further harm. "It bit me on the foot. We've got to catch the animal and put it in the cage before the paramedics get here, so no one else gets hurt," he urged one of his friends who was present at the scene. In the few seconds that followed the bite, struggling to grasp at what had happened to him, West remembered he had a vial of venom in his pocket from a similar incident a few months prior. However, the clock was ticking, and the possibility of him getting an intravenous transfusion then and there was dimming by the second. With the amount of venom he got, he didn't have a chance. He was concerned for the animal. That's the way he's always been with them. They were one of his great loves. If he had survived, he'd have gone back and tried the same thing tomorrow. Brian's father, Larry West, said. Though Brian and his loved ones rushed to his aid, only 5 minutes after the bite, Brian passed away from cardiac arrest, leaving a devastated community and a legacy of love and devotion to his beloved reptiles behind. Brian had always found snakes fascinating and never considered them to be scary animals, only marvelous beings that needed to be understood and respected. His unique business involved giving demonstrations on snakebite treatments, where his knowledge and expertise proved invaluable in saving lives many, many times. Despite the risks involved, Brian approached his work with joy and enthusiasm, eager to share his fascination with others. Those who knew him were profoundly impacted by his teachings, which sparked respect and admiration for his bravery and commitment. Unfortunately, Brian's death was ultimately caused by this very passion, an irony only fate could have created. Among the most deadly snakes on the planet, the king Indian cobra struck during a moment of unwary weakness, killing its unsuspecting victim. The Indian cobra is a large, highly venomous snake and is a member of the Big Four species that inflict the most snake bites on humans in India alone. In Indian mythology and culture, the Indian cobra is highly esteemed and is frequently observed alongside snake charmers. Throughout their range, these snakes exhibit a great deal of variation in color and pattern. However, they're easily recognized by their comparatively large and impressive hood, which they expand in the event of a threat. The venom of the Indian cobra paralyzes muscles, and in cases of severe bites, causes cardiac arrest or respiratory failure by acting on the synaptic gaps in the nerves. Indian cobras hiss and stand tall, extending their hoods and assuming an upright posture when they feel threatened. Cobras are unable to retract their fangs, unlike vipers, and their bite can be deadly if proper medical treatment is not sought immediately. As he talked about Brian's steadfast commitment to his snakes, his father, Larry West, emphasized his son's compassionate disposition and strong bond with the animals he looked after. Beyond his premature passing, Brian left behind a well-established legacy of commitment to his beloved snakes, despite his young age. Since his early childhood, Brian had aimed to comprehend and value the intricacy and beauty of the natural world, and he had found comfort and companionship in the company of reptiles. What had been a hobby turned into a vocation driven by conviction and purpose, thanks to Brian's ability to demystify these frequently feared creatures. For Stephanie Brennan, Brian's widow, the journey towards healing was the most difficult thing she had ever done. She turned to the memories they had made over their years together for comfort as she struggled with the pain of loss. As time went on and the pain of losing her husband started to fade, Stephanie was forced to consider living through her husband's passing during a television show that examined his life and legacy. Honoring his wishes to ensure their continued care and protection, Brian's collection of over 50 exotic snakes, which included Burmese pythons, asps, and rattlesnakes, was carefully preserved and placed in zoos and other collections. In the years that followed, people who knew Brian and his fervent efforts to end the stigma associated with snakes remain imprinted in their hearts. Even though his tale is tragic, it highlights the close bond between nature and humans, as well as the human need to appear unstoppable to predators. As Brian had declared prior to his deadly assault, "I have never been bitten. They're great things. People are much too afraid of them." Elsinore native Terry Brown, age 50, was camping near the Current River along with his family. They decided to go on a family camping trip in the heart of Missouri to relish in the summer sun in the hopes of taking part in a double celebration. The 4th of July, an iconic American holiday, and Terry's 50th birthday, an iconic event in the Brown family. Current River seemed like the best possible place for their family to spend some quality time together. His wife Eileen would enjoy a well-deserved time off. His daughter would show her love for her dad by celebrating his birthday the way he most wished for it, and his nephew would play around in the water and spread immense joy among all of them. But most of all, he just wanted to enjoy some peace and quiet in the beautiful nature that surrounded the campsite, and maybe even explore the park during a few hikes through the woods. Nothing that would strain him, however, as he complained of some chest pains a few days prior to leaving for the camping trip. He thought nothing of it, though. Terry's plans would soon prove to be awry the moment he encountered a venomous snake. With the last recorded death from a copperhead bite occurring in 1965, Terry Brown's tragic incident represents just the second known death in Missouri's history. With a heat-sensing pit between each nostril and eye, the medium-sized eastern copperhead snake has a robust build. It has dark brown bands that resemble hourglasses and is gray, copper, tan, or pinkish tan, with markings often edged in white. Large dark gray or brown spots with a cream color border that partially overlaps the body sides can be seen on the belly. For most of the young eastern copperheads and some of the adults, the tip of the tail can be yellow. These are the snake's main characteristics, which one should always look for when identifying it. In Missouri, the most prevalent venomous snake is the eastern copperhead. You don't have to be afraid of copperheads, though, as information and help are almost immediately available, and its venom is not very potent. They can easily be distinguished from other Missouri snakes and avoided because of their unique appearance. The copperheads of Missouri are pinkish tan in color, with dark brown markings resembling hourglasses or bow ties running the length of their backs. Their ability to blend in with the foliage on rocky hillsides and forest edges helps them hide from predators. The majority of venomous snake species are shy and typically stay away from humans. They usually try to avoid being noticed when they're spotted in the wild by staying still. When someone provokes them, they often try to run away rather than defend themselves. These snakes will, however, make every effort to defend themselves if they find themselves cornered. This is probably what went down on that summer evening. The snake sought refuge, but it was disturbed by Terry Brown. Terry knew all of this. His wife said that he would often catch snakes on their property and release them in the wild if they were venomous ones, in hopes of keeping their family safe. However, that fateful evening on June 30th, 2012, he heard a cry for help, and he couldn't ignore it. Inside a tent nearby, a copperhead was slithering its way toward a couple of campers. Frozen in place and not knowing how to react, they simply shouted for help as loud as they could, alerting the 50-year-old man who was camping. Terry reacted immediately and ran to their aid when he came face to face with the snake in question. Not a usual snake at all, but also not one he hasn't seen before, so he was confident he could get it out of the tent easily. The series of events that culminated in Brown's premature death happened very quickly. Brown attempted to remove the snake from their shelter slowly and steadily. He approached the snake with a gentle heart and hoped to end the matter rapidly and ease the minds of the terrified campers. The copperhead had other plans, however. Just as Terry had finally managed to catch the snake, its fangs caught the man's thumb in a ferocious bite. As he fell to his knees in pain, the snake ran away from the tent, where tragedy struck the Brown family. Terry's loved ones started to panic as the 50-year-old man felt the repercussions of his actions. His heart started to beat abnormally fast. His arms started to spasm, His brain told him only one thing: this is it. Terry Brown was rendered unconscious in a matter of minutes, and though heroic rescue attempts were made as he received medical treatment at the nearest hospital, he died in Poplar Bluff 9 hours later, on July 1st. His loved ones stood over him in shock, finding it hard to believe that Brown was truly dead. A man at his peak, only 50 years old, who was supposed to enjoy many more years alongside his family, was taken away too soon. The cause of death was ultimately a heart attack, and it's believed that the bite and the mild venom of the copperhead snake contributed to it. Eileen, his spouse, expressed her deep sadness over the unanticipated death, stressing that because of their rural upbringing, he was accustomed to dealing with snakes. Their family was left in shambles, especially because what started as a trip meant to celebrate his 50 years on Earth ended abruptly, with him being taken away way too soon. It shouldn't have happened. I know accidents happen, but it just shocked the whole family. They're all just devastated over it. It was his 50th birthday, Eileen Brown said at the time of the event. Don't mess with snakes. Stay completely away because you never know. We never knew that was going to happen to him because he was used to it, Eileen Brown added. Wildlife experts and conservation officials have taken time to reflect on the circumstances surrounding Brown's death. Although snakebite incidents are uncommon, Jeff Brigler, a herpetologist with the Missouri Department of Conservation, pointed out that they can be extremely dangerous when they do happen. He draws attention to how young men between the ages of 17 and 27 are particularly vulnerable because they are more likely to participate in outdoor activities that put them in danger of encountering snakes. Brigler noted that copperheads have less potent venom than species such as the timber rattlesnake. He does stress, though, that even small amounts of venom can be fatal, especially if the victim has a serious allergic reaction or other underlying medical conditions. Since Brown's deadly heart attack was most likely caused by the venom, it is even more important to get medical help right away in these cases. The fact that fatal snakebite incidents are uncommon in Missouri emphasizes how important Brown's passing is as a sobering warning about the possible dangers of interacting with wildlife. Looking back at the historical records, Joe Jarrett realized that Brown's death represents just the third known death in Missourian history that has been linked to venomous snakebite deaths. The other two incidents happened in 1933 and 1965. Following Brown's passing, his family has released a statement expressing their sorrow and urging people to use extreme caution when interacting with snakes in the wild. In addition to highlighting the significance of obtaining rapid medical attention in the event of a snakebite, they sought to increase public awareness of the possible risks associated with these interactions. Terry Brown's untimely death serves as a reminder of the possible dangers that come with coming into contact with poisonous snakes in the wild, even those less poisonous. Though they are uncommon, these kinds of incidents can have serious repercussions, no matter how much of an expert in handling snakes you are. Jack Redmond was a senior citizen of Chesterfield, Virginia. Seemingly ordinary, a nice man, as his neighbors would recall, he kept his true passion far away from curious eyes. Exotic pets and venomous snakes became his pals, dedicating his life and work to them. Nothing was out of sorts when it came to Jack's passion. He took great care of his snakes, keeping them safe, well-fed, and healthy, because he understood in his heart how important it is to preserve these creatures. He was, after all, an advocate for the environment, caring greatly for every animal that came his way. Despite his admiration for snakes, he wasn't always a rule follower. In fact, his collection of venomous reptiles defied Virginia state law on multiple counts. While it is believed that he knew how to take very good care of his slithering friends, authorities still scrutinized him for endangering his community, even though the snakes were always caged and well supervised. During his lifetime, he managed to collect quite an impressive stack of defiant local ordinances prohibiting the possession of such animals. However, this didn't stop him from expanding his snake portfolio. In all truth, Jack Redmond was known throughout his community as the man with a great passion for nature that he was. Jack even dedicated his days to studying and learning more useful information on an array of exotic creatures. Snakes weren't his only passion, though. He cared deeply about tropical birds, reptiles, and many other exotic animals. His mind, heart, and eventually his home became a sanctuary for the fascinating and misunderstood creatures. The 70-year-old man remained loyal to his collection of snakes, which truly captured his heart. Each serpent held a special place in his home and affections, his collection ranging from rattlesnakes and copperheads to vipers. His basement became a true at-home zoo, and he was definitely proud of the work he put in to make his venomous pets comfortable. He meticulously researched their habits, their habitats, and their needs, striving to provide the best possible care for his slithery companions. His basement became a labyrinth of terrariums and cages, each carefully designed to mimic the natural environments of his companions. His family was aware of his passion for exotic and wild animals, but kept in mind who Jack really was. Jack was a loving and wonderful husband, an amazing friend to so many people. As a true protector of the wild, Jack created a sort of routine that he would meticulously follow every day, so as to ensure his collection was intact. Every day, he would clean the snakes' cages, feed them, and spend time with them. Despite what people believed, not all of the snakes in his collection were venomous. He created a home for many non-venomous snakes, as well as for other types of exotic animals. But one day, his routine would prove to be fatal. October 1st, 2012, a Monday that started just like any other. Jack started his day as he normally used to. He spent some time with his wife, had breakfast, and then decided it was that time of the day when he would have to visit his basement zoo. So he did. He descended into the basement, took a look around, and started his caretaking routine. First, he inspected the cages of his dear snake pets. Then he started to clean them one by one. The steps were very clear in his mind, especially as this wasn't a new task for him. At the end of the cleaning, he decided to reward each snake with something to eat for their good behavior. Notably, Jack used to spend plenty of time doing his chores in the zoo basement. He was a perfectionist, and he wanted everything to be clean, safe, and comfortable for his pet snakes. When it was time to clean the cage of a bamboo viper, something went amiss. Jack religiously followed all the steps he was used to in order to clean the snake's habitat, but when it was finally time to place it back in the cage and reward it, the bamboo viper had other plans. With a momentary lapse in concentration, the snake bit the 70-year-old man ferociously on his finger multiple times, probably while he was trying to feed the snake its reward. Confused about what had just happened and probably in utter disbelief, the old man stumbled across the basement until he eventually succumbed to the pain that was pulsing through his finger, making its way inside his body. A moment, a second, and poof, his defiance of the law regarding his venomous snakes ultimately led to his death. It's unclear whether or not he screamed for help and nobody heard him, or if his wife spent too much time before alerting authorities. What we know is that Jack's body was found by his wife in the afternoon, at around 3 p.m. In a haze of panic and confusion, the woman managed to call the police and the ambulance, but they arrived way too late at the scene. Jack was already dead, surrounded by his 40 snakes, 24 of which were venomous. Why hadn't she found him sooner? Well, she was probably used to him spending hours upon hours taking care of his pets, so she didn't think anything of him taking a long time returning from the basement. Why didn't she hear him scream? He probably didn't scream at all. In reality, Jack was bravely fighting a cruel battle with cancer, although he tried to find solace and positivity every day, especially around his pets. Taking his time cleaning and feeding his venomous zoo downstairs was probably one of the best moments of his day, so she probably didn't want to disturb him. The sadness of it all is that authorities believe that if his wife found him a bit earlier, preferably as soon as he was bitten, he could have survived the incident. Or probably not, knowing his underlying health issues and weak immune system caused by his cancer diagnosis. It's not simply a black and white issue, whether you're going to live or you're going to die if you're bit by the snake. J.D. Kleopfer, a state game and fisheries official, told the Times-Dispatch. A person's age and their health, those are other factors that kind of come into play, along with the location of the bite. As the man everyone loved perished so suddenly and sadly by his own animals that he loved dearly, one simply wonders what happened with his collection. Well, a few days after Jack passed away, authorities knew that the collection of venomous animals must be removed from the house so as not to pose a danger to anyone else. The Department of Game and Inland Fisheries removed the 24 venomous snakes Jack owned illegally, while leaving behind the non-venomous ones and the other exotic animals that he owned legally. Eventually, all the venomous snakes were able to be sent to zoos and serpentariums, where they could continue to be taken care of and protected. When you play with fire, you certainly get burned. For Jack Redman, his later years of life would prove to be a game of courage, determination, and devotion to natural life. Although his end came suddenly, he definitely left an impact on the community of Chesterfield, and most importantly, on his family. It was a hot, late summer day back in 2001. Some might say it was a perfect time to explore the beauty of Georgia. In the mornings, it wasn't too hot or cold, and people were still enjoying the weather, while looking forward to the chilly air of the evenings. In a small house in Folkston, Georgia, a young 18-year-old Audrey Rose McIntosh was lazily spending the official last day of summer, August 31st, which coincidentally fell on a Friday, setting the start of a most awaited weekend. Audrey couldn't wait for some time off to enjoy the last days of summer and the warm weather in the comfort of her own home. On that late summer day back in 2001, Audrey thought she would enjoy some time off, probably watching TV or listening to some music, as any other 18-year-old would do. The day started wonderfully in the McIntosh household. The remote location of her home offered many advantages to Audrey. She could enjoy the surrounding nature anytime she wanted, sunbathe in her backyard, listen to her favorite songs however loud she wished, and so on. However, she knew her responsibilities couldn't wait much longer for her to stop her laziness streak. Later in the day, as the sun was still burning hot, Audrey decided to open the windows and doors in order to maybe cool down the house a bit. Nothing out of the ordinary, she used to do this almost every day, like some sort of routine driven by the hot summer days she had just endured. Pushed by her diligent and independent nature, the young woman took on the responsibility of doing laundry, a task some hate, but she definitely loved. From sorting the clothes, to choosing the correct laundry detergent and fabric softener, to drying the clothes and then folding them carefully, almost without any wrinkles, Audrey felt she was in heaven. It might sound weird for someone who doesn't enjoy such mundane activities, but this routine kept Audrey in check and gave her a sense of security and maturity that nothing else had so far. After all, she barely graduated high school and turned 18, so this was her making her first steps into adulthood. As she sorted through the piles of clothes that awaited her in the laundry room, her mind wandered, lost in the rhythmic hum of the washing machine she found so comforting. Little did she know that her domestic routine would soon be disturbed by a danger she hadn't thought of that day or ever before. As Audrey reached for the laundry basket that held some more unsorted clothes, her hand briefly and lightly touched the cold metal of a vent situated near her ankles. In a matter of seconds, something grazed her leg. Scared, she jumped, taking a few steps back and letting out a high-pitched scream. Setting her eyes on the ground, she saw it, a venomous serpent looking at her with threatening eyes. Frozen, scared, and on the verge of crying, Audrey was unsure of what to do. Her instincts told her to run, but she was cornered. Before being able to make an escape plan, the snake lunged at her, biting her exposed leg, then took off down the vent where it came from. Amazed at what had happened to her, Audrey's mind was filling with questions. What kind of snake was that? Was it venomous? Who should I call? How should I call? I don't have a phone here. I don't want to die. Her heart was racing. The snake that slithered its way into her home, her safe haven, was probably drawn by the cool shelter the house could have provided for it, so he stayed quietly in the vent until Audrey bothered it. Still, she couldn't believe her eyes. The site where the snake bit her hurt like crazy, pulsating so fast that she couldn't bear the pain. The 18-year-old knew she had to act fast, whether or not this was a venomous snake or not. She could no longer rely on chances, but on facts. So the only thing she thought to do amidst her despair was to run to her nearest neighbor. Now you're probably thinking, great, she must have been surrounded by neighbors, just as in any other American town. The unfortunate truth is that Audrey's home was situated in a much too remote location. So remote that in fact her closest neighbor was half a mile away. This didn't let her down. She was determined to make it through. And summoning the last bit of energy she had in her body, the 18-year-old started her long journey. Normally, a half-mile walk takes about 15 to 20 minutes, but to Audrey, it felt like an eternity. Every step she took, she could feel the venom coursing through her veins. Her legs tightened more and more with every minute that passed, while tears were grazing her rosy cheeks. In the sweltering heat of the afternoon, without any water that could quench her thirst, this half-mile walk felt like a marathon. It was a race against time, a race that would ensure her livelihood, so Audrey refused to yield. She was known for her determined and stubborn nature, and nothing could stop her now. Her breath became more and more abrupt. Her heart raced so fast she was feeling it in her throat. Her pulse was pounding in her ears like a macabre drumbeat, leading her to death. Still, after what felt like days of walking, she reached the sanctuary of her neighbor's house. She made the last few steps toward the door, her body trembling from exhaustion, and her voice choked as she asked for help. Her neighbor rushed to her side, only to learn the awful truth. Audrey was bitten by an unknown snake. She realized in that moment that not even a second could be wasted, so she lunged to the phone and dialed 911. Emergency responders arrived hastily, blasting the sirens of salvation. It was only then, when Audrey heard her heroes coming to save her, that she finally gave in and rested her eyes. The 18-year-old Audrey McIntosh was rushed to Shands Hospital in Jacksonville, Georgia, in a helicopter. The sound of the propellers reminded her of the hum of the washing machine she was supposed to be loading with clothes right at that moment. Immediately after arriving at the hospital, she was quickly examined by the doctors, who were determined to save her. They administered antivenom, kept her vitals in check, and fought alongside her for her life. Unfortunately, too much time had passed between the snake bite and her receiving antivenom, which resulted in slim chances of survival. It didn't help that she strained her body during the walk to her nearest neighbor to call 911, nor did the hot summer day. After a heroic fight, Audrey finally gave in and succumbed to an early and undeserving death. Her mother, Glenda Davis, was left in pieces as she lost her dear child. The entire community of tight-knit Folkston was devastated at the loss of such a young soul. Audrey McIntosh, an 18-year-old with dreams as vast as the Georgia sky, was called too soon to heaven. After further investigation by the doctors who treated her, it was thought that the snake that killed her was a highly venomous pit viper whose venom was so strong that she didn't stand a chance. The tragedy still shocks her community, which continues to remember Audrey nearly 23 years after her death. Picture this: Abu Zareen Hussein, a 33-year-old Malaysian firefighter, has a remarkable ability to handle venomous snakes. His rise to international fame was not planned. It was a result of misconceptions and unintentional fame. In a strange twist of fate, British tabloids misrepresented him as a man who married his pet snake, believing it to be the reincarnation of his deceased girlfriend. Suddenly, the world knew him as the Snake Whisperer, a title he never sought, but one that would define his legacy. However, behind the viral sensation was a man who was deeply committed to his work. Abu Zareen's fascination with snakes stemmed not from whimsy, but rather from a deep respect for these creatures. His interactions with venomous snakes were not displays of bravado, but rather demonstrations of his understanding of their behavior. In the heart of Malaysia, amidst the lush greenery and winding rivers, Abu Zareen Hussein found his calling. His journey wasn't one of seeking glory or chasing fame, It was a humble quest to understand and protect the creatures that roamed his homeland. Born into a family where snake handling was more than a skill, it was a legacy. Hussein inherited his father's knowledge and set out on a path that would forever link his fate to that of the slithering serpents. Spitting cobras embody both the wonder and danger of the snake kingdom. With an almost unbelievable evolutionary adaptation, these serpents have mastered the art of defense through offense. Their venom, a potent concoction of toxins, serves two functions. It harms their prey and deters potential predators. Spitting cobras, unlike their venomous counterparts, have an additional weapon in their arsenal, the ability to project their venom with deadly accuracy. This formidable skill, honed through millennia of evolution, transforms them into formidable adversaries, capable of incapacitating prey from a distance of several meters. However, their aim is not haphazard. Studies show that spitting cobras consciously target their aggressors' eyes and faces, a calculated strategy designed to blind and disorient. Yet for herpetologists and scientists tasked with studying these enigmatic creatures, the challenge goes beyond mere observation. Collecting venom from spitting cobras requires a delicate balance of caution and precision. Because these snakes can shoot projectiles in addition to their fangs, they present a dual threat, forcing researchers to negotiate a hazardous environment. The stakes are high, for the venom of spitting cobras exacts a heavy toll on human lives. More than 100,000 people are bitten by poisonous snakes every year, and spitting cobras are responsible for a large number of deaths. This is a sobering reminder of the deadly power of these serpents, because the effects often go well beyond death, leaving survivors to deal with lifelong physical disabilities and disfigurements. Although not naturally hostile, when cornered or threatened, they use their deadly arsenal with deadly accuracy, frightening even the most experienced snake handlers. Spitting cobras hold a special place in the complex web of life, demonstrating the remarkable adaptability of these amazing animals. The precarious balance between predator and prey, survival and extinction, is brought to light by their existence. Abu Zareen was more than simply a viral sensation to those who knew him outside of the press. He was a friend, a mentor, and a source of strength. His days were devoted to serving his community, rather than chasing danger for the sake of excitement. Hussein's responsibilities as a firefighter for the Malaysian Fire and Rescue Department went well beyond putting out fires. They also included the fine art of handling snakes, which he practiced with reverence and dedication. The world saw Abu Zareen as the Snake Whisperer, a title that did not reflect the depth of his knowledge and reverence for these often misunderstood animals. His interactions with poisonous snakes were not just showy, but rather a mutually respectful language, an acceptance of the beauty and danger that were part and parcel of the reptilian world. Hussein aimed to eliminate fear through knowledge and understanding by working to debunk myths and misconceptions. However, Abu Zareen Hussein paid a heavy price for his fame. In one interview, he recounts one of his worst bites. The pain from a snake bite is very severe, to the point where you can't even describe it. The worst bite would have to be the 8th time. Battling their deadly bites became a grim reality of his chosen path. Despite facing the brink of death on multiple occasions, he remained steadfast, driven by a purpose larger than himself. For him, the risk was worth it if it meant educating others about the misunderstood world of snakes, and most importantly, saving the people in his community from possible dangerous situations. However, tragedy struck on a fateful day in Bentong. It was a day like any other, or so it seemed. Abu Zareen, entering the call of duty in Bentong in the state of Pahang, found himself face to face with a venomous cobra. And then it happened. A fleeting moment of chaos that would forever alter the course of Abu Zareen's life. A sudden movement, a flash of scales, and before he could react, the cobra struck, a silent predator unleashed with deadly precision. In the blink of an eye, fang met flesh, and the world stood still. The very creature he dedicated his life to understanding delivered the fatal blow. Time seemed to slow down as Abu Zareen staggered backward, his senses reeling from the searing pain that radiated from the wound. The venom coursed through his veins like liquid fire, each heartbeat a cruel reminder of his mortality. Hussein was rushed to the hospital, where he immediately received medical care so as not to repeat past near-death situations caused by venomous snakes. Hopes were low, but despite this, his family and friends tried to be positive for him. Merely 4 days later, at 12:40 a.m. on Friday, March 16, 2018, the 33-year-old Abu Zareen Hussein died. Abu Zareen's story sheds light on the delicate balance between man and nature. His life is a reminder that there is beauty worth preserving beneath the scales and venom, in a world where fear frequently triumphs over understanding. His love of snakes was more than just a passing interest. It was a calling to solve the natural world's riddles and develop a closer bond with all living things. Ultimately, the story of Abu Zareen is about more than just snakes and celebrity. It's about the strength of passion that never fades, the human spirit that never gives up, and the enormous influence that one life can have on the world. Friends and family continue to honor his memory by carrying forward his legacy, by embracing the wild within and without, and by cherishing the beauty of all living things, no matter how misunderstood they may seem. Nothing could beat the Australian sun, not even the ever so slightly cooler weather of early autumn. The country is still buzzing with tourists and activities, which tends to disrupt the local fauna. In the coastal city of Queensland, Townsville, temperatures were still quite high, creating the perfect opportunity for snakes to still roam freely. It's exactly because of this that Jeremy Brooks, a 47-year-old man living in Dewey, just 16 kilometers from Townsville, was standing face-to-face with an eastern brown snake one Tuesday afternoon. Jeremy was a man with a heart so big that you couldn't simply not adore him. A father of 3, Jeremy had a soft spot for kids, and despite his big build, he was a softie. Greenleaf's early learning daycare was filled with the sound of kids running around the yard, playing, swinging, and doing whatever small kids do to feel pure joy. While attending to the kids, one of the educators saw something moving in the grass. At first, they thought it was just their imagination, but on a second look, the culprit revealed itself for a few seconds. It was clear as day, a snake. Without wanting to create panic among the kids, the educator and their colleagues instructed the little ones to go back inside as it was nap time. After ensuring everyone was safe, they made a call. Jeremy was relaxing at his home in Dewey when a relative called him. He picked up the phone, cracking a joke, but his relative's panicked voice stopped him abruptly. As the family member described the snake that was still roaming free around the playground, Jeremy knew the situation was serious, and although he wasn't instructed to remove snakes, he just couldn't stand by, wondering if those little kids were safe or if the snake had made its way inside the building. The image of his own children kept popping up in his head. As a parent, he would have done anything to know they were unharmed. So without the tiniest bit of hesitation, he jumped off the sofa, got into his car, and began his 17-minute drive to the daycare center. Jeremy pulled into the parking lot of Greenleaf's and immediately started investigating around the cars. He was most of all hoping that the snake left the playground area, away from the grass and foliage that could camouflage it. When he arrived at the back garden, nothing seemed to indicate the existence of a snake. He didn't hear any noise, he didn't see anything move in the grass or on the outdoor furniture. But when he approached a brightly colored jungle gym, he saw it. A 30-centimeter-ish slender brown snake, just as described. Jeremy didn't have a lot of instruments by his side. He simply put on a pair of thin gloves, got a bag ready, and some kitchen tongs his wife gave him right as he left through the front door. He wasn't naive, not at all. Jeremy knew the risks involved. The years of watching wildlife documentaries instilled in him fear and respect for these apex predators. Licensed snake catcher? No. But the idea of those innocent children being anywhere near a possibly venomous reptile? Absolutely unbearable. Narelle Brooks's words echoed around him as he was trying to gather the last bit of courage he had inside. Be careful. The kids were all gathered by the windows, watching the 47-year-old man make his move. This was a real-life action movie, and the hero was Jeremy Brooks. Jeremy took a step toward the snake, kitchen tongs in his right hand pointing out, and the bag in his left hand. In the blink of an eye, the snake lashed out, sinking its fangs deep into Jeremy's left hand, leaving him with more than a couple of bites. It was a colossal miscalculation. Despite the snake's attack, the man succeeded in catching it inside the bag and placing the snake in the trunk of his car. The kids looked at him in awe. They bombarded him with questions about the snake. How did it look? How did it feel in your hands? Was the snake venomous? Did it bite you? Does it hurt? After answering his little interview, he said goodbye to the daycare staff and got into his car. Destination? Home. On the short drive home, reality started to sink in. He had a possibly venomous snake in the back of his car. He had just been bitten by it several times. He wasn't feeling exceptionally well, but he brushed it off, thinking it was just a bit of panic. The pain was intensifying. At first, while adrenaline was still pumping through his veins, Jeremy didn't feel a thing, maybe just a bit of pulsing around the bites. But now, several minutes after the incident, it was getting harder and harder to move his arm without feeling paralyzing pain throughout his upper body. With a few minutes left of his drive home, it was getting more and more difficult to move the steering wheel. Narelle, his wife, was anxiously awaiting him on the driveway when she finally saw her husband's car approaching. The sight was terrifying. Jeremy was looking pale, and sweat was running down his face as if he had just run a marathon. Something was extremely wrong. Unable to move his arm any longer, Jeremy simply asked his wife to clean his wounds and apply some calming balms. "I'll be fine," he assured her. Narelle sprung into action and got her first aid kit from the kitchen. She immobilized the arm, cleaned the snake bites, and applied compression bandages. Jeremy screeched in pain with every move of his left arm, and his breathing became more and more labored. As she pressed down on the wounds, trying to stop the venom from wreaking more havoc inside Jeremy's body, Narelle had a bad feeling. She knew she had to call emergency services. While dialing the emergency number, Jeremy fell to the floor. His heart was giving up. Narelle screamed in terror, but she had to act fast. With the operator now on speakerphone, Narelle performed CPR on her husband up until the paramedics showed up and took over. The afternoon sky reflected on the ambulance as Jeremy was rushed to the hospital. The doctor's efforts to save him were unfortunately in vain. The tearful eyes of Narelle couldn't believe her husband was gone so soon, so fast, without a warning. Their day had started out like every other one. It just wasn't possible. The snake venom had claimed its victim. Jeremy Brooks, a man loved by his entire community, who simply wanted to save some kids from possible danger and put his life on the line, and eventually lost the battle. Jeremy was such a beautiful human. He went out of his way to help people all the time. This is a very sad tragedy indeed. Kat O'Brien, one of Jeremy's friends, wrote on Facebook. As for the snake that cut his life short, it is believed to have been an eastern brown snake, the second most venomous snake in the world. In fact, Townsville is known to be a habitat for this type of snake. Its venom strikes fast, and its bite is, most of the time, fatal. Narelle did everything she could to save her husband, and Jeremy will always be remembered as a hero, a selfless soul who sacrificed himself to protect the innocent. Enigma, Georgia wasn't much of a town. 2 blinking stoplights and a general store that doubled as a gas station sort of town. It was so small that back in 1995, when this event took place, there were barely 600 people living in it. But for Dewey, this little church was his haven. Here, fellow brothers understood him. Here he could be himself, following his faith and showing his devotion to the Lord. His life wasn't exactly an exciting one. Dewey didn't marry in his youth, like many others did around there. He was a certified bachelor, living a rather boring life. But he had one thing he loved more than life itself: spending his Sundays with his mother, his brothers, and their families at the New River Holiness Church. From the outside, the church seemed like an ordinary building. The structure was minimalist, with no details that would hint that it's a church, other than a very small cross and a tucked-away sign on which the name of the church was written. Inside, the church was an even simpler affair. Just a few wooden pews lined up, facing a raised platform where the pastor preached. Among the fervent worshippers was Dewey Bruce Hale, a 40-year-old man from Brookfield known for his deep faith and dedication to the church. That Sunday morning, he had brought with him a rattlesnake. He carefully placed it in a wooden box near the pulpit. Dewey believed deeply in the words from the book of Mark, chapter 16. "And these signs shall follow them that believe. In my name shall they cast out devils. They shall speak with new tongues. They shall take up serpents. And if they drink any deadly thing, it shall not hurt them." The congregation, a mix of weathered faces and curious eyes, greeted Dewey and his family with a chorus of mornings and the occasional handshake. Soon after, everyone took their place and waited patiently for the sermon to start. The service began with a solemn warning from the pastor. "We have serpents up here," he announced. No one was surprised. This wasn't the first time the pastor allowed serpents at the service. In fact, he encouraged his congregation to bring poisonous snakes in the name of the Lord. Other than snake handling, the pastor also practiced fire dancing and poison drinking, but only on rare occasions. Among the snakes that slithered along the pews over the years, rattlesnakes were the most popular. What makes a rattlesnake unique is, well, its rattle. The snake uses it to warn potential aggressors to back off or to distract prey. The famous rattle noise comes from the sound created when hollow and bony donut-like segments in the rattle bang together. Mix this unusual sound with the music and the preaching of a holiness church, and you get the best showcase of danger. The atmosphere quickly shifted as the crowd grew louder. Guitars, drums, tambourines, and vigorous singing erupted through the room. The music filled the air with catchy, repetitive lyrics that inspired toe-tapping, hand-clapping, and foot-stomping. Congregants hopped and danced, fully immersed in the exciting energy of the service. They threw the snakes over their shoulders, raised them above their heads, dropped them down their shirt fronts, and let them coil around their arms. As the music and the fervor of the congregation reached a crescendo, Dewey felt moved by the Holy Spirit. The pastor stopped his preaching when he laid eyes on him. "Brother Dewey, come." He approached the pulpit, his heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. The congregation watched in awe as he held the serpent high, his eyes closed in a moment of prayer and connection with God. A collective gasp rippled through the church pews as the snake coiled around Dewey's arm. In a sudden, swift movement, the rattlesnake struck, sinking its fangs into Dewey's left hand. The congregation gasped in unison, but Dewey remained calm, believing in his faith and the protection it would offer. The pastor started a frantic prayer, urging everyone in the room to ask the Lord to protect Brother Dewey. After returning the snake to its box, Dewey continued to pray, ignoring the pain that was starting to cloud his judgment. As the service continued, Dewey's condition began to deteriorate. Fellow congregants helped him to a seat, surrounding him with prayers and hymns while the snake rattled angrily inside the box. The poison was spreading rapidly through the 40-year-old man's body. However, despite the swelling and the intense pain, Dewey refused medical treatment, steadfast in his belief that God would take care of him. He waited patiently until the sermon was over to take the rattlesnake back home. But with every second that passed, he felt more sick. At home, the scene was somber. Dewey lay on his bed, surrounded by fellow believers who held his hands and sang hymns of praise. The hours passed slowly, while the venom took its toll on his weakened body. His breathing became labored and his strength diminished, but his spirit remained strong. The skin on his hand was turning darker and darker. Ointments and ice could no longer alleviate his pain. As the hours passed by, more and more fellow worshippers came to sit by his side and pray with him. During all this time, no one called the ambulance. Dewey, as others often do, refused any sort of medical treatment, invoking the biblical passage his faith was based on. He truly believed that the Lord would make him invincible, like many others before him. Unfortunately, this never happened. By late evening, Dewey's condition had worsened significantly. His family and friends continued to pray, their voices filled with hope and desperation. But despite their efforts and their deep faith, Dewey's body could not withstand the venom's effects. He passed away sometime between 9:30 and 10 p.m., surrounded by those who loved him and shared his beliefs, almost 8 hours after the rattlesnake bit him. The Berrien County Sheriff's Office was not called until after Dewey had passed. Sheriff Jerry Brogdon expressed his dismay, noting that one of the hardest things is they had probably 100 people sitting there watching a person die. He added, "I don't agree with that, but this is their belief, and I respect that." He died doing what he believed in. Dewey's death was ruled accidental, a tragic yet deeply meaningful example of his faith. In the days that followed, the community mourned his loss, but also celebrated his unwavering devotion to God as they laid him to rest at the New River Holiness Church Cemetery. In the quiet small town of Enigma, Georgia, the New River Holiness Church continued to stand as a house of faith where the congregation gathered to preach the Lord's Word even after Dewey's death. Dewey's last moments still haunt the modest-looking church, and despite his death and many laws against snake handling, people continue to sit bravely facing the poisonous snakes in a dangerous dance duel between faith and death. Wade Westbrook was known around his East Ridge, Tennessee community as the local snake expert. If you had a problem with a snake, you would call Wade. If you needed to identify a snake species or gender, you would call Wade, and he would always respond to each call for help with the excitement of meeting yet another fascinating snake. Wade was only 26 years old, but already possessed so much knowledge about snakes. He even amassed quite a collection at his home on Blanton Drive. However, the 26-year-old was no stranger to encounters with the law because of his pet snakes. Tennessee law prohibits the possession of native species in a captive environment. Even transporting any species, especially a venomous snake, requires many different permits so as to ensure that it won't pose a public safety issue. Wade managed to evade the Tennessee law by keeping his snakes hidden, even though everyone knew in the back of their minds that he probably turned some of the snakes he met during his short lifetime into his own pets. In his vast experience, in spite of his age, of handling snakes, Wade encountered many species that would confirm the admiration and affection he had for these animals. His mother recalls him being bitten a few times during his interaction with venomous snakes, but he made a swift recovery each time after being administered anti-venom. Knowing all of this, everyone seemed to wonder what could have possibly gone wrong on that fateful Saturday night in January 2011, when Wade finally met his demise. The sequence of events is blurry, but investigators managed to compile a timeline that leads us to wonder what actually happened. On Saturday night, January 29, 2011, Wade was relaxing at his home on Blanton Drive in East Ridge, Tennessee. Suddenly, a friend of his called with an emergency. He found a snake in his backyard, and he needed an expert to determine its species and gender. Wade didn't hesitate for a second. He urged his friend to hurry up and come to his home in the quiet Chattanooga suburb so he could take a look at the snake. Knowing his friend managed to catch the snake and safely transport it to his home, Wade was sure the snake wasn't aggressive. He didn't even think it was a poisonous one, but as his friend stepped into his home and opened the improvised enclosure where the snake was hiding, Wade knew for sure this was a copperhead snake, one of the most common venomous snakes in North America. He took a closer look at the seemingly calm snake and started to analyze it. It had a distinctive copper-colored head, which is where copperheads get their name from. Its body was a tan to brown color, with dark hourglass-shaped crossbands. It also had elliptical pupils, a characteristic feature of pit vipers. Wade then thought of where the snake was found. Usually, copperheads like to hide in rocky environments, swamps, or wooded areas. In Tennessee, though, it was known that these types of snakes had a habit of venturing past their usual habitats and into suburban areas. This is exactly where the copperhead was initially found. The big question was still floating in the air. Why isn't it hibernating as it should have? Then it occurred to Wade it was probably one of the late batches of snakes that were born in late fall in the area and simply skipped its hibernation period as it was too small. With this array of information, Wade explained his presumption to his friend and proceeded to place the snake back in its temporary enclosure. While talking with him, Wade couldn't help but think the snake possibly came from a collector or a breeder of exotic animals, but he eventually didn't vocalize this concern. After a few moments, Wade's friend reminded him that he was unsure of the snake's gender and asked him if he could take a look and determine it. Wade took the snake back into his hands and examined its body. He knew that he must look at the shape of its tail, its head, and the width of the snake's body in order to make a proper assumption. A young copperhead would have probably been around 7 to 10 inches long. He knew that females grow to be way longer and larger than males, but also that male copperheads have a longer tail than the females. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to voice his expert opinion. While calm at first, as Wade continued to examine the snake, it became a bit agitated, bordering on aggression. With a faster-than-lightning move, the snake, now wrapped around Wade's arm, struck his fatal bite just above the elbow. His friend was startled as Wade was struggling to place the snake back into its makeshift cage. Wade tried to extract the venom out of his arm, but failed miserably. Then he tried to inject it with a DIY anti-venom. Nothing was working. As the venom was rapidly coursing through his veins and entering his body, Wade knew it would be different this time around. He began to feel dizzy and to tremble trying to reach the couch. With his time running out fast and his energy leaving his body, he desperately asked his friend to call for help. Then all went black. Wade's friend scrambled around the room, not knowing what to do. He knew that if police were to come to Wade's home, they would find him possessing an illegal copperhead. More than that, they would find Wade's personal collection of snakes. And they would soon see that despite him legally owning a few non-venomous species, Wade challenged the law a bit by collecting a few venomous ones as well. No matter the scenario, Wade's friend couldn't see a happy ending in sight. Desperate for a way out, the man called a couple of Wade's other friends to his rescue. The men thought it best to take the venomous snakes from Wade's collection out of the house, in fear of the slithering creatures ending up at the zoo. Everything happened in a matter of minutes, precious minutes that would have saved Wade's life had his friend called the ambulance sooner. The initial bite took place at around 8 p.m. that Saturday night. But the call for help didn't happen until 10 minutes after his friends erased any evidence of illegal snakes in the home situated on Blanton Drive. EMS responders arrived shortly after the call was made and started performing CPR on the lifeless body of Wade Westbrook immediately. Wade was then taken to Erlanger Hospital in Chattanooga, where he unfortunately was pronounced dead. Although copperhead snake bites aren't usually deadly, Wade's doctors assumed that a previous bite may have caused the 26-year-old man to develop an allergic reaction to the venom, knowing he had been bitten before. Aquarium herpetologist Courtney Lewis says copperheads are common in Tennessee, and anyone bitten by a poisonous snake should seek immediate medical attention. It depends on where you're bitten and how much venom was injected. It's just best to get to the hospital as quickly as possible, says Lewis. If Wade had gotten medical help earlier, he wouldn't have left Earth sooner than he was supposed to. His friend's poor choice that night cost him his life, leaving a family without a son and a community without a snake handling expert. Midsummer, July, and the warm Missouri weather enticed the Levins family to take a trip to Sam A. Baker State Park, where they could enjoy some quality time with their children on the secluded camping grounds. The fresh waters of the St. Francis River and Big Creek and the picturesque trails, they thought Sam A. Baker State Park was the perfect destination for their camping trip. Timothy Levins probably thought this was a good opportunity to teach his children the basics of hiking, canoeing, or fishing, while enjoying some well-deserved time off from his job. However, Sam A. Baker State Park became the site of a terrible incident that Tuesday evening, July 8th, when a seemingly ordinary family camping trip turned fatal for Timothy Levins. There were two options for the Levins family to enjoy the campgrounds of the state park. They could set up some tents, or they could rent a cabin. Despite his adventurous personality, Timothy Levins thought it would probably be a better idea to choose the cabin, as his three children were still a bit young. The father chose safety over anything else, his every action indicating that he had his family's well-being in mind the whole time. The trip to the camping grounds went smoothly. Timothy and his family enjoyed the day as they arrived at the cabin, spending time outside and discovering what the state park scenery had to offer. The possibilities to encounter dozens of creatures on a single walk were huge. But what Timothy didn't necessarily think he would encounter was a copperhead snake. Copperhead snakes are a species native to North America, commonly found throughout the eastern and central United States. Copperheads are venomous pit vipers, belonging to the same family as rattlesnakes and cottonmouths, or water moccasins. While their venom is potent enough to incapacitate prey, it's generally considered mild compared to that of other venomous snake species. Copperhead snakes bite more people in the United States than any other U.S. species of snake. And even though their venom is not very potent, if the victim is allergic to it, death may occur. That is not to say they aren't at all dangerous. If dealt with improperly and even hurt in any way, these snakes will not think twice before striking you. What is crucial when understanding the copperhead snake is correctly identifying it, as misidentification can lead to unnecessary panic or mishandling of the animals. Timothy Levins was surprised to see a copperhead snake approaching the cabin his family was resting in on that Tuesday evening, even though, as summer begins and outdoor activities become more prevalent, he knew he must remain vigilant and prepared at all times. Instead, curiosity pulsing through his veins, he decided to take a closer look, a decision that would soon prove to be fatal. The 52-year-old man came face to face with the snake, his body trembling with excitement. With his heart racing, he leaned forward, ready to grab the snake for his kids to take a closer look. In reality, Levins probably mistook the copperhead snake for a non-venomous one, or simply thought that because this snake's venom is mild, he would end up unharmed, but with a great story in the eyes of his kids. The mere thought that they would probably go back to school to recount this event propelled him to continue his dangerous dance with the snake. He would be his little kid's hero. Things took a dark turn, however, when he picked up the 18-inch long copperhead. Unsuspecting at first, with the speed of a lightning bolt, the snake sank its venomous fangs into Levins' hand 3 times, each bite ensuring the venom made its way through the victim's body. Everything from then on happened so quickly that his family was left in shambles. At approximately 9 p.m., Timothy dropped the snake and rushed inside the cabin, while his kids, especially Liam, 11 years old, asked him tons of questions about the snake. What was the snake like? Why did you drop it so fast? How did it feel to pick it up? Unable to answer their questions, Levins proceeded to thoroughly wash his hand in the kitchen sink, thinking nothing of it. A few moments later, chaos ensued. As the 52-year-old man relaxed on the couch after the ill-fated snake encounter outside of their cabin, he felt something odd, something he hadn't felt before. With panic growing in his eyes, he tells his kids to alert their campsite neighbors, but to remain calm. He just wanted to make sure he was okay. What initially seemed like a minor incident quickly escalated as Levins began experiencing severe symptoms. Not even 2 or 3 minutes passed, and he started shaking uncontrollably, sending chills down his family's spines. A parent's worst nightmare had suddenly come true, being mere seconds from being taken away way too early from your family. A neighbor answered the family's plea for help and rushed to Levins' cabin, only to be met with a gruesome picture. Timothy was convulsing without anyone being able to keep him calm. That was until he suddenly stopped and became unresponsive. With the little first aid training their neighbor had, he started CPR while urging everyone else to immediately call an ambulance. However, as they were in a remote location, the ambulance's mission to save the dad would prove to be incredibly difficult. Heroically, the neighbor managed to perform CPR on the 52-year-old man right until medical help arrived on the scene. The paramedics quickly took him to a nearby hospital in Poplar Bluff. Unfortunately, despite everyone's valiant efforts, Timothy Levins was pronounced dead, succumbing to the effects of the copperhead snake bite. According to the coroner who performed his autopsy, Timothy's death definitely occurred because of an allergic reaction to the snake's venom. With his untimely death, this marked, at the time, the third fatal incident recorded in Missouri resulting from a copperhead snakebite. The previous ones occurred in the 1960s and in 2012. Most of the time, when people die from a copperhead bite, which is usually what they say, it's usually not from the actual bite. It's because they had a previous medical condition. As Sarah Turner from the Missouri Department of Conservation told KFVS, nearby campers' reactions revealed the sadness of the accident, while his 3 small children and wife remain in a state of shock. Nobody thought a camping trip would turn into their worst nightmare, realized in such a horrible way and in such a short time as well. What Timothy Levins wished to achieve with his courageous snake interaction proved to turn not into the beautiful memory he wished to share with his children, but into his last moments alive, although he was surrounded by his family. If there's anything to take away from this sorrowful incident, it's that attempting to handle or simply approach snakes encountered in the wild is a risk one should definitely avoid. Even the most brave ones fall when faced with a slithering predator. Snake handling is a religious practice that emerged in the early 20th century at the hands of George Went Hensley and the Church of God Holiness. According to Jimmy Morrow, a pastor at Edwina Church of God in Jesus' Name, the practice can be found dating as far back as the 1890s in the coal mines of the Virginia mountains, where a woman named Nancy Young Pleinig started handling snakes during revivals. The movement, known as the Jesus' Name churches, is deeply rooted in the literal interpretation of 2 specific biblical passages. In Luke chapter 10, verse 19, Jesus tells his disciples they have the power to tread on serpents and scorpions without harm. These passages are interpreted by snake handlers as direct commands, while other forms of Christianity often view them as either symbolic or historically contextual. However, to practitioners, performing these ultimately dangerous rituals is a testament to their faith. Despite the existence of many laws frowning upon snake handling, one pastor managed to establish an impressive number of churches in Jesus' name. Ulysses Prince was a dedicated preacher who incorporated rituals like serpent handling as part of his sermons. At the time of establishing his first church, his 2 children, Charles and Anna, were 6 and 9 years old. Ulysses was so devoted to his religious beliefs that he sold almost all of his family's belongings, even their spoons and forks, in order to move to different towns where he was needed. He followed biblical passages ad literam, which led him to think he needed to go where the sick and poor waited for him in order to cure them. Therefore, he made his family move frequently, oftentimes sleeping in tents. Despite the recklessness of the situation, Ulysses didn't stop. He kept on moving and establishing more and more snake-handling churches, until one day in 1946, when during a service in Ducktown, Tennessee, he suffered a severe snake bite. He reached down to the serpent box, got a rattlesnake out, and started handling it. After a few minutes, under the shocked eyes of his audience, the rattler bit him on the left hand. Even though he became very sick almost immediately, he refused medical treatment, something many serpent handlers would often do. His miraculous recovery 3 days later reinforced his beliefs and fueled his wish to perpetuate these rituals. For many, many years, his son Charles didn't actively participate in the sermons. Even though he lived under his father's belief system, he stood far away from snake handling. But a strange thing occurred one day. According to his sister's memoir, something clicked in him. From that moment on, he attended serpent handling sermons, and he himself engaged with the snakes. Soon after, he started to dance with fire and consume different poisons. thus following the exact orders written in Mark 16, verses 17 and 18. But despite Charles following in his father's footsteps, who had already given up snake handling rituals by that point, his approach was different. It was bolder and riskier. His sister Anna even wrote this in her memoir. He began visiting snake-handling churches, becoming bold and daring, risking his life 3 or more times a week by drinking strychnine mixed with water, handling snakes and fire, often at the same time. As he became more daring, I became terrified that he might go too far. I spent many sleepless nights fearing for his life. Deeply committed to his faith, Charles would often practice the rituals at home at first, preparing himself for future services. The first time he ingested poison, he was at home. He went to his bedroom, put 2 tablespoons of lye in a pint jar of water, got in the closet, and closed the door. There he prayed to the Lord for several hours to protect him before he drank the entire poisonous mixture. According to Pentz, his insides were on fire, and the devil spoke to him. After reading Mark 16, verses 17 and 18 numerous times, he recovered. It's quite obvious how this event strengthened his faith and convinced him to take the controversial rituals even farther than his father did. So on August 17, 1985, Charles Pentz was attending the final night of a 3-day church meeting prior to the annual homecoming that was to be held on the next day at the Apostolic Church of God of the Lord Jesus, near Greenville, Tennessee. Several people from other states had assembled at the church for the Saturday evening gathering, anticipating a joyful meeting. A yellow timber rattlesnake that had bitten Charles Pentz a month earlier was brought to the service by a church brother from Jolo, West Virginia. Pentz also brought a jar of strychnine and a black timber rattlesnake to the church. The assembly started the church service by praising God, singing, and shouting. As the service progressed and came to an emotional height, Pentz grabbed the black rattlesnake and began to handle it. A few minutes later, he also pulled the yellow rattler from its box. At that moment, the yellow rattler suddenly sank its fangs into his left hand. Immediately after that, the black rattlesnake bit him 4 additional times on his left hand. Immediately after the attacks, Pentz put the snakes back in their boxes and attempted to light the torch again. This time, he succeeded in getting the torch to blaze and handled fire for a long period of time. After the fire dance, he took 3 drinks from a jar of strychnine, thus concluding the biblical signs portion of the sermon. Initially, Pentz displayed no symptoms from the bites and poison, but after an hour, he began to show signs of illness. The pain became almost unbearable, but Pentz refused to let the church members call an ambulance, as his father once did. He told his wife Linda that if he became unconscious, he did not desire medical attention. The call Anna Pentz feared the most came later that day. Living in Canton at the time, she traveled to Greenville and kept vigil as her brother refused medical treatment. Reverend Morrow also reached Pentz's side before his death. Charles greeted him with a smile and said he was in pain, requesting prayer. As his sister held ice on his hand, Charles asked Jimmy Morrow to read the 23rd Psalm. When he requested that, I knew Brother Pentz was going home to be with the Lord, Morrow recalled. On Monday morning, August 19, 1985, at approximately 7:30, Charles Pentz succumbed to his injuries. His last words were, "The angel is coming to take me home. I believe I can rest now." The irony of it all is that Charles was buried in the same place where his father Ulysses held his first serpent handling service almost 39 years earlier. The dangerous practice of serpent handling remained controversial and illegal in many parts of the country, even though it still persisted in underground communities. Even after over 30 deaths happened because of this ritual, believers still practice it. One thing is certain: faith can lead you on perilous roads, especially when you come face to face with a poisonous snake. James Henry, a 60-year-old man from Kigoma, Tanzania, made a name for himself due to his extraordinary ability to catch some of the most venomous snakes and occasionally play with them in order to attract an audience. You see, James was a talented snake whisperer who dabbled from time to time in snake charming. He was a showman, and he would have done anything if that would have raised him to fame. Snake charming is the practice of appearing to hypnotize a snake, often a cobra, by playing and waving around an instrument called a pungi. A typical performance may also include handling the snakes or performing other seemingly dangerous acts, as well as other street performance staples like juggling and sleight of hand. During a performance, snake charmers may take a number of precautions. The charmer typically sits out of biting range, and the snake is usually sluggish due to starvation or dehydration and is reluctant to attack anyway. More drastic means of protection include removing the reptile's fangs or venom glands, drugging the snake, or even sewing the snake's mouth shut. The 60-year-old man had never resorted to these types of drastic actions in his performances because he knew how to interact with the snakes and how to keep them from biting him. This mindset convinced him that he could do another fascinating performance, but it would turn out to be his last. On a March day back in 2022, James Henry was called to remove 2 large cobras that had made their way to a village in the area of Kigoma. Known as the local snake catcher, Henry couldn't let his community down. So he gathered his equipment, got into his car, and drove to the location, thinking this was an easy, fast job. For some people, snakes embody fear and danger. But for James, who had lived all of his life surrounded by slithering companions, snakes were just another reptile. Arriving at the scene, James met the culprits. The 2 cobras were majestic. Even the villagers gathered around to watch the reptiles, and most importantly, watch how James handled them. After assessing the situation, James came up with his plan. He had 2 brave villagers on standby if anything went wrong. Someone who instructed the crowd to stay as far away as possible, and his bare hands. Before he could take his first steps toward the reptiles, one of them hissed and got into defensive mode. The crowd went crazy. Gasps were heard from every direction. People started whispering, and some even ran away back to the safety of their homes. The annoyed cobra displayed more violent behavior. It slithered toward the crowd, then toward the other cobra, then toward the snake whisperer. Then it got into attack mode. The snake stood almost upright, opened its hood, and showed its fangs to the crowd. Before it could attack anyone, James, in a brave leap, caught the cobra and decided then and there that it wasn't possible to safely remove it from the area. Instead, he killed it. The audience was in shock. Some shouts of support were heard, while some disapproved of his actions. Henry wasn't a man to just stand back and receive criticism, especially from strangers. The 60-year-old fervently explained that there wasn't anything to be done. It was life or death. He decided that in order to keep the villagers safe, the cobra must be killed. A cobra's bite contains neurotoxins that affect the prey's nervous system, and depending on the cobra's size, the bite can be fatal. In rural parts of Africa, where extensive medical care is oftentimes non-existent, it's especially difficult to access antivenom, so many people unfortunately perish shortly after being bitten. And there are a lot of cobras around, in Tanzania more so than in other places. Tanzania is renowned for its abundant and diverse wildlife, as well as the sheer quantity of species found there. Tanzania is home to over 4 million wild animals. But among these glorious animals, Tanzania also serves as the home of over 40 species of snakes. The most popular one? The Egyptian cobra. Many snakebite incidents occur in Tanzania due to the Egyptian cobra, which is one of the most venomous snakes. It's one of the largest cobras on the African continent, spanning almost 8.5 feet, and more often than it should, it slithers all the way to villagers, causing chaos and fear in the communities. This is exactly what James wanted to avoid, so he continued his task. Now the 60-year-old man was supposed to remove the second cobra, which was significantly calmer than its friend. At that moment, James thought to himself, why not put on a show for the people who are watching me right now? It would be such a waste to let this snake go so easily. So carefully approaching the predator, James wrapped his hands around the snake and held it victorious in front of the crowd. Gasps, wows, and cheers filled the air. Everyone watched in awe as the cobra moved diligently over the man's body. Then James sat down, brought the cobra in front of him, and started to hypnotize the animal with his flute. The snake swayed along to the music, following James's movements. However, right in the middle of the song, the cobra lunged at the man, biting his fingers and then his mouth, causing his show to abruptly end. The music stopped, replaced by the screams of the audience. James was taken aback by the snake's behavior, but instead of panicking, he reacted quickly and caught the reptile, placing it in a cage in the back of his car. This wasn't the first time a venomous snake bit James. Working for many years in the company of cobras, puff adders, black mambas, and many other venomous snakes that populated Tanzania, he knew exactly what he needed to do. Accompanied by 2 villagers, he went to the closest medical facility in order to receive antivenom. They had to get there as fast as possible. Because of his age and other medical problems, James was on the verge of death if he didn't receive proper medical care in the next 30 minutes. Symptoms of the bite began to show fast. His fingers were aching and his lips were already swelling at an impressively rapid rate. Sitting in the back seat of his car, unable to drive himself to the hospital, James started to feel dizzy and nauseous. Just a few more minutes left of the journey. His heart pounding in his chest, the 60-year-old man's breathing became more and more difficult. He was in and out of consciousness by the time they arrived. At the medical center, the doctors hastily administered antivenom, cleaned the wounds that the snake left on James's fingers and face, and tried their best to save him. Unfortunately, after a brutal fight against the cobra's venom, James's body finally gave up. It's difficult to know what prompted James Henry to put his life at risk by playing with the venomous snake. With so many years of experience backing him up, he should have known you'd never mess with snakes. Pastor Mac Randall Wolford hailed from McDowell County in West Virginia and belonged to the Full Gospel Apostolic House of the Lord Jesus in Matoaka. It was one of the few remaining Appalachian Pentecostal sects called Sign Followers. The community had been living in the Appalachian Hills of the southeastern U.S. for the last 90 years. They have literally lived and died by their beliefs. The sect or sign followers draw their belief from a passage in the Gospel according to Mark, which says, "And these signs it shall follow them that believe. In my name shall they cast out devils. They shall speak with new tongues. They shall take up serpents, and if they drink any deadly thing, it shall not hurt them. They shall lay hands on the sick, and they shall recover." Besides handling venomous serpents, the sect also engages in consuming salvation cocktails, which are a potent mix of strychnine poison. They feel it does not harm them as their beliefs make them immune. Serpent handling has been banned in all but 2 southern states. However, it's still practiced by the Appalachian community, with handlers and the faithful refusing treatment when bitten, saying it's all part of God's plan. Moreover, they prefer to call it serpent handling to emphasize that reptiles are venomous monsters, not common snakes. Amazingly, there have been less than 100 confirmed deaths in the history of the sect, but Pastor Wolford's turned out to be the most shocking. It was the day after the pastor's 44th birthday, and he chose to celebrate the way he loved best, preaching to his congregation, snake in hand. Pastor Wolford had handled snakes before. It wasn't his first time. After all, he was born into a snake-handling family. His father, too, had been a pastor and died from snakebite, but that didn't stop the family, nor Pastor Mac, from doing what they did. If God wanted you to go, you would. The flamboyant preacher was no stranger to snake bites and had been bitten before. He always insisted God was testing his faith, and it didn't require medication unless necessary. Pastor Wolford had been on a tour like always. He loved going from town to town, preaching with snakes. He was famous, and his proficiency in dealing with venomous varieties fascinated the experts. The terrifying incident took place on Sunday, May 27, 2012. The pastor organized a homecoming service at the Panther State Forest, about 70 miles from Matoaka. For that day, he chose to bring his favorite rattler, Sheba. The gathering would be a typical one where Pastor Wolford would deliver his sermon with Sheba coiled around his hand, just like he had done several times before. A yellow timber rattler can provoke fear in others, but not Pastor Wolford. He was unafraid because he believed he was protected. He had even draped snakes around his neck and danced with them, sometimes shirtless. Visitors to his home in Bluefield recalled how he would keep a spare bedroom full of venomous snakes. Pastor Wolford had organized an open-air ceremony in Panther Wildlife Management Area, a state park just 80 miles west of Bluefield. It began with the pastor delivering a fantastic sermon. He had a knack for firing up his audience into a frenzy. 30 minutes after the sermon, Pastor Wolford took the yellow timber rattlesnake, which he had placed in the hands of a church member, and began handling it himself. The beautiful serpent looked fantastic and was stunning, with its brown and yellow scales shining in the sunlight. As he passed the snake from his left hand to the right, the snake crawled onto his shoulder, but then it began slithering down his body. Before he knew what was happening, the snake bit Pastor Wolford on his thigh. It was just a regular bite, and the congregation remained remarkably unfazed and in their seats. Okay, the pastor was bit. He got bit before, and so did many of them. No big deal. They were protected. Like all vipers, the poison of any timber rattler is potent enough to kill a human. What's surprising is that yellow timber rattlers aren't aggressive snakes. Rather than bite, they shy away because they are docile creatures, even though they can be deadly. The snake does not attack when threatened, but retreats into hiding. Yet this specimen bit the pastor. Well, maybe it was indeed all part of God's plan. Pastor Wolford knew he was bitten. He must have felt a searing pain in his thigh, but he calmly grasped the snake, put it back in its box, and sat down. He must have summoned up all his energy to stay conscious, because when the venom of a timber rattler takes hold, it acts quickly. With no treatment, a victim loses consciousness. Another 15 minutes passed, and soon the gathering figured out all was not well with the pastor. He began sweating profusely and appeared to be losing consciousness. The congregation's members had to carry him to a nearby chair. When he failed to recover, the pastor was then taken to his mother-in-law's house nearby. Even though in pain, Pastor Wolford wasn't too worried because, like before, he thought he would survive. He was a staunch believer and had faith. The venom, however, didn't, and soon it circulated throughout his body. Dying from the venom of a timber snake is painful. Unlike a black mamba, a crate, or a king cobra, it takes longer, and a victim most probably dies within 2 or 3 days. The poison of all timber snakes is a lethal cocktail of hemotoxins and neurotoxins. This is why the deadly reptile is considered one of North America's biggest and most dangerous snakes. 3 hours after he was bitten, the first thing to fail was the pastor's kidneys, yet he kept thinking he would survive. Judging by the pastor's condition, an expert would have quickly figured out his organs were slowly shutting down. 10 hours had lapsed, yet he was without antivenom, the only life-saving treatment. Then common sense prevailed on some people around the pastor. They decided he needed treatment. Sadly, it was too late. After being admitted to the Bluefield Regional Medical Center, he was declared dead. The entire episode of Pastor Wolford's death was documented by a young journalist, Lauren Pond, who recalled how Pastor Wolford was a lovely man who tried to make her understand his faith. Pond had stayed with the pastor for a year, and describing the moment he was bitten, she said, "Suddenly, an eerie stillness fell over the picnic site." Pond grew fond of the pastor and said his death deeply disturbed her, and she had never really come to terms with it. Pond further described the congregation as devastated because no one expected him to die such an agonizing death. The aftermath of the pastor's death brought about a severe reaction from the park authorities, who said they were unaware of the nature of the event. Had they known about it, permission would not have been given. What do you think? Was Pastor Wolford's death justified in the name of religion? Should common sense have prevailed by rushing him to an emergency room? Let us know in the comments down below, and subscribe to Fierce for more amazing content. It was early morning, September 11th, 2001. Across the world, the U.S. was still sleeping, but it was unknowingly about to face one of the greatest tragedies of our time. Meanwhile, the sun already shone timidly above Myanmar in Southeast Asia. A group of scientists were having a quick respite before venturing back into the mountainous jungles. Their mission was to find and analyze as many new species as possible: snakes, plants, insects, and birds. It didn't matter. Myanmar has a glorious ecosystem, but September 11th proved to be a fateful day all over the world. As Joseph Slowinski, the leader of the expedition, reached into a specimen bag to get a hold of a seemingly harmless snake, a different, more intimate type of tragedy prepared to strike. In this video, we'll take a look at Joseph's deadly encounter with what he loved best and his friend's desperate fight to keep the man alive. Joseph Slowinski took his first trip to Myanmar in 1997. 10 more such expeditions followed, not only because the country was and still is breathtaking, but because it helped Slowinski achieve his dream and fulfill his life's work. Joseph was a renowned herpetologist, a scientist studying amphibians and reptiles. In 2001, at 38 years old, the man was already extraordinarily accomplished, having published over 40 peer-reviewed articles and 1 book. He was, first and foremost, a nature enthusiast with a preference for snakes. In fact, he specialized in the analysis of Elapidae, also known as the most venomous snakes out there. Coral snakes, cobras, kraits, and mambas all are part of this specific snake family, and Joseph Slowinski loved them all, despite or maybe because of their tiny, deadly fangs. The 38-year-old scientist had always been enamored with cold-blooded, scaly animals. While many people find themselves disgusted and terrified by the creatures, Joseph thought of snakes as beautiful and fascinating. Still, he was plenty aware of how dangerous they were. While he was never careless in handling the slithering beasts, the herpetologist knew very well even the smallest bite could prove fatal. He loved snakes all the same. His obsession with the animals started when he was quite young. Other kids might have preferred kittens, but little Joseph Slowinski was more interested in reptiles. He began catching frogs and small snakes when he was 5, and he was bitten by a rattlesnake in Nebraska when he was 15. Ever since then, he took a special interest in venomous snakes. That's why he began his long academic career as a herpetologist. Slowinski was even a professor of biology for a while, but he was first and foremost a man of action. With his bubbly, ever-excited personality, the man didn't just want to spend his life in a lab, analyzing and writing academic papers. Instead, he had a knack for conducting scientific field research, where he could experience any ecosystem and observe his beloved creatures in their natural habitats. By the time he was 38, Joseph, who was a herpetologist with the California Academy of Sciences in San Francisco, had combed through the United States, Mexico, Peru, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Jamaica, and the Bahamas in search for new and exciting snake species. But it was Myanmar, a Southeast Asian country formerly known as Burma, where Slowinski found a true herpetological paradise. To this day, Myanmar houses some of the largest intact natural ecosystems in Southeast Asia. The country's a biodiversity hotspot. Beginning with his first expedition there in 1997, the man had discovered 18 new species of reptiles in the jungles. Nothing could stand between his devotion to his field of research, his long tongs which he used to pick up snakes, and the thrill he got from contributing to science. Time and time again, he returned to the country. However, there had been many obstacles in organizing this latest expedition, which started in early September 2001. For starters, Joseph had been planning this trip for a long time, but he suspected another scientist working in Burma had blocked the original funding, leaving him to cobble together funds from various sources in order to finally start his research. That's why when Joseph finally put together a multidisciplinary team of some 10 academics, he had a fair warning for them. "This is probably going to be one of the hardest things you have ever done," he told his team. And as it turned out, he had been right. Because of the delay caused by the lack of funds, the expedition started later than previously planned. It was the rainy season in Myanmar, when the monsoon rages through the country and powerful rains fall mercilessly on the jungle. That wasn't the only problem either. Slowinski had to conduct his research while also managing the team of academics and over 90 porters carrying their supplies. The supplies were unbelievably scarce, despite the generous amount of money Joseph had paid to ensure no one would go hungry. There was a Burmese guide handling most of the problems, but he couldn't and wouldn't act without Joseph's blessing. And finally, there was another inconvenience, one hard to overlook. Myanmar's government promised to send 2 military doctors and a radio phone to accompany the team and make sure everyone would be safe while exploring the stubborn jungles. But there was no sign of any of that. Still, the expedition took off. The team was formed of Slowinski's former students, as well as other herpetologists, ornithologists, entomologists, and some Burmese students. The latter were part of Slowinski's effort to train local biologists in DNA systematics and museum curation techniques to improve conservation efforts in Myanmar. The trip began and the scientists advanced farther and farther away from civilization and further inside the jungle. It turned out Joseph's warning had been right. The weather was miserable. It was raining constantly, rivulets running through the sticky mud, which made each step a chore, especially since the plan was to climb above 10,000 feet while also analyzing a vast variety of habitats. Each day, fascinating animals, be them snakes or frogs or anything else, were captured and meticulously analyzed. The expedition's photographer, who was also one of Slowinski's best friends, took stunning pictures of the creatures. Every night, there'd be talk of the day's catch and of dreams, worries, and desires. But according to Mark Moffat, a tropical biologist who was part of the expedition, it seemed like the hardships of managing the research were slowly catching up to Joseph Slowinski. A day before what would be the expedition's leader's final encounter with the snake, Slowinski seemed to miss some of his on-brand excitement and vivacity. He walked sluggishly, his fingers shaking with any small motion. Then September 11th came, and the entire world trembled. The scientific research team did too, but for entirely different reasons. That morning found them at the bottom of a foggy jungle valley, in a tiny remote village called Ratbal. It was about 7 a.m. when one of the Burmese field assistants brought Slowinski a snake enclosed in a specimen bag. Although various accounts of what was said that morning have since emerged, the general consensus is that the field assistants told Joseph he had been bitten by a specimen of that particular species the day before. The man reportedly didn't know the exact species of the snake, but believed it to be non-venomous. For reasons unknown, and despite all of his long years of experience and well-formed safety habits, Slowinski reached into the bag with his bare hand, not giving it a second thought. Then he felt a tiny bite and looked down to see a foot-long, pencil-thin snake, resembling a near-perfect mimic of the multi-banded crate. It was easy to understand the Burmese field assistant's mistake, but the snake that bit Slowinski was no mimic. Instead, it was a crate, a particularly venomous snake. Realization dawned on the herpetologist instantly. Still, he didn't lose hope. After all, this wasn't his first encounter with a venomous snake. He had been bitten by a cobra before, but in that case, he'd suffered a dry bite, a bite without venom. And of course, there was the incident involving a spitting cobra only a year before. The snake shot venom into Joseph's eyes. Had it not been for the Burmese locals and their traditional cures, he would have gone blind in a matter of hours. So, Joseph remained in high spirits, at least on the outside. He had checked for bite marks when the snake bit him, but he couldn't find any. He sat down for breakfast with his team, cracking jokes. Then he went for a nap, and when he woke at about 8 a.m., he noticed a tingling in the arm. Being an expert in his field, the man knew the strange sensation was definitely bad news. Crate venom contains powerful neurotoxins, their first horrible effect being loss of motor skill. 15 minutes after he discovered the tingling, 2 assistants were sent to the nearest town with a radio in order to call for help. Myanmar forbade satellite cell phones, and the team hadn't received the radio phone government officials had promised. Then Joseph Slowinski gathered his team around him and explained what was going to happen to him in great detail. According to multiple accounts given by the various team members, every one of his predictions came true. First, Joseph's breathing grew raspy. He had to reach up to open his eyelids. Eventually, his head began to droop. His speech became slurred, and then he couldn't speak at all. Instead, he wrote messages asking the team to support his head and advising them to adjust his position. "If I vomit," he wrote, "it could be bad." Then his diaphragm stopped working. Before he lost his speech, he told them that if he was to survive, they'd have to breathe for him. After 48 hours, he told them, the neurotoxins might leave his body. At 3 p.m., the assistants returned with bad news. The Myanmar military wanted more information before sending a helicopter to rescue Slowinski. 2 other assistants were sent back, but it was no use. The heavy rains made it impossible for the pilots to bring down the helicopter. They gave up. Soldiers and a doctor arrived on foot, but the respirator they brought along was old, and no one could get it to work. Instead, in an amazing display of humanity, the team took turns throughout the night to breathe for their mentor. They did so for 26 hours. The following day, on September 12th at around 12:25, Joseph Slowinski's pulse was gone. The team began 3 hours of CPR to no avail. When the helicopter finally managed to land, it was obviously far too late to save the renowned herpetologist. His body was cremated as requested by his family, and his ashes were flown back to San Francisco. To those who were around him during his final hours, finding out about 9/11 was both strange and painful. 2 different tragedies had struck at the same time, leaving their world emptier. Joseph Slowinski's death was heartbreaking to the entire scientific community. He's still remembered for his discoveries and devotion. But those who knew him always bring up his devotion and his enthusiasm. He died doing what he loved, and perhaps he wasn't scared, but his passing still remains a great loss. 3 new reptile species have been named after the herpetologist since his departure. Elliot Senseman from Pennsylvania loved snakes and did everything he could to rescue and rehabilitate them. It was ironic that he died from one of the most awful circumstances. Elliot knew how to handle snakes, and not just the little ones. He would rescue pythons and boa constrictors too. On that ill-fated day of July 20th, 2022, Elliot had begun his day as usual, feeding his snakes. He had no idea what was about to happen. He was extra careful of one snake in particular, a boa constrictor almost 18 feet in length. It was always more aggressive than the others. Unfortunately, one slip around an angry reptile is enough to make it your last moment on Earth. Boa constrictors and pythons are large snakes, and technically they are both constrictors. However, there is a vast difference between the two, even though in most cases, most large snakes are constrictors. An attack by either one can be fatal, given that a python can exert a force of 14 psi, which is 14 pounds of pressure per square inch, enough to kill a human. But a boa constrictor can exert pressures up to 25 pounds per square inch. Now, Elliot had devoted his life to finding injured and abused snakes. His interest in snakes began when he was 10 years old, and since then, he had begun handling them. For the last 6 years, Elliot had taken up rescuing snakes. A creature that appeared slimy and creepy to others was something beautiful to him. He was passionate about snakes and was obsessed with finding rehabilitated snakes a new home. Boa constrictors are smaller than pythons, known to be the world's longest snakes. They can also be deadlier than boas, and if you're looking at attacks, there has been only one fatal boa attack in the last few decades in the U.S. Pythons, on the other hand, have been known to cause more fatalities in the U.S. and are considered a nuisance. Burmese pythons are regarded as invasive in the Everglades of Florida. The problem is so huge that the U.S. government even organized a python challenge in 2022, leading to hundreds of huge reptiles being captured or killed, some of which turned out to be longer than 15 feet. Whether big or large, it didn't matter to Elliot. He had handled 15-footers several times. On the day of the unfortunate attack, Elliot went about his usual routine. Along with the boa constrictor that killed him, Senseman had 2 other snakes he had taken in as rescues. The boa constrictor which strangled him was abused and malnourished. It did not settle in well with Elliot, and it always appeared aggressive. Elliot was always very careful with the 18-foot boa constrictor, but a family member later recalled how it wasn't behaving normally the day it attacked Elliot. Elliot's mother, Heather, later told investigators he was experienced and would never handle that snake alone. He was only checking the enclosure, and all appropriate measures were taken. That's right, Elliot was only about to check its enclosure when the deadly reptile attacked. At that very moment, Elliot might not have suspected anything. Yes, the snake acted weird, but Elliot attributed it to the fact that it was yet to get over its own ordeal and needed time. It had come from a home where it was grossly abused and mistreated. What he didn't bargain for is how the creature could not trust humans again and was waiting to strike. The routine of cleaning and feeding his snakes might have led Elliot to dismiss the boa constrictor's odd behavior. After all, rescue snakes don't exactly behave normally. If they attacked, his family members were trained to respond in the correct manner because the house was outfitted with the necessary equipment. Elliot never really had a chance. As soon as he opened the boa's cage, the snake lunged at him, coiling around his body and neck in seconds. It then began tightening its grip. Even as Elliot contemplated his last moments on Earth, even as his life flashed before his eyes, his grandmother walked in. The scene being played out before her was horrific. There laid Elliot, collapsed in agony, his large boa constrictor wrapped around his neck. She screamed for help but quickly regained her composure and dialed 911. When officers from the Upper Macungie Township Police Department got the distress call, they immediately rushed to the Senseman residence. A team arrived only to find Elliot now unconscious and showing heart attack symptoms. In their report, patrol officers wrote he was unresponsive and lying on the floor of the home with the mid-portion of a large snake wrapped around the male's neck. The officers were unsure what to do. The reptile looked more than 15 feet. Moreover, it was impossible to shoot the reptile in the head, which would risk injury to Elliot. Finally, they shot the snake several times in the lower body. It was enough to make the reptile loosen its grip, and that was enough to allow the officers to pull it off Elliot. Elliot was rushed to the Lehigh Valley Hospital, Cedar Crest, where doctors tried to save him. He spent 4 days in critical care, but did not respond to treatment. On July 24th, 4 days after the incident, Elliot died. His doctors attributed his death to severe anoxic brain injury due to asphyxiation by constriction. Elliot Senseman's death by his pet boa constrictor raised many questions. Investigations were carried out soon after, during which his mother explained how careful he had always been around snakes. "My son was unique and kind, and should still be with his family and friends," she said. The problem in the U.S. and many parts of the world is the pet trade. Snakes are often regarded as exotic pets. However, many people can't manage these reptiles once they grow larger. Boa constrictors and pythons especially end up being unwanted or abused. Elliot was always at hand to receive such snakes and help them recover or find a forever home. Explaining his rescue mission for snakes, Elliot's mother Heather said, "Too many people get these snakes and can't handle or take care of them. They shouldn't be bred to be kept as pets." A lot of times, the snakes were neglected or mistreated and needed medical care. He would provide all of that. He wanted them to be in a habitat as close to their natural environments as possible, since they couldn't be put in the wild. In 2019, in Oxford, Indiana, there was a house that no one lived in on North Dan Patch Drive. But that's not to say that it was uninhabited. In fact, it had the most inhabitants in the entire block. It was home to 140 snakes. They were all different shapes, sizes, and species, and the majority of them were owned by Benton County Sheriff Don Munson. His enthusiasm for snakes had rubbed off on his daughter, and he agreed to take one of his snakes to her elementary school one day. The snake he chose to take was Simba, a beautiful reticulated python who was 13 feet or 4 meters long and weighed 45 pounds or 20 kilograms. The children were in awe of the large reptile and were eager to stroke its smooth, shiny skin. He was a hit with the school and the principal, and at the time, Don said he had 52 snakes in his garage. He was breeding them to sell. It wasn't long before their numbers grew. Don owned a house that was full of snakes, and he had purposefully kitted it out to hold his huge collection of reptiles. He lived in the house next door, which meant he was able to regularly check on them. He bred them for sale on the open market. But 20 of them weren't his. They belonged to another snake enthusiast. Her name was Laura Hurst. She was a 36-year-old mother of 2. Laura grew up on the family's cattle farm. She loved the outdoors. She loved riding motorcycles, spending weekends on the river, and most of all, rescuing and rehabilitating snakes. It was a passion of hers, and being able to house her pet snakes at Don Munson's property was an ideal arrangement. She lived just 20 minutes away and checked on them twice a week. Laura's friends were aware of her love for snakes, and once she brought one into work, much to the delight of her colleagues. The snake's house was a single-story building, a dark blue painted bungalow with a garage on one end. Inside, there were hundreds of cages and tanks for the snakes. The conditions they were kept in were in accordance with the law, but Don had never registered his snake breeding business with local authorities, and this could have proved illegal. No signs were in place to warn visitors of the snakes within the premises, and so nobody knew what was in there except for Don's family and Laura. That was until disaster struck. On Wednesday, October 30th, 2019, Laura, who worked as a harness engineering build technician, drove towards North Dan Patch Drive in the evening. She pulled into the concrete driveway and opened the front door. She inspected the tanks and cages and fed her snakes. Then she took out one of Don's snakes. It was a reticulated python, 8 feet or 2.5 meters in length. Carefully, she lifted the reptile out of its tank. Its tongue flicked in and out of its closed mouth. Its body was cool to the touch. The skin was beautifully patterned and silky smooth. Laura sat down with it as it crawled over her legs, inspecting the room they were in, its slender yet muscular body pulling it along the floor. Reticulated pythons are native to South and Southeast Asia. They are popular within the pet industry as they are relatively easy to keep in captivity. They can grow up to 20 feet or 6 meters long and weigh up to 165 pounds or 75 kilograms. In the wild, they typically feed on mammals such as rodents, primates, pigs, and deer. They are not venomous. Instead, they kill their prey by constriction. They are ambush predators, lying in wait for an unsuspecting animal to come along. Then they use their super-fast reactions to strike, capturing the animal in its jaws before wrapping its body around it and squeezing it to death. In Indonesia, they are becoming a problem, particularly for people living in rural communities. Due to the fragmentation of their habitats, largely from deforestation to make way for oil palm plantations, the reticulated pythons have to travel across farmland in search for food. Workers in the fields have been targeted recently, and their colleagues or families find them sometimes wrapped in the coils of the snakes, or sometimes, shockingly, inside the snake itself once it has swallowed them whole. But despite the dangers these animals pose to humans, snake lovers the world over still handle them and enjoy doing so. Laura picked the huge python up off the floor and put it back in its tank. It was heavy. She lifted it up onto her shoulders and began walking back towards the open tank. But as she did so, the snake tightened its grip around her neck. Laura pulled at it slightly to loosen it, but the more she pulled, the more the snake tightened. It was incredibly strong, and Laura tried to move her head out from underneath it, but there was no room. Within a split second, the snake had coiled so tightly around Laura's neck that she couldn't free herself. She felt the pressure in her face rise as it squeezed tighter and tighter, its muscles constricting. Laura tried to twist its head, but she couldn't reach it. She clawed at its skin as the blood supply to her head was cut off from the rest of her body. The snake barely moved. Its unblinking eyes were fixed. Its shiny skin pooled around Laura's neck. She began to struggle to breathe. Her lips turned blue and her eyes bulged, and she knew she was in serious trouble. She couldn't scream. She couldn't reach her phone. Things were happening too fast, and within minutes, she felt herself become dizzy from lack of oxygen and blood supply to the brain. She knew she was about to pass out. Seconds later, she fell to the floor. The snake continued to asphyxiate her, even though she now lay motionless and unresponsive on the ground. Don looked out of his window that evening and noticed Laura's car in the driveway. He knew she usually checked the snakes on a Wednesday evening, and so he decided to pop over and see how she was doing. He opened the front door and called out to her. There was no reply. He walked through the menagerie and past the open tank. Then he stepped into the next room. There, lying on the floor, was Laura, and still wrapped around her neck was the 8-foot-long python. Don rushed to her side. The snake was wrapped loosely around Laura's neck, and so he pulled it off easily. He immediately called emergency services. When they arrived, they tried to revive Laura, but tragically, she was gone. Naturally, Don was in the firing line following Laura's death. What was he doing with so many snakes in his home? Did he have the necessary paperwork to legally house them all? It seems the licensing surrounding keeping reptiles in Indiana wasn't all that clear. The Indiana Department of Natural Resources doesn't regulate reticulated pythons because they are not a native species. They do, however, regulate venomous snakes and those that are considered endangered. But seeing as reticulated pythons are none of these, they do not require permits. Since 1978, there have been 18 known deaths by constricting snakes within the U.S. However, reptile enthusiasts claim that dogs do far more damage to people than snakes, causing serious injuries or deaths each year. It's only because an attack like Laura's is incredibly rare that it makes the headlines. Following the aftermath, town council members were keen to impose a new law on snakes in the state. It would ensure that people were made aware of who kept snakes and where they were kept for safety reasons and in case of an emergency. But Don could have been in more trouble if he was breeding the snakes to sell and hadn't registered the property as a business. None of these outcomes would bring back Laura, and it is unlikely they would have prevented this from happening in the first place. People with a passion for certain potentially dangerous animals know the risks they take. And, like with so many things, nobody ever believes it will happen to them. Until it does. Their day began with the innocent joy of visiting a farm and playing with animals. After their farm adventure, they returned to their friend's apartment, which was right above a reptile store called Reptile Ocean. The store was owned by Jean-Claude Savoie, and it was a place filled with fascinating reptiles and creatures that captured the boys' imagination. Jean-Claude Savoie was seen as someone who knew a lot about reptiles, and he seemed to take good care of them. Among the animals he had was a massive 13-foot African rock python, a snake that would become a part of a tragic story. This python had been found by the Canadian Wildlife Service years earlier, and they were trying to find it a new home. They initially wanted to send it to the Magnetic Hill Zoo in Moncton, but the zoo couldn't provide a suitable enclosure at the time. So Jean-Claude decided to take the snake in. Little did anyone know that this seemingly kind act would lead to a heartbreaking incident a decade later. Jean-Claude built a special glass tank for the python in his apartment, high above the reptile store. It was a tall tank that reached from the floor to the ceiling, where the snake could live. However, this decision would turn out to be a big mistake. You see, the province didn't allow people to keep pythons as pets, and Jean-Claude didn't have the right permits. This was his second critical error, and it would result in a terrible tragedy involving two innocent boys. On that fateful evening, after a day filled with play and laughter with Jean-Claude's son, Noah and Connor Barthe settled down for a night's rest in the living room of the apartment. Their young friend, blissfully unaware of the impending danger, slept soundly in his own bedroom. Little did they know that a deadly menace was lurking nearby, ready to shatter their peaceful night. In a chilling twist of fate, the massive rock python managed to escape its enclosure. With silent determination, it navigated the inner structures of its glass prison, ultimately reaching the lid. In a heart-stopping moment, the lid gave way, granting the serpent its freedom. With its flickering tongue and piercing eyes, the snake slithered across the room, its senses finely tuned. It was drawn to a high vent on the wall, an enticing scent guiding its path. Unbeknownst to anyone, Jean-Claude had removed the vent's filter cap a few days earlier, a seemingly innocent act that would prove to be the third fatal error in this tragic sequence of events. The snake cautiously inserted its head through the exposed opening, curiosity piqued by unfamiliar scents. What followed was a slow, methodical progression as the serpent made its way through the ventilation system that ran above the room where the two brothers lay in peaceful slumber. Silently, it navigated the narrow pipes, its sinuous body adapting to the cramped confines. But this formidable snake, weighing a staggering 45 kilograms or 100 pounds, and measuring 4.3 meters or 14 feet in length, posed a weight that the air ducts were never designed to support. Unbeknownst to the innocent brothers below, snugly nestled beside each other, the perilous countdown had begun. As the serpent hovered directly above the unsuspecting boys, the fragile ceiling panels in the ductwork finally gave way. The massive python plummeted downward, landing on top of the startled siblings with shocking force. Before they could fully comprehend the horrifying situation unfolding in the pitch-black room, the snake's powerful coils ensnared them, sealing their fate in an instant. The snake squeezed Connor and Noah really hard with its strong muscles. It bit them over and over, trying to control them. They screamed for help, but no one came. In just a few minutes, the snake's tight grip took their lives away. They couldn't breathe, and they started to fade and lose consciousness. Soon, they hung lifeless in the giant snake's hole. The next morning, when Jean-Claude checked on the boys, he knew something was very wrong. He rushed to where they lay. The ceiling had fallen on them, and they were pale. They had bite marks, bruises on their necks and chests, and blood oozing from their wounds. Panicked, Jean-Claude called their mom, who lived next door. Her partner rushed to help the boys, but it was too late. They called for help, but Jean-Claude was so scared that he had trouble explaining. When Jean-Claude opened the door to let the ambulance and police in, he was shaking and had blood on his hands. The snake was gone. The next day, the doctor said the snake had caused the brothers' deaths. Connor had many wounds, bruises, and bleeding in his neck muscles. Noah had bite marks all over his body. The doctors said they died because the snake squeezed their necks too hard. The snake was put to sleep, and a vet checked it. They found nothing strange about the snake, and it hadn't eaten for at least a day. But this raised a serious question. Was this a terrible accident or something more sinister? People had different opinions. Jim Harrison, the director of the Kentucky Reptile Zoo, said it was possible for a big snake to constrict both boys at once. He thought maybe the snake was attracted by the smell of the farm animals the boys played with that day. However, snake experts didn't agree. They said pythons don't usually attack like that. Even if it fell on the boys, it wouldn't immediately attack, as Jean-Claude suggested. Killing both boys without anyone hearing or seeing anything was almost impossible. This made it very suspicious. There was no evidence that the python tried to eat the boys, so it didn't seem like a normal predatory attack. Maybe the snake felt threatened after falling from the ceiling, but we'll never know for sure. When the police came to the apartment, Jean-Claude was outside, pacing back and forth. He had blood on his hands, but they couldn't tell if it was his or the boys'. If it was his, why was he bleeding? Did he try to fight the snake, or did he hurt himself on the ceiling? Or was there something else going on? At first, they thought it was a terrible accident, but 18 months later, in February 2015, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police arrested Jean-Claude, charging him with criminal negligence. However, a jury trial in November 2016 found him not guilty. Regardless of the verdict, a mother and father lost their two beloved boys that night. No matter what happens in court, they can never bring them back. Heartbreaking photos shared by the boys' mother, Mandy Tresserton, showed how happy they were in every picture. One photo in particular shows them cleaning the python's enclosure, both soaked and smiling. The brothers loved visiting their neighbor's house, where they enjoyed being around the reptiles. In the end, the courts ruled that it was a terrible accident, and they hoped others would learn from it. But nothing can ever bring those two boys back, and their loved ones will carry that pain forever. Dan Brandon was more than a snake enthusiast. He was a true herpetologist with an unbridled love for these fascinating creatures. Nestled in his Hampshire, England bedroom, he harbored not just a collection, but a genuine passion for his 10 snakes and 12 tarantulas. These animals weren't mere showpieces. They were his heart's delight. His fascination with reptiles took root at the tender age of 10, watching documentaries that held him spellbound. By 15, he welcomed his first snake into his life, and from there, his bedroom sanctuary evolved into a thriving menagerie. Despite the abundance of creatures, Dan cared for each one meticulously. Their tanks were state-of-the-art, and he fed them only the finest fare. Occasionally, he let them explore his bedroom, showcasing his expertise in herpetology. Among his beloved pets, Tiny held a special place in his heart. This 2.4-meter African rock python was a giant among snakes, capable of growing up to 4 meters or even more. Native to sub-Saharan Africa, these non-venomous behemoths typically feasted on everything from rodents and birds to monkeys, warthogs, antelopes, and yes, even crocodiles in the wild. To Dan, Tiny was like his baby, and he treated her that way. When he first got her, she could fit right in his hand. But as time passed, she grew and grew, and she eventually reached a whopping 8 feet in length, all muscle. Pythons don't just constrict anything they see. It takes a lot of effort, and they typically do it when they're planning to have a meal. They're pretty smart, and they can sense when the animal's heart stops, and that's when they loosen their grip. As Tiny grew in both girth and length, Dan couldn't help but notice her increasing strength. He had to change the way he handled her. Gone were the days of casually draping her around his neck like he did with his other snakes. It was just too risky. Although Tiny wasn't the type to squeeze him out of aggression, she sometimes wrapped herself around him, seeking warmth and comfort. But Dan knew better than to let her do that. He realized that if she ever coiled around him too tightly, he'd have to start peeling her off, starting with her tail. The potential danger was just too great. Then came that fateful day on August 25, 2017. Dan had just returned home from work. He worked as a landscaper. His usual routine was to head straight upstairs to change before coming back down. But on this evening, everything changed. Shortly after he went upstairs, there was an ominous thud that echoed through the house. Strangely, there were no cries or shouts from Dan afterward, which raised alarm bells for his parents. His dad decided to investigate. The details of the incident remain somewhat unclear, but it appears that Dan was handling Tiny as he normally did. He had draped her across his shoulders, and he lovingly stroked her silky smooth skin. Tiny, with her flickering tongue tasting the air, started to grip him a little tighter. Sensing potential danger, Dan began to gently pull her off. Then, for reasons unknown, Tiny suddenly coiled her muscular body around Dan. 8 feet of pure snake power pressed tightly against his body, crushing his blood vessels and restricting oxygen to his brain. In mere seconds, Dan began to feel faint, like he was about to pass out. And then it happened. The world plunged into darkness, and Dan slumped to the floor. Startled by the fall, Tiny quickly released her grip and slithered off. She found a corner of the room and curled up, leaving behind a scene of shock and terror. When Dan's dad cautiously pushed open the bedroom door and took in the alarming scene, his heart sank. There lay Dan, sprawled face down on the floor, and Tiny, his cherished python, was conspicuously absent from her tank. Panic seized him as he bellowed for Dan's mother to dial emergency services. She raced upstairs, joining the frantic effort to revive their son. But Dan remained unresponsive. 8 agonizing minutes later, paramedics arrived, their valiant efforts overshadowed by the grim reality. The 31-year-old Dan couldn't be saved. Meanwhile, Tiny had seemingly retreated to a corner of the room, her demeanor strangely tranquil. The events leading to Dan's tragic demise remained shrouded in mystery. The coroner's examination pointed to asphyxiation by the snake, but the hows and whys remained elusive. Oddly, there were no telltale marks around Dan's neck or chest. No bruises, no signs of trauma. However, snake expert and Professor Scott Boback brought a new perspective to the table. He challenged the conventional wisdom, asserting that constrictors like Tiny typically didn't dispatch their prey through asphyxiation. Rather, it was more often attributed to cardiac arrest. The 8-foot-long python, Boback explained, could swiftly restrict blood flow to Dan's brain, plunging him into unconsciousness and triggering cardiac arrest due to lack of oxygen and blood flow to the heart. As the investigation deepened, another snake expert and veterinarian named John Cooper joined the fray. His focus, Tiny's recently shed skin. A careful examination revealed no signs of struggle from Dan, no telltale fingernail marks hinting at a desperate fight for his life. With a cautious hand, John moved to gently lift Tiny and return her to the confines of her tank. But Tiny, still as spirited as ever, struck out defensively. It begged the question, could this seemingly unassuming python be responsible for Dan's untimely demise? The coroner, however, was hesitant to pin the blame on Tiny's aggression. Dan bore no bite marks on his body, a conspicuous absence if the snake had indeed launched a predatory assault, clamping her jaws onto him while constricting, which would typically leave a clear bite mark. The prevailing theory was that Tiny might have been displaying an eerie form of affection toward her owner. Yet reptiles aren't known to express affection as conventional pets do. Pythons, considered somewhat unpredictable, can develop bonds with their handlers, though distinct from the human-dog or human-cat connections. If not in a predatory mood, pythons might tighten their grip if they perceive a threat. A sudden movement by Dan, for instance, might have prompted Tiny's instinctual response, much like how they tighten their coils when a tree sways or a branch snaps in the wild, preventing a fall. Could it be that Tiny, if only momentarily, felt insecure and unwittingly hugged her beloved owner to the brink of death? There were faint signs of a rib fracture on one of Dan's ribs, possibly from Tiny's coiling. Months later, Dan's parents, struggling to manage the ever-growing python, made a poignant choice. Unable to put Tiny down despite her suspected involvement in their son's death, they decided to rehome her. Their choice led Tiny to the National Center for Reptile Welfare at Hadlow College in Tunbridge, Kent. In the end, the shadow of mystery still looms over the incident, and only Tiny knows the chilling secrets that unfolded that fateful evening in Dan's bedroom. Donnie Morrison was remembered by his classmates as a cheeky boy who was always the joker at school. Now at 68 years old, his former classmates could see that he hadn't changed a bit. A reunion had brought the men and women together 60 years later. They had lived a lifetime apart, but it also felt like just yesterday that some of them were sitting in the classrooms and walking the school grounds as they were now. Donnie was attending Kumala State School's 100th anniversary, along with hundreds of other people. He had fond memories of the place and was among many former pupils to attend the celebratory event. It took place on September 9, 2023. The school was situated 60 kilometers south of Mackay, on Queensland's north coast. It was surrounded by bush and cane farms in the rural and coastal town of Kumala. Donnie had never left the area. It was his hometown. He and his friend Lloyd Younger were socializing that evening when Lloyd suddenly felt something sharp on his ankle. He instinctively kicked his foot and looked down. There, attached to his leg, was a snake. But this wasn't just any snake. They believed that it was an eastern brown snake. Its body was shimmering, its glossy scales a beautiful brown-gray color, each scale outlined perfectly in a dark brown line. They could see its round, jet-black eyes, its muscular body as it gripped Lloyd's leg. Native to eastern and central Australia, as well as southern New Guinea, the snake is considered the second most venomous in the world after the inland taipan. It's widespread throughout the dry areas of Australia, and despite popular misconceptions, it's common in urban areas as well as the rural bush. Locals know the damage they can cause. The eastern brown snake is responsible for the most snakebite fatalities in Australia. Donnie knew he had to act fast to save his friend. With little regard for his own safety, he leapt into action. Talking to his friend to keep him calm, he slowly bent down closer to the snake. Lloyd was starting to panic as he knew the dangers from the eastern brown snake, but having his friend there was reassuring. Carefully, Donnie brought his hands around the back of the snake. When they were hovering just inches from the coiled reptile, he made a grab for it. But in the dusky light of the evening, he misjudged the movement of the snake's head, and it spotted Donnie's hands coming for it. The snakes are lightning fast, striking at 2 meters per second. Although this was a relatively slow strike speed for a snake, it was quick enough to catch Donnie. In a split second, it released its grip on Lloyd and whipped around. It bit down on Donnie's arm, and he let out a cry. But with the other hand, he managed to seize the reptile. He held firmly onto its long body. He could feel the power of its muscles in his hand. He rushed over to the edge of the lawn, carrying the writhing, wriggling snake with him. He wanted to get it as far away from the guest as possible. He held it out at arm's length whilst it struck at him repeatedly. He managed to avoid the strikes each time as he arched his body away from the deadly blows, but then it caught him once more on the chest before Donnie flung it into the undergrowth, away from others at the party. He instinctively rubbed his chest where the snake had delivered its bite. He turned around to see the celebration still going on the school field. He could hear the chatter of the crowd. He could see the familiar faces of his former classmates, and he walked back over. But he began to feel faint. He staggered back to Lloyd and collapsed on the ground by his feet. Those who saw him drop to the floor rushed to his side. Donnie clutched his chest. He could feel the venom surging through his bloodstream, his heart pumping the toxic substance to every corner of his body. His head was pounding. Sweat dripped from his brow. While 3 milligrams of the eastern brown snake's venom are enough to kill a man, the population of snakes in Queensland are known to produce 3 times that amount when they strike their prey. Donnie was in serious trouble. Anti-venom for the eastern brown snake has been around since 1956 and is effective at treating the victim, but that requires them to get to a medical center before their body gives in. Donnie was struggling to breathe. His breath came in short, sharp bursts. His chest felt like it was being squeezed, like a huge weight was pushing down on him. His vision became blurry, and he succumbed to the bite. Those by his side immediately rolled him on his back and began performing CPR. It was an immensely stressful scene for those who witnessed it. Emergency services were called, and when paramedics arrived, they performed CPR on Donnie for 30 minutes. They tried to restart his heart using a defibrillator, but nothing worked. He was gone. While Donnie couldn't be saved, there was still hope for Lloyd. A helicopter was called in, and he was airlifted to McKay Base Hospital, around 60 kilometers north of the school. He arrived in time and was treated for the snake bite. He was released from the hospital the following day. The celebratory event had come crashing to a devastating end. It was shut down and everyone dispersed, feeling a sense of shock and loss. What was supposed to be an enjoyable evening, months in the making, had turned into a tragedy as Kumala lost one of its own. As word spread of Donnie's accident and untimely death, it made news headlines. It seemed he was yet another Australian who had fallen victim to the eastern brown snake. He had become a statistic, adding to the 1 or 2 deaths caused by that species of snake every year in Australia. But there was more to it than that. Although there were visible bites from the snake on his arm and his chest, the coroner recorded no venom found in his body. He had been bitten, there was no doubt about that, but eastern brown snakes are reported as delivering dry bites 80% of the time. This is where the snake bites the victim, but does not inject venom. In some snakes, this can be due to a failure on the snake's part from it feeling unwell, having damaged or empty venom glands, or misjudging the distance to the prey and missing altogether. But when a dry bite is delivered on purpose, as is often the case with eastern brown snakes, they do so as a warning. When they bite defensively, there is no need to inject venom. The strike alone can repel the threat. It seems that not only Donnie received a dry bite, but so did Lloyd. The snake was sending them a warning. Lloyd may have inadvertently stumbled or stepped on the snake. It was hidden in the grass in the fading light of the evening. Instinctively and defensively, it lashed out, striking Lloyd's ankle and lashing on with its body. It wasn't trying to capture any prey, and it wasn't acting aggressively, so there was no need for the use of venom. So what happened to Donnie if the snake didn't inject its venom into him? A full report on his death has not yet been released, but it's believed that he suffered a cardiac arrest due to some unknown underlying health condition. His heart attack may have been triggered by the fear he felt while dealing with one of the most venomous snakes in the world, but it was not as a direct result of the venom itself. Following Donnie's death, his family made a heartfelt statement thanking those who rushed to his aid. They offered support to those who tried to revive him and to those who witnessed the traumatic event. They said that Donnie had been a popular member of the Kumala community and would be missed by many people. The long holiday weekend in May was something Oliver Baker and his family were looking forward to. It was a chance to relax at their holiday home at Alabama's Lewis Smith Lake. They had also recently bought a puppy who joined them on their trip. Oliver worked in water quality control for the city of Northport in Alabama. He had grown up in the Birmingham area and remained relatively local ever since. At 52 years old, he was much loved by all who knew him. He always went out of his way to make people feel welcome or to help somebody in need. He was a role model for his two young sons. While the family was inside their Smith Lake house in Walker County, Oliver opened the back door and stepped outside onto the stone patio. Their holiday home looked out over Smith Lake, which is a reservoir and the largest lake in Alabama. It's also considered one of the cleanest lakes with a rich diversity of wildlife. Deer, fox, raccoons, groundhogs, and chipmunks all frequent the surrounding woodland, and so do copperhead snakes. The copperhead is common and widespread across eastern North America. It's a species of pit viper, a venomous snake that possesses a pit organ, which allows the snakes to see in infrared. They can detect their prey in even the darkest of places. The heat radiated from the animal's body is a dead giveaway. Nothing they can do will stop the copperhead from sensing their whereabouts and homing in on their prey. Despite their venom and their infrared detecting abilities, copperheads are rarely dangerous to humans. The bites can be painful, but the venom is the least potent of all pit vipers, with a lethal dose being around 100 milligrams. It usually causes swelling at the site and intense throbbing and nausea, but is rarely fatal unless the person suffers an allergic reaction. They can control the amount of venom they inject at the time of a strike. Sometimes they don't inject any venom at all, known as a dry bite. These bites, as well as low-dose bites, serve as a warning to potential threats. Oliver had decided to take their Labrador puppy for a walk on that Friday. The countryside surrounding their home was a perfect place to enjoy the fresh air and scenery. They had walked around the lakeside multiple times before, looking out over the water and seeing the many different bird species that frequented the lake. But as he stepped outside the back door, he failed to notice something coiled up on the patio. It was a copperhead, camouflaged against the stone. Oliver looked out over the lake, not watching where he was putting his feet. The puppy trotted over the patio and down toward the water. As Oliver followed the puppy, he suddenly felt something sharp strike him. He immediately jumped and looked down by his feet. He was shocked to see a copperhead lying on the hard stone patio. It had been soaking up the heat from the stone, keeping its body warm, keeping its body active. It had been drawn to the sunny patch from the surrounding woodland. The pain from the strike immediately began searing around the bite site. Oliver quickly rushed indoors and called out to his family. he instantly felt an intense burning sensation and an incredible throbbing that radiated throughout his body. The pain was indescribable. The copperhead had injected venom into his flesh, and it was now surging through his body, working its way through his blood vessels to all his major organs and muscles. Every fiber in his body ached. He knew he needed help right away. Oliver's family came rushing to his aid. He told them that he had been bitten by a copperhead snake. He had identified it correctly, and one of his sons ran outside to the patio. There, still coiled up in the corner, was the coppery brown snake. It eyed Oliver's son, its head raised off its coils as its forked tongue flicked in and out of its mouth, smelling the air, sensing for danger. His son ran back inside and back to his father's side. Within a couple of minutes, Oliver was clutching his chest and having difficulty breathing. This was not a normal reaction. He was having a very severe reaction to the snake bite. His wife called the emergency services, and then Oliver collapsed on the floor of their home. He stopped breathing. Immediately, the family began CPR on him. Most people who are bitten by copperheads live to tell the tale. They aren't typically aggressive snakes and only strike people when they feel threatened and defensive. If somebody steps on or near them, then they are most likely to strike. Although nobody knows for sure, this is what likely happened to Oliver. Their bites are notoriously painful, and sometimes people can lose a finger or toe if that's where the snake has bitten them. If there are concerning symptoms, then it's always advised to seek medical attention. Anti-venom can be very costly in the U.S. if the victim doesn't have medical insurance. Incredibly, a single vial can cost upwards of $11,000, with a typical patient initially requiring between 4 and 6 vials. But around 50% of copperhead bites are dry or inject minimal venom, not requiring any medical treatment. But Oliver hadn't received a dry bite, and there wasn't any anti-venom on hand. It had been less than a few minutes since the bite, and Oliver had lost consciousness. He lay unresponsive on the floor while his family continued to breathe for him. Finally, the paramedics showed up, and his 2 young sons and wife watched on helplessly as he was driven away in an ambulance. He was rushed to a local school playing field where they waited for a helicopter to arrive. But Oliver wasn't considered stable enough to fly by chopper to University of Alabama at Birmingham Hospital. Instead, the ambulance drove him to a Jasper hospital where they fought to stabilize him. Finally, the decision was made to airlift him to Huntsville because there weren't any available beds at the hospital. He remained in critical condition over the weekend. It was touch and go whether he would make it. His family just had to hope and pray that he would pull through. But his organs began shutting down, and despite doctors' best efforts, he began losing the fight. In a tragic turn of events, he died in Huntsville Hospital 3 days later on Memorial Day. He never regained consciousness after the snake bite. Oliver's death was a huge shock for the family. What had begun as an enjoyable trip for the holiday weekend had ended in tragedy. Oliver had otherwise been fit and well, and copperhead bites aren't usually considered fatal. Tragically, Oliver had suffered an extreme allergic reaction to the snake venom. He had succumbed to the bite within minutes, his body shutting down after experiencing anaphylactic shock. Between 7,000 and 8,000 people are bitten by snakes every year in the United States. Most of those are survivable, with just 5 people dying from them. Although the copperhead is the snake that tends to bite the most people, around 95% of the snakebite fatalities in the U.S. are caused by rattlesnakes. While most religious people attend church to pray, sing, and be thankful for all that is good in the world, other services offer something different: snakes. And it's not as uncommon as you might think. At 42 years old, Pastor Jamie Coots had 2 passions in life. One was to preach the good word of the Bible, and the other was handling snakes. While most of his services involved singing, preaching, testifying, and praying, occasionally he combined his 2 passions and brought his pet snakes into the church. Snake handling of this kind is considered a misdemeanor offense by law, but it's rarely enforced out of respect for religious freedoms. But handling deadly snakes and assuming that through preaching about the Lord will afford you immunity is a dangerous thing to believe in. Jamie's religious beliefs were so strong that he truly believed that the Lord would protect him against all harm. And for 22 years, he seemed to be right. It seemed that the Lord was shining down on him. Although he was a third-generation snake handler and grew up around the animals, luck, or perhaps his faith, was about to run out. He had been bitten 9 times by rattlesnakes and had rejected medical intervention each and every time. The power of the Lord would protect him, and that is all that he needed. While some prayed for his speedy recovery, Jamie's positive mental attitude and strong faith pulled him through each time. But those bites he had sustained weren't without their problems. One bite in 1993 nearly killed him, and he lost part of his finger to another bite in 1998. But at least he survived them, for now. Preaching using serpents is a unique and mysterious Christian sect. Some words from the Bible referring to immunity from snakes have been taken literally. During the services, Christians who feel empowered by God place their hands into boxes and stroke or pick up venomous snakes, believing that they will not be harmed. The pastors don't worship the snakes. Instead, they use them to convince non-Christians that God protects them from harm. There are about 125 snake-handling churches across the United States, and the species used range from rattlesnakes, cottonmouths, and copperheads. The majority of these churches are situated in the Appalachia region of the eastern states. On Saturday, February 15, 2014, Jamie was preaching in the Full Gospel Tabernacle in Jesus' Name in Kentucky. It was a church that was founded by his grandfather in 1978. Prior to his life in the church, Jamie primarily worked as a truck driver for a mine. His fascination with snakes started at a young age, but it wasn't until he was 23 that he was considered a snake handler. When he became a pastor, he began touring to different churches, taking with him his beloved snakes. At his own church, he increased the number of snakes he used in the services, and he also increased the proportion of those with lethal potential. He was dicing with death. His practices were well known, as he had been featured in a National Geographic documentary called Snake Salvation, which focused on the unusual way of teaching the Bible. This only added to interest in his form of preaching, and people traveled from far and wide to witness his services. But his practices had had severe consequences before. Back in 1995, one member of the congregation, a 28-year-old woman, stepped forward to handle one of the rattlesnakes. She truly believed that she would be protected from the reptile's venom by God. As she reached out to handle the snake, it recoiled momentarily before striking her. It sank its fangs into her arm, and she cried out in alarm. Even with the searing pain growing more intense, the woman still believed that she would make it. She did not fear death. Instead, she knew that God was with her, and she was carried back to Jamie's house, where she lay on his couch as the venom took hold. Other members of the congregation joined her, standing around her praying as she lay there growing weaker and weaker. Hours later, she died. Despite tragedies like this, Jamie continued to use the practice of snake handling in his churches. He seemed to be above the law. Regardless of the fact that it was his snake that killed the woman, or that he had preached that it was safe to handle the snakes for those who truly embrace God, Jamie was never held accountable. He was initially charged in connection with the death, but the judge decided not to pursue it. Years after that tragic incident, Jamie was arrested in 2008. He was accused of illegally trafficking snakes. His obsession with the reptiles was not only getting others into trouble, but now he was picked up by officers for disobeying the law. Later, Jamie acquired the permits he needed to transport snakes across the states. Now, as he conducted his service in February 2014, he held up 3 different rattlesnakes. He loved the way they moved and their beautiful coloration and skin patterns. As he held his favorite snake in his hands, the congregation enthralled by the spectacle, danger was just moments away. He loved the feeling of handling the dangerous snakes. He knew that a single bite could kill him, and yet he never felt afraid. It was the power of his faith and his belief that everything would be all right that kept his fear at bay. But perhaps he was blinded by his faith. Perhaps it was foolhardy to invite members of the congregation to risk their lives to prove that God was protecting them. As he held his favorite snake out in front of him, it suddenly wheeled around and bit Jamie on his right hand. He instinctively withdrew his hand. About 25% of rattlesnake bites are dry bites, meaning that no venom is injected when the animal bites you. Maybe the previous 9 bites Jamie had received were dry, and that's how he survived. As a small amount of blood trickled down the back of his hand, it was clear that the snake had pierced his skin and likely injected venom. But Jamie remained calm in front of his audience. He retreated to his home, believing that, like the previous times, he would be spared by the good Lord. But the venom was coursing through his body, eating away at his tissues and cells. Blood began leaking from his vessels. The clotting mechanism was impaired. Just like a cat, it appeared that Jamie only had 9 lives. He had boasted about surviving the previous bites, but it seemed that on this 10th occasion, his body couldn't handle it. Jamie felt lightheaded and dizzy as he lay down on his sofa, trying to remain calm. The toxic mixture of proteins and enzymes inside the venom acted to subdue the victim. Some began digesting his internal organs. Others began affecting the beating of his heart. He was moments away from death. Emergency services had been alerted by a member of the congregation, but when they arrived at Jamie's property, the family refused to let them treat him. Even as Jamie lost consciousness, they still believed that he would come back to them. The anti-venom was tantalizingly close. Just a single shot or an IV drip, and he may have made it, but it wasn't to be. Just 2 hours after receiving the toxic bite, Jamie took his last breath. His family watched on as the man they loved, respected, and looked up to passed away right before their eyes. Now, Jamie's son, Cody Coots, has taken over being pastor at the Full Gospel Tabernacle in Jesus' name. And just like his father, he too is preaching alongside the handling of venomous serpents. Will history repeat itself? When you kiss your children goodbye as they leave for school each morning, you don't for 1 minute expect it to be the last time. But that is exactly what happened to 17-year-old Melody Chiputura's parents in Zimbabwe on January 12, 2023. Melody was a Form 6 pupil at Rushinga High School in Mashonaland. Situated in northern Zimbabwe, the region largely consists of rolling hills, river valleys, and is bordered by the Zambezi River. She was a dedicated individual who took her education seriously. Whenever there were events at the school, she would help out with the cooking and catering. She was expected to do very well in her advanced level exams, but that Thursday afternoon in January was to be her last. Not long back from the festivities of the holiday season, the students were getting back into the swing of things as the school day wore on. As was usual on Thursday afternoon, Melody and her classmates were outside playing sports. Their shouts and laughter traveled across the school playing fields. But something was drawn to the school grounds that afternoon. Perhaps vibrations through the ground of children playing. Perhaps a particular smell, promising prey nearby. It was a silent killer. One of the most feared snakes in Africa, the black mamba. So called for the black inside of its mouth, these snakes contain enough venom to kill 6 fully grown men with a single bite. They can grow up to 9 feet long. Although they are shy of humans and try to avoid conflict, they are also known to be naturally aggressive snakes, unafraid of striking if something or someone comes too close. They seem to have no fear. And although there is an anti-venom available, it is a race against time to receive treatment, as some people are dead within 45 minutes of a black mamba bite, and all within 16 hours if left untreated. A black mamba hatches from its egg with around 2 to 3 drops of venom in each of its fangs. As an adult, that increases to as much as 12 to 20 drops. However, just 2 drops of venom is enough to kill a human. But the school wasn't in typical black mamba habitat. They prefer long grass or sugarcane fields where they can hunt for small rodents and birds in the undergrowth. The school's grass was cut short. There was no overgrown brush near the school. Even so, a deadly black mamba made its way onto the school field. The loud shouting and noise coming from the sports ground must have frightened the snake inside. Silently, it slid up the concrete steps and in through the school doors. The school was quiet and calm. The snake worked its way down the corridors and into an empty classroom. The people of Zimbabwe are no strangers to the dangers of black mambas. Only 5 months before, 3 members of the same family were struck down by a black mamba in a mountainous region of the country. None of them survived. In Africa, most deaths caused by snake bites are attributed to the Cape cobra and the black mamba. Most of the time, the bites occur in the rural regions where healthcare is limited and transport can be slow. Antivenom is essential to treat the victim and is the difference between life and death. It was nearing the end of the day. Melody and the other students had finished their sports and made their way inside to their classrooms to be dismissed for the day. It was just before 4 p.m., just before home time, when Melody would walk back to her house and greet her parents like she did every day. But today was not like any other day. She didn't notice a dark gray reptile on the floor near her chair. It was lying still until its head began to rise up from the rest of its body. It could see the students piling into the classroom, and its instincts began to kick in. Its defensive and aggressive killer instincts. Melody dutifully sat down, waiting for the teacher to come in and dismiss the class. As she sat down, she felt a sharp, needle-like pain on her thigh. She looked down, and to her horror, she stared right into the face of a black mamba, its black eyes looking up at her as its head was raised 2 feet off the floor. Its mouth was agape, showing its deathly black mouth. Its tongue flicked in and out, and it hissed menacingly. Melody screamed, crying out that she had been bitten by a snake. Her fellow pupils turned to see the black mamba raised to strike again. They leapt out of the windows, screaming as they did so. Staff rushed to the scene and inspected Melody. Within 5 minutes, Melody was already on the way to Rishinga Medical Clinic. The snake was definitely a black mamba. Nobody could mistake it for anything else. Everyone knew it, and everyone knew that time was of the essence. If Melody had any chance of survival, she needed antivenom right away. The venom was now coursing through her body, working its way to the central nervous system. Her thundering heart, pounding in her chest from the panic and fear that gripped her, only accelerated the toxicity of the venom. There was nothing anybody could do to slow down the diffusion of the toxin. At first, Melody felt a tingling sensation in her thigh, where the snake had bitten her. It spread throughout her leg and into her other limbs. Very quickly, her breathing became labored, and her body began shutting down. The black mamba's venom works by affecting the transmission across the motor end plate of nerves. This stops messages from crossing from the nerves to the muscles, essentially causing paralysis. This means the muscles involved in breathing and in keeping the heart beating cease to function, and the victim dies from cardiac and/or respiratory failure. Cardiac and respiratory support can be applied to keep the victim alive while the muscles are otherwise paralyzed. Antivenom is administered intravenously, as uptake from a muscular injection is considered too slow. Melody's parents were called while she was en route to the medical clinic. She was rushed through the doors, and her parents arrived just 20 minutes after Melody had been bitten. They brought with them an herbal healer, someone they hoped could save their daughter's life. But herbs weren't going to fight off the toxicity of black mamba venom, one of the most potent toxins known to man. The local Chimhanda hospital was also called by the school, and the doctors told them to bring her there straight away, along with the snake if it had been killed successfully. Positive identification was paramount to administer the correct antidote, but Melody didn't have a chance at receiving any antivenom. She never made it to the hospital, and she died just 30 minutes after being struck in her classroom. It is still unclear exactly what the snake was doing in the school building, as the grounds were so far away from its typical habitat. There was a report that a villager had earlier spotted the snake in the local community and had attacked it. The snake then slithered off and found refuge in the relatively quiet school classroom. It was a very hot day, too, with some suggesting that the snake was seeking the coolness of the building as it sheltered from the heat outdoors. Everyone was in shock, for somebody who was so active and alert just minutes before, who was now lying deceased, was a terrible tragedy. Melody's father, Joseph Chiputura, who serves as a ZANU-PF counselor in Rishinga, said that she had high aspirations and hoped to be a psychologist one day, but it was not to be. Ever since he was a boy, William Marty Martin was fascinated with snakes, specifically timber rattlesnakes. In fact, at just 13 years old, he made an incredible discovery while exploring the Bull Run Mountains in West Virginia. He came across a population of timber rattlers that had never been documented before. He managed to convince Dr. Leslie Berger, a professional herpetologist, to travel out to the area to confirm his finding. His fascination with the snakes continued through his childhood, and at the age of 17, he became a founding member of the Virginia Herpetological Society. Although William's hobby as an amateur herpetologist was paused while he served as a paratrooper in the Vietnam War, he soon continued with his reptile studies when he returned home. He then completed a degree in biology from the University of South Florida. As he grew up, he remained close to the Bull Run Mountains and continued to log his findings, contributing significantly to rattlesnake research and providing comprehensive reports on the snake's population sizes. He knew how to handle the venomous snakes safely, but during his work, he was bitten more than once. Each time, the pain began searing at the site of the bite and spread throughout his body. He grew weak and felt lightheaded and knew it was time to seek urgent medical attention. It's recommended that victims from rattlesnake bites receive antivenom within 30 minutes of being bitten, but this is not always possible, especially as many bites take place in remote locations. Within 6 hours, local tissue death is likely to occur, but trouble breathing can occur much sooner. Incidences like being bitten never put William off continuing to study the snakes. If anything, it made him more determined to educate people about them and to try and change people's perceptions. He was made of tough stuff, and despite his small stature, he had an almost unrivaled resilience, which served him well during his escape from a Colombian prison after being falsely imprisoned. William's reptile work was all done independently. He conducted the research through his genuine interest and love for the animals. He was not affiliated with any university or research unit. Instead, he secured small grants along the way to fund his work, and had always preferred to follow a more natural research route, such as that of earlier explorers. He traveled to Africa, Asia, and South America studying venomous snakes. He even appeared alongside Steve Irwin on one of his crocodile hunter episodes, showing Steve the timber rattlers he knew so well. But handling snakes all the time, some would argue that, although they are not typically aggressive snakes, his luck would eventually run out. Timber rattlers are a type of pit viper. Although they are venomous, they rarely inflict harm on humans because they are so shy, often slithering away as soon as they detect people nearby. Even when they are accidentally stepped on, they tend not to bite as they prefer to conserve their venom for prey. Being able to find timber rattlesnakes to document their movements and population numbers is no easy feat, as they are considered elusive and are listed as endangered in Virginia. Similarly, climbing the trails throughout the Bull Run Mountains Preserve can be challenging. But when you're in your 80s, those things become even more impressive. More recently, he documented the effects of climate change and human encroachment on the populations. Throughout much of the year, he trekked through the wilderness in search for the elusive species. Although William had turned 80, age didn't seem to slow him down. He still loved his rattlesnakes, and he still continued his work. He regularly trekked up into the mountains to some of the most remote places to find the snakes. The previous year, at the age of 79, he trekked for more than 7 hours in a single day to search for the snakes, and came home without having found any. Usually, though, he would find them, and he would make his counts and record the numbers. Occasionally, he was accompanied by the preserve's manager, Joe Villari, who by his own admission often struggled to keep up with the 80-year-old. But with old age sometimes comes vulnerability. Although physical and mental strength go a long way to staying active, sometimes age is against you, regardless of what you do to try and counteract that. Despite large numbers of rattlesnakes in North America, spreading from Texas to New England, fatalities from bites are rare. The species is one of about 30 venomous snakes living in the U.S. Although almost 3,000 snake bites are reported every year, venomous snake bites account for only around 5 deaths each year, and these are typically in the very young, the very old, or those with weakened immune systems. On August 2, 2022, William was at home in Harpers Ferry, West Virginia. By now, he was considered a leading authority on timber rattlesnakes and was widely known across the herpetology community. He was about as experienced as they come when it came to venomous snakes. At home, he had a captive timber rattler. That morning, as William went to handle the snake, disaster struck. He picked the snake up as he had done so many times before. The snake was agitated, and something spooked it. And rattlesnakes can strike at 6.5 miles per hour. This might not sound like much, but when you consider the short distance they cover with a single strike, they can lunge up to 3 feet in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, William's pet snake lunged forward and struck him. It was so rapid that William didn't have time to react. He immediately lowered the snake back into the tank and inspected the bite. 2 small puncture wounds were just visible on William's skin. Some blood trickled out of the wound, a sure sign that he had been struck. But was this a venomous bite or a dry bite? Venomous snakes can sometimes deliver dry bites, on average around 25% of the time. This is when they bite, but they don't inject any venom. They can serve as a warning bite without the lethal effect. But William's bite, unfortunately, wasn't a dry one. The tingling sensation around the injury grew. It was a feeling that he was familiar with, though one which he knew meant needed medical attention. He called out for his wife of 16 years, Gwen Miller, and she came immediately. At his age, it was a worry for Gwen to witness, and she drove William to the nearest hospital, where he was admitted for treatment. Although it seemed like a routine procedure that William had been through before and come out on the other side unharmed, this time something was different. Things took a turn for the worse. As the venom began coursing through William's body, it began to destroy tissues and targeted organs. William's vision became blurred, and although he received anti-venom in a timely manner, his breathing became labored. Doctors continued to treat him throughout the night, but complications arose and he became weaker. His wife and daughters were called, and they sat by his bedside during his final moments. William died the day after being bitten by his captive timber rattlesnake. Tributes poured in as the news of his passing spread. Stories were told of the incredible man he was and how he survived some truly challenging situations while traveling abroad and serving in the U.S. Armed Forces. However, although he lived a long and adventurous life with many incredible travel tales, he was still sorely missed by his friends and family. Many people develop a fascination with the natural world and all its creatures. 49-year-old David Riston was a snake fanatic, but it wasn't known just how far his obsession with the animals had gone until one day a concerned neighbor called the police out to his property. Nobody had seen or heard from David for more than 24 hours, which was unusual for him, so his neighbor went and paid him a visit. As they peered through the window, they could see David lying on the floor, not moving. They banged on the door, but David didn't flinch. It was the evening of January 19, 2022, when police officers turned up at David's property in Pomfret, Maryland. When officers arrived, they immediately broke down the door and stormed the house. They found David lying on the floor. At first, it was assumed he had suffered a heart attack or something similar. But what had happened? The officers were about to find out, although it threw up more questions than answers. David began collecting snakes when he was younger. What began as a hobby turned into something much more. He was fascinated by every tiny detail. He considered himself an expert, poring over snake books and facts. Over the years, his snake collection grew. To allow him to keep pet snakes, he secured a captive reptile and amphibian permit in Maryland. It allowed him to keep certain snakes on his property. But what officers found when they entered his house that day was something that they had never seen before. As they made their way through the house, they came across walls of tanks and cages, all placed on shelves and racks, stacked on top of each other. They covered most of the house. Inside them were snakes, and lots of them. Each of them was housed in meticulously kept tanks. When experts arrived, they were able to identify the snakes, and incredibly, they counted 124 of them in total. A Charles County Sheriff's Office spokesperson said that their chief animal control officer, who had been working in the role for 30 years, had never come across anything like it before. The sheer number of snakes was extraordinary, and it didn't take a genius to work out that David may have fallen victim to any one of his venomous snakes. Despite the large number of snakes, it was clear that David cared for them well. Their tanks were spotlessly clean, and all the animals were well fed. David must have spent a fortune on feeding them and providing adequate housing, including running the electricity day and night to keep their tanks warm. He knew what he was doing when it came to keeping them, but even an expert can make a mistake, and this time it cost him his life. It was incredible that nobody had any idea that David was keeping that many reptiles on his property. He had kept it a secret from his neighbors and friends. And that's not all. Most of the snakes were exotic and highly venomous. In fact, David's permit did not allow him to keep half of the snakes he had there. One large tank housed a 14-foot Burmese python. Not a venomous snake, but one which could easily constrict a full-grown man if it was hungry or felt threatened. But the enormous python was the least of the inspector's worries. Inside David's house were some of the most venomous snakes in the world. Among them were spitting cobras, king cobras, black and green mambas, and rattlesnakes. Any one of these could have delivered a bite that would have killed David. A tiny error in judgment on David's part, or one of the snakes suddenly feeling threatened, would have caused it to strike out. Most likely, David would have had time to call for help before succumbing to the toxins, but maybe there was a reason he didn't want to make that call. Maybe he thought he would be able to recover from the bite without medical intervention, or perhaps he didn't want emergency services to discover all the reptiles he kept at home. In Maryland, it's illegal to possess venomous snakes, so David could have been in trouble with the law if they had found out about his hobby. As it turns out, he found himself in a whole lot more trouble that day. When the coroner conducted the autopsy, it was indeed concluded that David had died from a venomous bite, but it was not specified which toxin was found inside his system. There were no details released to the public following the coroner's report. There were so many questions still surrounding the suspicious death, but in the end, it was ruled an accident by the chief medical examiner. Although looking after such fascinating creatures was clearly an enjoyable hobby for David, it ultimately cost him his life. In a split second, the snake had struck out and delivered the lethal dose. If it had directly pierced an artery near the head or chest, then the action of the venom can be much more rapid than if the extremity of a limb was struck. Within his collection, David possessed a spitting cobra. There are several different species of spitting cobra, each of them having the unique ability to spit their venom from their fangs. They do this as a defensive tactic when they feel threatened. Spitting cobras actively direct their venom at the animal's face and eyes, with the purpose of blinding the potential threat so that they can get away. They can hit a target more than 6 feet or 2 meters away. However, as well as spraying their venom, spitting cobras can also inject it, much like other venomous snakes. This is how they kill their prey. Typically, the venom that is injected rather than sprayed is delivered in a greater volume. Anyone with underlying health conditions can fall victim to a spitting cobra bite. However, despite the neurotoxic and cytotoxic properties of their venom, spitting cobras rarely cause human fatalities. But David had far more lethal snakes in his collection. The black mamba is Africa's most feared snake. It's regarded as highly aggressive, lightning fast, and capable of delivering venom that can kill a man within minutes. Without antivenom, a human will most likely die after being bitten by a black mamba because the venom is so potent. After 10 minutes, severe symptoms tend to present themselves. There was no mention made publicly by the coroner whether any puncture wounds were found on David. Black mambas often bite multiple times in quick succession. Following tingling of the bite site, neurological signs begin to take hold. Very rapidly, the victim can lose consciousness, and typically they develop respiratory failure, quickly followed by cardiac arrest. Most of the symptoms occur within 45 minutes of being bitten, and typically the victim dies between 7 and 15 hours later if no medical treatment is administered. Could Africa's most feared snake have been responsible for David's death? Nobody knows for sure. With many venoms possessing a similar concoction of enzymes and having similar effects on their victims, it isn't necessarily possible to determine exactly which snake's venom was to blame. So what happened to all those snakes at the house? Expert and licensed snake handlers were brought in to transport them out of the state. The non-venomous snakes were reportedly taken to Virginia, while the venomous snakes were transported to North Carolina. On May 27, 2019, 62-year-old Priscilla Meredith was gardening at her home in Brunswick, near the Georgia coast. Originally from West Virginia, she had lived more than 30 years in Brunswick. She was born with a green hand, always admiring flowers and the natural beauty around her. Priscilla was married to her husband Timothy and had 2 daughters and a son. She was also blessed with 5 grandchildren and 2 great-grandchildren and loved spending time with her family. But at a time in her life when she should have been enjoying retirement and the freedom it offers, Priscilla's life was tragically cut short. After a morning in the garden, she and her sister were collecting up their gardening tools and some stepping stones when Priscilla went to sit down. She hadn't noticed that right beside her was a timber rattlesnake. It was camouflaged among the shrubbery, and it lay coiled and poised. Danger was just inches away. Common throughout the eastern United States, timber rattlesnakes, also known as canebrake rattlesnake or banded rattlesnake, are considered North America's most dangerous snake. It's relatively large, has long fangs, and a high venom yield. However, the antivenom is extremely effective and saves many lives each year. Around 8,000 people are bitten by rattlesnakes every year in the U.S., with only around 12 individuals dying. That's a 0.15% fatality rate. On top of that, timber rattlesnakes are not considered aggressive snakes and often brumate or enter a state of dormancy during the colder months. This means that although they can deliver a deadly bite, contact with humans isn't that common. But all it takes is one encounter, and you could be in serious trouble. There are thought to be more than 100,000 adult timber rattlers in the U.S. They are widespread snakes, however, their numbers do seem to be in decline. Hunting and collecting the snakes, vehicle strikes, and habitat loss have all contributed to this. They don't start breeding until they're around 7 years old, and females only produce offspring every 2 to 3 years. So population declines take considerable time to re-establish if they fall for some reason. As Priscilla leaned back and lowered herself to the ground, she came within inches of the snake. Suddenly, it struck out and Priscilla leapt up. She had felt the sharp pain as the fangs pierced her skin. She wheeled around and looked down at the spot on the ground. There, lying hidden among the vegetation, was a timber rattler. Its yellowish-brown body was patterned with dark brown crossbands. Immediately, her sister grabbed her and walked her away from the snake before inspecting the wound. Priscilla tried to keep calm, but her heart was thumping loudly in her chest. The snake had given her a fright. Neither she nor her sister had heard the typical warning sound of a snake's rattle, nor had the snake hissed or raised itself up slightly in a threat display. Instead, the 2 women had been completely oblivious to it, and now Priscilla was in very real danger. There was always a chance that the rattlesnake had delivered a dry bite. In about 25% of venomous snake bites, no venom is delivered, serving only as a warning to the intruder or threat. But it didn't take long before the area around the 2 puncture wounds began to tingle, and Priscilla knew she needed urgent medical attention right away. This definitely wasn't a dry bite. Although rattlesnake bites rarely cause death, that's largely down to the administration of antivenom, without which victims are likely to die. Treatment would ensure Priscilla made a full and speedy recovery. Her husband Timothy rushed her to a Southeast Georgia Health Systems hospital. When she arrived, the ER doctor on call assessed Priscilla's wound. Then, instead of giving the 62-year-old the much-needed antivenom, he called the Georgia Poison Control Helpline. This was standard practice for the hospital in that situation. However, Priscilla was about to be failed by the very people who were paid to look after her. The so-called experts on the other end of the phone told the doctor not to give the antivenom unless there was swelling and bruising around the bite site. When the doctor inspected Priscilla's wound again, there were no signs of swelling or bruising, but she knew that she was beginning to feel the effects of the venom. The doctor reassured her that they would monitor her symptoms, but she did not need the antivenom. By now, Priscilla was displaying textbook symptoms of being envenomated. She developed nausea and breathing problems, and her organs were being affected. All she needed was the antivenom, but doctors withheld it from her. The venom was now coursing through her body. The toxic enzymes were breaking down the internal tissues. The venom from timber rattlesnakes specifically has been shown to induce myokymia, an involuntary quivering of muscles or muscle fibers in localized areas. While Priscilla struggled with the overwhelming toxicity of the rattlesnake venom, doctors simply treated her symptoms rather than the obvious cause. Even when Priscilla went into cardiac arrest, the emergency staff failed to treat her for a toxic snake bite and were convinced her rapid deterioration wasn't linked to the rattlesnake. Miraculously, the medical team managed to bring Priscilla back. It was the hope her family needed. There was a chance that she would make it. She was surrounded by a medical team that should have known what they were doing. She was placed into a medically induced coma and put on a ventilator to help her body recover, but her body struggled to fight off the toxicity of the venom. She had had a bad allergic reaction to the snake bite, which made it hard for her to overcome the effects of the poison. As her kidneys began failing, functioning at less than 30%, she received daily dialysis to keep her going, but the outlook was bleak. Initially, the doctors were hopeful that Priscilla would recover, even if it meant a long, hard road. But it was not to be. As the days passed by, Priscilla never recovered from the bite and very sadly died weeks afterwards. It was a direct consequence of severe medical negligence, and her husband was outraged at the lack of professional care Priscilla received. He and the rest of her family believed that Priscilla could have been saved had she been treated for the rattlesnake bite when she first arrived at the hospital. Timothy filed a lawsuit against Southeast Georgia Health System's Brunswick campus, Atlanta's Grady Memorial Hospital, and Emory University, along with several of the doctors. Nobody could understand why Priscilla was denied the antivenom. If she had been given it when she first arrived at the hospital, then there was every chance that she would have survived. The antivenom is made up of venom-neutralizing antibodies, which help the body to fight against the toxic components of the snake venom. In response to the questions about the care Priscilla received, the medical director at the hospital, Dr. Mohsen Akhlagi, responded. He said that all staff follow recommendations set by the Georgia Poison Control. If they were advised not to administer the antivenom, then they listened to that advice. There were rumors that hospital staff believed that Priscilla was allergic to the medication, which is why she was not given it. Dr. Gaylord Lopez, who was the managing director of the Georgia Poison Control, said that antivenom is only given in 25% of cases. If somebody is suffering from an allergic reaction to the snake bite, then their allergy is treated, and then they are given the antivenom. But this didn't appear to be the case with Priscilla. In the heart of the Rockies lies a town of beauty and adventure, Steamboat Springs, Colorado, a haven for outdoor enthusiasts seeking solace in nature's embrace. For one man, Daniel Hohs, this scenic paradise was not just a backdrop, but a sanctuary, a place where he found solace and purpose amidst the trials of life. Full of life and vigor, Daniel struggled with his inner demons, battling the darkness of depression. But amidst the shadows, he found a glimmer of hope in the form of running. Running wasn't just exercise for Daniel, it was his lifeline, his escape from the suffocating grip of despair. Venturing into the rugged wilderness, Daniel embraced the challenges of endurance sports, pushing himself to the limits and chasing the euphoria of accomplishment. His spirit soared amidst Colorado's majestic landscapes, each trail offering a new adventure, a new conquest. Friends remember their adventures together. He was out there doing what he loved to do, but fate can be cruel, even amidst the beauty of nature. On a seemingly routine hike, tragedy struck with the swiftness of a rattlesnake strike. Daniel Hohs was an adventurous person, a lover of the outdoors, and most importantly, a warm and loving 31-year-old. He had graduated from the University of Michigan a few years back with a degree in industrial engineering, and according to his LinkedIn page, he was seeking a new career, perhaps wanting to experience something different. Challenged by his battle with depression and bipolar disorder, he was a true advocate for mental health and found that endurance sports helped maintain his spirits and mindset, especially after a hard time in his 20s. After struggling with another bout of depression stemming from being laid off from my first job and being immobile from reconstructive knee surgery, I decided to commit to training for triathlon, he said. I didn't know it at the time, but this commitment ended up saving my life. After I completed physical therapy, I jumped into the sport of triathlon. I began taking spin classes, running, and swimming at my local gym. Within a year and a half of knee surgery, I was running half marathons and completed the Chicago Olympic distance triathlon. I made new friends in the triathlon community who helped encourage me to continue following my newfound passion for endurance sports. He drew strength and energy from nature and tried to bestow this passion of his onto people like him by volunteering constantly for the Rocky Mountain Youth Corps, mentoring youths through outdoor activities, and for STARS, helping people with disabilities take part in recreational activities. His next move, therefore, didn't come as a surprise. He recently decided to move to Golden to live with his girlfriend, thus the two of them embarking on a new adventure together. Daniel and his girlfriend, tempted by the beautiful early October Colorado weather, decided to spend their Saturday doing what they love most, hiking in the Rocky Mountains. They chose a fairly easy trail, thinking about how they were going to spend some lovely quality time together. In no way was this an unusual trail for Daniel. As an adventure enthusiast with many hikes under his belt, this easy Mount Galbraith trail hike would be a piece of cake. What started as a beautiful Saturday afternoon turned into a runner's worst nightmare. About 1.5 miles up from the Mount Galbraith Trail, tragedy struck. Daniel and his girlfriend unknowingly crossed paths with a rattlesnake. Rattlesnakes in the Rocky Mountains aren't by any means a rarity. However, there are only a few times when a rattlesnake's bite proves to be deadly. The western rattlesnake, also known as the prairie rattlesnake, is the only poisonous snake in the Rocky Mountains. On average, it's estimated that Colorado sees about 200 rattlesnake bites per year. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention said that nationally, there are 7,000 to 8,000 people bitten by venomous snakes annually, resulting in about 5 deaths per year. So how could this have happened? As most rattlesnakes will not strike at people unless they feel threatened or are deliberately provoked, one simply wonders how Daniel, an experienced outdoor lover, fell victim to a rattlesnake. Daniel simply was at the right place at the wrong time. Rattlesnakes are predators that live in a wide array of habitats, hunting small animals such as birds and rodents, but when provoked by humans, they can most certainly fight back. Daniel's journey took a dark turn when he encountered a deadly snake lurking in the shadows of the trail. Without noticing the rattlesnake, Hohs stepped on it and the snake soon reacted. It coiled around his ankle and struck him ferociously. A venomous bite, a split-second encounter that would alter the course of his fate forever. As the venom coursed through his veins, Daniel's valiant fight for survival began. Against the ruthless potency of nature's wrath, even the strongest falter. Heroically, he tried to walk it off, but the pain he felt in his leg was excruciating. He sat down while his girlfriend desperately tried to find help, and for a second, she thought he was saved. In the race against time, Daniel's girlfriend rallied, desperate to defy the cruel hand dealt by destiny. A doctor in the area came to his rescue, but Hohs grew weak and soon had trouble breathing, and then his heart stopped. The doctor performed CPR until the paramedics came almost half an hour later. They rushed Daniel to the hospital, but it was too late. On October 7, 2017, 2 hours and 12 minutes after the initial call for help took place, Daniel Hohs died. In the end, the silence of the mountains bore witness to a life extinguished too soon, leaving behind a void in the hearts of those who knew him. Daniel's death is, however, surrounded by mystery. The Jefferson County coroner says they have never seen a case like this. Rattlesnake bites are common, but very rarely fatal. The coroner's theories are terrifying. Either Daniel was unknowingly allergic to the rattlesnake's venom, or because he was bitten on his ankle, perhaps near his veins, the venom traveled up faster than usual until his untimely death, only a couple of hours later. What's for sure is that venomous snake bites can be cured, but only if they are immediately treated at a hospital. Unfortunately for Daniel, after the paramedics' late arrival and a long distance away from the hospital, time and fate were not by his side. Daniel Hohs, a beacon of light in a world shrouded in darkness, his legacy etched in the trails he traversed and the lives he touched. A reminder that even amidst the grandeur of nature's embrace, peril lurks in the shadows, a runner's worst nightmare realized. In the aftermath of Daniel Hohs' tragic encounter, the tight-knit community of Steamboat Springs was left reeling, grappling with the harsh reality of nature's unpredictability. As news of his untimely demise spread, an outpouring of grief swept through the mountain town, touching the lives of all who knew him. Yet amidst the sorrow, there lingered a profound sense of disbelief, a reminder of the fragility of life and the strangeness of fate. The incident served as a sobering reminder to cherish each moment, to embrace the beauty of the present, for tomorrow is never promised. Now, only his written words on his blog come to mind. Completing an Ironman, riding across the United States, and being a business professional with bipolar disorder all seemed impossible to me at one point in my life. Turns out, I was wrong. I will never stop dreaming, and I'll keep trying to make the impossible possible. Gypsy was an 8'6" Burmese python, but she was more than that. She was the beloved pet of 21-year-old Shaianna Hare, who had bought her at a flea market for $200 when she was just 14. The snake was docile and lovable. She often traveled with Shaianna on the front seat of the car when she went out. Some people take their dogs and cats along for the ride. Shaianna took her pet python, but Shaianna was unemployed and she no longer had the finances to pay for the snake. Plus, she now had an extra mouth to feed. Her 2-year-old daughter, Shaianna, was growing quickly. She was a happy, bubbly toddler, and the two of them shared their house with Shaianna's boyfriend, 34-year-old Charles Darnell. Friends and family offered to care for the snake until Shaianna could afford to feed it, but Shaianna declined the offers. They even offered to buy proper living conditions for the snake. Shaianna's mother could see that the snake was a dangerous pet. She had warned her about keeping the snake in the same house as her young granddaughter, but Shaianna insisted that the snake had never caused any trouble before. Gypsy the python lived in a tank, but there was no lid. Having been starved for more than a month, she was desperate to find some food. Her natural instincts to hunt for prey took over, and she wriggled out of her tank. Sometimes she escaped in the night, and Shaianna and Charles would wake up to find her tank empty, and they would have to search the house for her. She was severely malnourished. At more than 8 feet long, she should have weighed around 150 pounds, or 70 kilograms, but poor Gypsy only weighed 13 pounds, 6 kilograms. Her last meal was a squirrel that Shaianna and Charles had found dead on the road a month before. This was no way to treat an animal, and Shaianna's claims that Gypsy was her beloved pet weren't reflected in the care she provided for her. In the wild, Burmese pythons eat a meal every 2 weeks. These would typically be larger than the squirrel provided for her by Shaianna and Charles. Pythons are perfectly capable of eating prey that is 5 times as wide as their own heads. They have particularly stretchy ligaments in their jaws, which allows them to expand their mouths around large animals, consuming them whole. On July 1, 2009, 2-year-old Shaianna was put down to sleep in her cot. That night, Gypsy escaped from her cage once more. She lifted her head up off her tank floor, and she nosed the duvet that was lying overhead. She pushed her way under it. She had learned how to do this many times before. In the past 4 weeks alone, she had slithered out of her tank at least 5 times. Neither Shaianna or Charles saw this as a threat. No alarm bells were ringing, despite being in charge of a small 2-year-old. This time when Gypsy slithered out, she was determined to succeed. She went undetected as she made her way along the floor. Her movements were silent and stealthy. The house was quiet and still. Her long body was painfully thin, and her small, beady eyes dull and withdrawn. The snake could smell Shaianna as it flicked its tongue in and out of its mouth. It pushed its way into the toddler's bedroom undetected, and it raised its head up along the side of the cot. The albino python climbed the side of the cot, pulling all 8 feet of its body off the floor. It curled around the top of the crib and slipped over the top. It could sense the warmth from the toddler's body and the tiny vibrations from her breathing. The snake crawled into Shaianna's bed and quickly wrapped itself around her neck. The toddler squirmed when she felt the pressure, but there would have been nothing she could do. She was tiny in comparison to the enormous snake, and Burmese pythons can constrict by exerting a pressure of 6 psi. In the wild, although they typically prey on birds and small mammals, they can tackle and eat alligators and feral pigs. They are immensely strong and secure their prey with a sharp bite before rapidly wrapping their coils around its body. As the prey animal exhales, the snake squeezes tighter, preventing the animal from taking in another breath, and so the prey suffocates or dies from cardiac arrest. Gypsy squeezed tightly around Shaianna's neck. Her blood pressure built up. She was starved of oxygen, and she was dead within a matter of seconds. The snake bit down on the young girl's head and began trying to consume her, expanding its jaws to envelop the toddler's head, inching her fangs over her prey, pulling it into her mouth. That's how Charles found them. When he went to check on Shaianna, he found the snake coiled tightly around her, its fangs latched onto her head. Shaianna's face was blue, and she wasn't moving. Her eyes were shut. He desperately tugged to get the snake off, but it wouldn't budge. He raced to the kitchen and grabbed a knife. Running back into Shaianna's room, he stabbed the snake until it eventually released the girl and recoiled in the corner of the crib. But it was too late for Shaianna. She had been starved of oxygen for too long, and Charles couldn't bring her back. Jaren raced into the room and held her baby in her arms. Charles made a distressing call to 911. She got out of the cage last night and got into the baby's crib and strangled her to death. I'm going to kill her. And that's what he did. He stabbed the snake again out of anger and desperation, and the pet that Jaren had owned for years succumbed to the attack. The deeply traumatizing incident didn't end there. When police arrived at the scene, they arrested both Jaren and Charles. They had failed to look after Shaianna and had failed to look after the pet snake. It was a disaster waiting to happen, and when they attended court, the jury found them both guilty of child neglect and manslaughter. The couple was sentenced to 12 years each in prison. They lost everything, but Shaianna lost her life. Shaianna's biological father, Joseph Gilkerson, was furious. There had been concerns raised about the care of his daughter before, and he didn't understand why no measures had been put in place to ensure her safety. The Florida Department of Children had visited the home before when questions were raised about the child's care, and they would have seen the python being kept there. It is common practice for the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission to inspect properties with captive pythons in them to ensure they are adequately and safely secured in their tanks. No wildlife officials were informed of the python, and so no such investigation was carried out. If it had been, then it would likely have saved an innocent young girl's life. Because of this, Joseph sued the Florida Department of Children for wrongful death. He was seeking in excess of $15,000 for mental anguish. Jaren and Charles were both released from prison in September 2021, having served their time. They were both placed on supervised probation until 2026 and declined to comment to the press, except for mentioning that the two of them were planning on getting married. At 39 years old, Rico was the epitome of passion and dedication. Founder of Helderberg Wildlife Rescue and Anti-Animal Cruelty, his life's mission was to protect the innocent creatures that roam the lands. Bravery was his middle name. Nothing could stand in his way when it came to rescuing any animal he came across, fighting very hard for the well-being of snakes and every other kind of animal, regardless if they were domestic, wildlife, or farm animals. One thing is for sure, he was extremely passionate about his job. Rico would often post stories on the Helderberg Wildlife Rescue Organization's Facebook page about recent rescue calls, facts about wildlife, as well as posts shedding light on the importance of being gentle with animals, even if they seem scary at first. He was a professional through and through, updating his community constantly, giving a hand when someone needed help, and updating everyone on the organization's cases. Pentz knew that every being deserved love and care, as well as understanding. This is just the person he was, an altruist. But when it came to snakes, he had a bit of a bias. As any wildlife protector, vet technician, or snake catcher, Pentz wasn't a stranger to venomous snake encounters. As a matter of fact, in 2018, Pentz was bitten by a puff adder, a highly venomous viper commonly found in Central and Southern Africa. He received extensive medical treatments as well as a much-needed skin graft, which a few years later he decided to cover up with, you probably guessed it, a tattoo depicting two snakes. In 2022, he again received a stark reminder of just how dangerous his job actually was. Pentz was called to a routine rescue that was notably a bit out of his area, but given how dedicated he was to his craft, he took the call without any hesitation. During the procedure, however, the venomous snake sunk its teeth and venom into its handler's arm. Pentz's arm began to swell rapidly, and he was rushed to the hospital, where he was administered antivenom and received the medical treatment he needed to stay alive. But fate can be cruel, and tragedy unfortunately finally struck on that fateful Wednesday, January 17th. While doing a routine feeding of his beloved pet Cape Cobra, Rico Pentz was ferociously bitten. The Cape Cobra, commonly referred to as the yellow cobra, holds its reign as a highly venomous species within the diverse landscapes of southern Africa. A creature of the daylight, the Cape Cobra is a versatile predator, exhibiting a broad diet that encompasses various species and carrion. Found mostly in southern Africa, the Cape Cobra stakes its claim in regions stretching from the Western Cape to the Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, Free State, and Northwest Province of South Africa. Thriving in a multitude of habitats, the Cape Cobra displays adaptability rarely seen among its kind. Among its preferred dwellings are rodent burrows, abandoned termite mounds, and rocky crevices. Regarded as one of Africa's most perilous cobras, the Cape Cobra's reputation is built upon its potent venom and its tendency to venture into human habitation. While primarily terrestrial, the Cape Cobra exhibits arboreal tendencies, venturing into trees and shrubs in pursuit of prey. When confronted with danger, it raises its head and spreads its neck into a distinct hood, a universal sign of caution among cobras. In defense or as a warning, the Cape Cobra will rear up, displaying its iconic hood, accompanied by hissing to deter potential threats. Contrary to misconceptions, this behavior is not aggressive, but serves as a signal to maintain a safe distance. Though typically shy around humans, if provoked, the Cape Cobra will not hesitate to deliver a venomous bite capable of inducing life-threatening neurotoxic effects, necessitating immediate medical attention. Despite its fearsome reputation, the Cape Cobra's instinct is to flee rather than confront. It will only stand its ground if threatened, preferring to return to the safety of the ground once the danger has passed. While predominantly terrestrial, its ability to climb into trees and shrubs adds to its elusive nature, ensuring its survival in a world where danger lurks at every turn. Pentz surely knew all of this. After all, he was a snake expert. But Rico's pet cobra was, well, his pet, an animal he very much cared deeply about, who admittedly shouldn't have felt threatened by Pentz. After all, this was a routine feeding. This is precisely why Pentz felt more shocked than hurt. Although he found himself in a perilous situation, he cared about the snake first, and second, about himself. He was rushed to the hospital where he received initial treatment, and was then transferred to a medical center where the doctors kept a close eye on his condition. The news spread like wildfire, sending shockwaves through the tight-knit community. Friends and family rallied around Rico as he fought for his life, every moment a battle against the venom coursing through his veins. In Vergelegen Mediclinic, Rico clung to hope, receiving treatment after treatment, but the venom was relentless, its grip tightening with each passing moment. Seeing as around 50% of people who are bitten and not treated die, with death taking between 1 and 10 hours, usually from respiratory failure due to paralysis, everyone thought he was out of the woods, given the fact he actually received quite extensive medical care. What nobody knew, however, was that Pentz's body was fighting against the antivenom instead of letting it cure him. According to his mother, it could be that his body had an immune reaction to the antivenom, possibly because only 20 months passed since his previous bite by a puff adder. The snake venom specialists referred to Rico's case as a special case, and they were baffled as to why his body didn't react to the antivenom. As days turned into nights, Rico's loved ones, his wife and his children, stood vigil by his bedside, their hearts heavy with fear, yet fueled by love. They whispered words of encouragement, praying for a miracle to spare them from the impending darkness. But miracles are rare, and despite their best efforts, Rico's condition deteriorated rapidly. The once vibrant man, filled with life and laughter, now lay motionless, his spirit slipping away like grains of sand in the wind, right in the arms of his beloved wife, merely 4 days after being bitten by the cobra. It was a moment of unbearable grief. The loss is so incredibly deep for all of us who have known him and love him, and it's a huge loss to animal rescue. He was a pioneer, an admirable, absolutely beautiful, very controversial human being who wanted nothing more than the best interests of animals. From rescuing puff adders to educating the community about the importance of conservation, Rico was a tireless advocate for Mother Nature. A voice for the voiceless in a world that often fails to understand each animal's impact on the environment. Rico understood that. He knew how important snakes were, how crucial it was to keep them safe, and he believed in his cause up until his last moments. And though his time on this earth was cut short, Rico's impact will continue to reverberate through the generations. His legacy will inspire future generations to follow in his footsteps, to stand up for what they believe in, and to fight for those who cannot fight for themselves. At the age of 23, Cody Coots had a big responsibility. His father had just died of a venomous snake bite while preaching in his church, and Cody had big shoes to fill. He took on the role as pastor of the same church, Full Gospel Tabernacle in Jesus' Name Church in Middlesboro, Kentucky. He was the 4th generation in his family to take up the practice of wielding venomous snakes during sermons, with the belief that God will protect them from harm. It's a growing practice throughout the states and began more than 100 years ago, but it can be a deadly game. Pastors take the word from the Bible literally, following the preaching set out in Mark chapter 16, verse 18. They will pick up serpents, and if they drink any deadly poison, it will not hurt them. Typically, the services are filled with blessings, prayers, and laying hands on the sick. Those inside the building believe in miracles and in the power of God. They truly believe that a higher power will protect them from harm, but many have lost their lives this way. Cody was there when his father, the previous pastor of the same church, was bitten by his favorite timber rattlesnake. He watched as his father refused medical treatment, instead believing that Almighty God would judge whether he lived or died. And 7 minutes later, the decision was made, and Cody's father, Pastor Jamie Coots, collapsed and died from the venomous snake bite. Now, in August 2018, Cody was preaching in the same manner. His devoted congregation, consisting of around 14 individuals who hung on his every word, were enthralled by the young man. He was shouting down the microphone, holding a large rattlesnake up in the air above his head. He was building the tension in the room. Everyone felt the power he was bringing into the building. Members of the congregation watched and prayed, all believing in the protection God gave them. But in less than a split second, as Cody raised the snake up near his head, the snake struck out at him and bit him on the ear. He had been careless and foolish, bringing the snake within striking distance of his face, waving it around without a care in the world. But now that it had struck him, Cody hesitated slightly. The memory of his father being bitten 4 years earlier and collapsing in front of him raced through his mind. But his father had never once dropped a snake. He had been bitten 9 times before, none of them needing medical attention. He had bounced back until that fatal bite in 2014, and even then, he calmly placed the snake back in its box. Cody decided he should do the same. He was well aware that this could be it for him, but he was so fired up from the service he was conducting that he pushed on. He shouted down the mic that he would be protected by God. "I'm not worried," he shouted to his congregation. "God is a healer." Meanwhile, he continued swinging the snake around with no regard for the animal whatsoever. There was little wonder why the snake lashed out. The vibrations from the loud microphone would have been incredibly distressing for the reptile, and being hurled through the air and down by Cody's side would have been terrifying. But in these situations, the snake had no choice but to strike. It was its instinct to strike when it felt like it was in danger. As blood poured from the bite wound, spraying and spattering all over Cody's blue shirt, he put the snake away. The venom was now coursing through his bloodstream. It was now acting on his nervous system, and his body was beginning to shut down. Any medically trained professional would have known that he needed immediate medical assistance. But Cody was defiant. All he needed was God. The searing pain in his ear was now throbbing all the way down his neck. His head felt heavy, and he began to retch in front of his audience. The poison that he believed he was immune from was taking hold. He tried to remain calm, but even with the power of God bearing down on him, he was beginning to struggle. The venom was slowly numbing his body, targeting the essential organs and threatening to stop his heart and his lungs. He stumbled forward, and Big Cody, a man in the congregation, held him up. Pastor Cody told his congregation to take him to the top of the mountain where God would decide whether he lived or died. It was in God's hands now. But Big Cody had enough sense to know that the pastor had a better chance in the hospital with medical treatment than on top of a mountain. He rushed him outside and bundled him into his car. They then raced to the nearest hospital. Cody's initial refusal for medical care had delayed urgently needed treatment. It was now a race against time to get him the antivenom he needed to stay alive. Cody's wife believed that something like this would someday happen to Cody. She knew how devastated the family had been when Jamie had passed away, and now it looked like Cody was following in his father's footsteps. She wasn't particularly religious herself, but she knew how important the church was for Cody. It had been in his family for generations. It was his duty to serve the people of Kentucky, and she wasn't going to stand in the way of that, even if it meant losing him prematurely. When Big Cody and the pastor arrived at the hospital, he was rushed to the emergency room where doctors fought to save his life. He was in a bad way, and nobody knew if he was going to make it. Those in his congregation prayed for him, and those in the emergency room tended to his wounds and pumped him full of the medication to counteract the deadly effects of the venom. Luckily, Cody pulled through. The whole dramatic sermon was caught on camera by a camera crew who was filming his way of preaching for a TV show. It demonstrates the dangers of performing stunts like that, all with the belief that God will save you if you're struck by a serpent. But more and more are succumbing to snake bites during sermons. Sometimes it's members of the congregation who step forward and touch the snake without fear, and other times it's the pastors themselves. Cody's father was just 42 when he succumbed to the rattlesnake bite in 2014. He had also witnessed a lady from his congregation drop dead from one of his snake's bites in 1995. A 60-year-old member of the congregation from a Pentecostal church in Jensen, Kentucky, named David Brock, died in 2015. A 44-year-old pastor named Mac Randall Wolford also died during a service in West Virginia in 2012. Even as the death toll mounted up from this unique way of preaching the Bible, people still attended the services. Today, they are very popular in eastern states and can last anywhere from 90 minutes to 5 hours, depending on the intensity of the occasion. Cody lived to preach another day, but he has since said that he needs to reevaluate his life. As a growing number of pastors are taking up the daring practice of snake handling during sermons, some are turning to the medical profession. Although they preach that God will protect them if poisoned, they know all too well that even the most religious men can fall victim to a toxic snake bite. There is nothing in the Bible that states a person cannot seek help for such an injury. Rejecting medical intervention in the event of a venomous snake bite is now considered old school by some. But there are a few pastors of the older generation that still hold on to the belief that God will heal them, and when they are bitten and do manage to survive, this only reinforces their belief. An iconic representation of the American outdoors, rattlesnakes can be found all over the country in a variety of habitats, from lush woodlands to dry deserts. Rattlesnakes are respected for their characteristic rattling sound, which alerts their prey to possible dangers. When threatened, rattlesnakes vibrate their tails, producing a loud buzzing sound that serves as a warning to potential predators or intruders. Because of this adaptation, rattlesnakes can defend themselves and avoid conflict without using up needless energy. As ambush predators, rattlesnakes wait patiently for their prey before striking with incredible speed and accuracy when the chance presents itself. Rattlesnakes follow the seasonal cycles of activity and dormancy, emerging from hibernation to bask in the sun and hunt prey during the warmer months. Despite their fearsome reputation, these snakes are not aggressive by nature and will typically only strike in self-defense when threatened or provoked. Most rattlesnake bites occur as a result of accidental encounters, such as stepping on or reaching into areas where rattlesnakes are present. But on a seemingly ordinary Sunday afternoon, while taking the scenic route to Keystone Lake, Barry Lester and his wife Roberta encountered a marvelous timber rattlesnake that would come to alter their destiny forever. It wasn't that unusual for a rattlesnake to appear in the heart of Osage County, Oklahoma, especially after a few months of hibernation. This unusually hot late April afternoon probably was a bit too much for the agile predator, so it cautiously and courageously made its way toward a shady spot where it could lay unbothered, waiting for its next victim. But the snake's plans couldn't be fulfilled, not when Barry Lester set eyes on it and decided to move it, thinking it was in danger. After all, even though that specific road is not that busy, it was possible that any driver who didn't pay enough attention to the slithering creature could have harmed the snake. Barry knew he couldn't let this happen, especially with his lengthy experience in catching and releasing snakes. He was, after all, a conservationist, a man who tried his best to help any sort of animal in danger that came his way. The 57-year-old was also aware of the powerful role snakes have in preserving ecosystem balance. Snakes, like many predators, are key players in controlling the number of prey species, the most notable being rodent species. Roberta, Barry's wife, recounts the numerous times her husband saved snakes from dangerous situations and released them near their home, in hope of killing excessive mice on their property. In recent years, rattlesnakes have faced numerous threats to their survival, including habitat loss, fragmentation, and persecution by humans. That Sunday afternoon, Barry Lester thought of this and decided to act in the snake's favor, safely releasing it far away from dangerous vehicles. This was not an uncommon occurrence for Barry, a man who had danced with danger before, a former rodeo calf roper whose hands had saved many snakes during his life. So when he saw the rattlesnake slowly making its way in front of his car, he didn't think for a second that he would be in danger. After all, he was coming to the snake with an honest heart, truly wanting to help the animal. As he was used to catching non-venomous snakes and releasing them near his house to kill mice, he probably thought it would be a good idea to do so again, until he realized he faced a deadly animal, a timber rattlesnake. In truth, the snake was probably looking for some shade on that hot Sunday afternoon, but when Barry approached it, the snake turned into predator mode. Barry pulled his truck over, slowly got out, and walked cautiously toward the rattlesnake with a brave demeanor, his heart full of kindness and his hands toughened from years of ranching. Sensing that its territory had been invaded, the rattlesnake struck with deadly accuracy, sinking its sharp fangs into Barry's left hand. Barry's hand ached with the pain of the blow, but he kept trying to catch the snake, thinking only of its well-being. But fate, cruel and capricious, had already sealed his tragic destiny. The snake ferociously bit him again, on his right hand this time around. With the venom coursing through his veins, making its way into the man's body, Barry safely placed the rattlesnake into the toolbox he had in the back of his truck, while thinking he needed a plan. He knew how dangerous his situation was, and how imperative it was to make a decision that would save his life. So with every ounce of strength left within him, Barry urged his wife to summon help. He knew that they needed to go to the hospital fast, so without trying to cause panic to his wife, seemingly keeping his emotions in check, they called the ambulance and decided to meet the paramedics at their home. As they raced against time, their hearts heavy with dread, Barry's strength began to wane. The drive seemed so much longer than usual, with both Barry and his wife feeling like they were driving on a loop. Truthfully, this drive would remain in Roberta's memory as the worst one of her life. Lester's once vibrant spirit, now flickering like a candle in the wind, struggled to hold on until paramedics could help him. The poison became more and more powerful with every second that went by, putting out the flame of life with merciless efficiency. His wife desperately tried to keep him afloat and engaged in conversations so as not to fall asleep and slide into the afterlife without taking the chance of saving himself. Roberta, a true warrior who stood by him through all of life's hardships, watched in horror as her cherished husband passed away right in front of her eyes. He was talking and his head dropped, and I think that was it, recounted Roberta, tears clouding her eyes. The words of devotion and love that they had once freely shared now hung heavy in the air, smothered by the weight of hopelessness. As they met the paramedics, Roberta Lester knew her hopes were running out. The venom had already claimed its prize. Barry Lester, a man who was simply planning to share a lovely Sunday afternoon with his family, didn't respond to the paramedics' efforts to revive him, and later died at the hospital. Emergency officials desperately tried to revive the 57-year-old, but it was too late. Barry is presumed to have died so quickly from a combination of the rattlesnake bite and an existing heart condition, according to the Tulsa World on April 29, 2018. In the aftermath of this tragedy, as the echoes of grief reverberated through the halls of the hospital, one question lingered like a specter in the night. Why? Why did Barry, a man of boundless compassion and unwavering courage, meet such a cruel and untimely end? In the end, his wife's words weigh heavily among us. You don't mess with snakes. In the dim, flickering light of the small Church of Jesus Christ in Baxter, Kentucky, the congregation gathered to mourn the passing of Marion Rowe, an 86-year-old pastor revered in his community. His niece Shirley McLeary was among those in attendance. She had come all the way from Toledo, Ohio, to pay tribute to her uncle. This was a place for people who knew what usually went down behind closed doors. The practice of snake handling in religious ceremonies is controversial and dangerous. It began in the early 20th century in the Appalachian region, based on a literal interpretation of the Bible, specifically verses like Mark 16, verses 17 and 18, which mention believers handling snakes and not being harmed, inspired this practice. Participants believe that their faith will protect them from harm or heal them if they are bitten. Despite its dangers, snake handling continues in some communities, particularly in the Appalachian region. It's illegal in many states, including Kentucky, where it's considered a Class B misdemeanor. This means it's punishable by a small fine, but enforcement is difficult. These communities are often close-knit, and members are reluctant to cooperate with authorities. Pastor Marion Rowe used to practice snake handling in his church, something only the congregation knew. In fact, the Church of Jesus Christ was one of the few remaining sanctuaries where the controversial practice still persisted, at least in that area. Behind closed doors, dangerous serpents were brought onto the pulpit. Rowe would usually handle the snakes while preaching Bible verses, but he would also occasionally ask members of the congregation to step forward and dance with the serpents. Shirley McLeary was no stranger to this practice. She had grown up in a household where religion permeated every part of life, and she had seen many ceremonies involving the handling of snakes. On this night, as she mourned her uncle, she was struck with a strong desire to participate in the ritual that had been so central to his ministry. In a glass box just in front of the pulpit lay an eastern diamondback rattlesnake. It was an incredible sight. Shirley, known for her strong faith and dedication to her beliefs, silently prayed for her uncle's soul when the preacher called her name. The 38-year-old woman rose up from her chair and took a few steps toward the pulpit. She approached the rattlesnake, which lifted its head and started to flick its tongue in a threatening manner. Usually in these special services, the snakes are half asleep or even sedated, but this time it was fully awake. Shirley took this as a sign. She had to be ready to honor her uncle's memory. With just one bite, the eastern diamondback rattlesnake can cause fatalities due to its potent venom. It's one of the biggest and most dangerous snakes in North America. This snake inhabits grasslands, swamps, and forests in the southeast region of the United States. Being an ambush predator, it uses camouflage to blend in with its surroundings and attack its target swiftly. Its venom is a lethal concoction of toxins, which severely damages tissue and interferes with blood coagulation. A bite from this snake can be lethal if medical attention is not received quickly. In the wild, eastern diamondbacks steer clear of people. They would rather remain in the shadows and only attack if they sense danger. The rattle serves as a warning and an indication that they need privacy. However, this instinctive behavior is suppressed when a snake handler manipulates it. As Shirley reached into the enclosure, its characteristic rattle, a warning of its deadly potential, was uncannily silent. The congregation silently observed for a brief while as Shirley raised the serpent in the air as a living example of her faith. But then, the snake struck without warning. The immediate reaction was one of shock and horror. Shirley froze, her body flinching from the sharp pain. The room was filled with the sound of fervent prayers and voices lifted in desperate hope. She felt the cold burn from the bite sites, while the venom continued to spread through her veins. After a while, Shirley was moved to a house close to the church, where the prayers continued uninterrupted. But things were going south quickly for her. Breathing difficulties, extreme pain, and lightheadedness were among the systematic effects of the venom as it permeated her circulation. Hours passed and still no medical help was sought. Faith-driven, the congregation felt that going to the doctor would be a betrayal of their faith in God's ability to heal. But Shirley's state deteriorated more and more as the night dragged into the early morning. Her skin turned clammy and cold, and her breathing became difficult. Seeing her pain, the assembly simply prayed more fervently, their eyes welling with tears as they pleaded for God's forgiveness. The scene was incredible. Blinded by faith, no one tried to take the 38-year-old woman to receive the medical help she needed. As more hours passed by, Shirley's strength waned, her vision blurred, and she could feel life slowly draining from her. The effects of the venom finally got to Shirley's body at around 5:15 a.m. She passed away, surrounded by her fellow believers who continued to pray, their faith unshaken even in the face of death. When Harlan County Coroner William Ray Venable arrived at 5:25 a.m., he found Shirley lifeless on a couch. His eyes couldn't believe what had happened. He later stated that he didn't see any snakes when he arrived. If he had, they'd have been dead ones because he would have killed them himself. Her passing sparked a new discussion about the ethics and legality of handling snakes during religious ceremonies. State Police Detective Merrill Harrison recalled several reports spanning the previous 20 years of snake handling in the area, including the death of a building contractor from the Harlan area 6 years earlier. Despite the dangers and occasional fatalities, the practice persisted, fueled by a belief in the power of faith to transcend the natural world. There was an unsettling silence in the days that followed Shirley's passing at the Church of Jesus Christ in Baxter. With its unsuspecting wooden construction and absence of a steeple, the small building stood as a silent testament to the faith that had both taken one life and sustained others. For those who knew Shirley, her final moments proved how strong her faith was. She believed that God would heal her, or at least keep her from harm's way. In the end, even in the face of mortal danger, she didn't panic. Was it bravery or recklessness that pushed her toward the rattlesnake in the glass box? That will remain a mystery. 28-year-old Mark Nevilles was an avid reptile enthusiast. He had 3 pet snakes at home, including a 9-foot Burmese python, his favorite. Burmese pythons are known for their beautifully patterned skin, rapid growth, and generally docile disposition, making them a popular choice among reptile owners. Nevertheless, these snakes have the capacity to reach enormous lengths of over 20 feet and weigh up to 200 pounds. They are vicious predators whose great size and strength can force large prey to submit to them. Burmese pythons spend a large portion of their early lives in trees, but as they get bigger, their weight causes them to mostly reside on the ground. Additionally, they can submerge themselves for up to half an hour, making them excellent swimmers. Even though they're not poisonous, the sheer force of their constriction can kill their prey, which regrettably includes people. Human fatalities from non-venomous snakes are rare, averaging 1 or 2 per year worldwide. Most of these incidents involve captive snakes, where handlers are either purposefully interacting with their pets or where snakes come into contact with small children or infants. What's interesting about Mark's case is that no one knows for sure why the snake attacked him. In fact, there are 2 possible reasons. According to experts that handled Neville's case, Zahir the python may have been frightened by Nevilles somehow and was acting defensively, or it smelled the scent of a cat Nevilles had petted earlier in the evening. It might also be possible that because of Mark's inebriated state, the noises he made while stumbling through his apartment startled the snake. But let's get back to that fateful day. He made plans to go to a friend's house for some drinks. Others would join them, so it was bound to be quite the party. The alcohol and music made the hours pass like minutes for Mark, so he suddenly realized it was 2 a.m. and probably time to go home. He said goodbye to his friends, petted his friend's cat, and went straight home to his modest apartment. Returning home, Nevilles engaged in his usual routine of checking on his pets. 2 of his snakes were securely housed in their enclosures, but as he approached the 3rd cage, his heart sank. It was empty. Panic set in as Nevilles realized his prized Burmese python, Zahir, was missing. Mark's apartment wasn't that big. There weren't a lot of places a 9-foot python could have hidden, but it was still quite the challenge for the 28-year-old to find his dear pet. Actually, it appears the snake found Mark first. In the darkness that engulfed the apartment, the snake heard its owner stumbling around, exuding a rather interesting smell, that of a cat. It might have been a combination of the 2 that urged the snake to do what it did next. The snake approached its unsuspecting victim and, driven by instinct, wrapped its fangs around his ankle in a ferocious bite. Mark let out a scream and started to shake his leg in order to get the snake off of him. The bite site was pulsing with pain, so he applied some pressure with his hands. In just a few seconds, the python started to coil around Mark's legs, squeezing him with incredible force. The initial bite was not intended to kill, but to hold its prey in place while it began to coil. Burmese pythons kill through constriction, wrapping their powerful bodies around their prey and tightening their grip with each exhale, preventing the prey from inhaling again. Nevilles screamed at the snake to stop and threw things around the room in order to distract it, but deep down he knew it was the beginning of the end. With every move he made, the snake responded with an even tighter hold. The snake's coils dug through Mark's exposed skin, hurting him with every passing second. The less air Nevilles had, the weaker were his screams for help. He clawed at the python, managing to tear off some of its skin, which was later found under his fingernails. The python's bite had done its job, holding him firmly in place while the coils did the work of suffocating him. Bite marks on his leg would later confirm the theory that the python had latched on first before initiating the constriction. As the python's job was coming to an end, Mark's movements became more sluggish. He gasped for breath when the python reached his neck area, until finally his body gave in. The snake continued to tighten until Nevilles' body went limp. Only then did the python begin to relax its grip, sensing that its prey was no longer struggling. It was a process that took mere minutes, but to Mark Nevilles, it must have felt like an eternity. Nevilles was discovered dead on the floor of his basement apartment on Allison Court just after noon on April 4, 1992. Zahir, a 9-foot Burmese python that he kept as a pet, had bitten him in the hand and wrapped itself around his throat and chest, suffocating him. The snake was nowhere to be found when Nevilles' body was discovered. Dr. David Evans, the investigating coroner, arrived to assess the situation. With over 1,500 cases under his belt, he had never encountered anything like this. The signs were unmistakable: bite marks, remnants of snakeskin, and the telltale pattern of asphyxiation by constriction. The empty cage confirmed his worst fears. Still, the snake was nowhere to be found. The authorities had to turn the heat off inside the semi-detached house for a day to draw Zahir out of hiding. They put a single light bulb near the snake's cage, and a day later, searchers found the reptile curled up underneath it. Following the coroner's inquest into Nevilles' death, the province was asked to implement licensing laws for exotic and potentially dangerous animals, and the federal government was asked to forbid the importation of exotic animals for sale to the general public as pets. Even after 21 years, Canada still lacks a uniform set of regulations pertaining to the ownership of exotic animals. To understand the magnitude of Mark's tragic death, we need to look at other similar cases. In the United States, all known constrictor snake fatalities have involved captive snakes. This highlights a critical point. These animals, while seemingly tame, retain their wild instincts and can become dangerous under certain conditions. Now, more than 30 years later, there are still unanswered questions surrounding Mark Nevilles' death. How did the python manage to open the cage and get out? Why did the snake attack its owner? What made the snake react so violently? Wasn't it accustomed to Mark arriving home late at night after a party? Why did the python not complete the attack? Why didn't it swallow Mark's dead body, as pythons do? All of these questions sadly remain unanswered. Truth be told, an animal's reaction is unpredictable. Anything can disturb them in some way or another, which can prompt them to enter defensive mode. Eddie Dorminey's day started off just like any other. As usual, he got up early, read his paper, and had a simple breakfast with his wife. After so many years of marriage, their bond was still going strong. They discussed their schedule for the day. She wanted to do some laundry, while he wanted to mow the lawn. That fateful day, Dorminey had planned to spend the morning working in his yard, a task he took great pride in. After finishing his coffee, the 82-year-old man grabbed his tools and headed outside to his shed, ready to start work. Unfortunately, his yard had to wait. His lawnmower, a trusty machine that had served him well over the years, needed some maintenance. Unbeknownst to him, danger was lurking right under his nose, hidden in the mechanisms of his lawnmower. Rattlesnakes are highly specialized venomous reptiles with large bodies and triangular heads. They're one of the most iconic groups of North American snakes due to the characteristic rattle found at the tip of the tail. Although they can be found in grassy plains, wooded areas, and even suburban areas, these snakes are most commonly found in rocky, dry environments. When a rattlesnake chooses to stand its ground, it takes a defensive pose and shakes its rattle to ward off predators. If startled, the snake may go straight to the attack, but they can only strike from a coiled position. Despite their terrifying reputation, rattlesnakes tend to be peaceful and will avoid coming into contact with people. Most bites occur when the snake is accidentally disturbed, as was the case with Eddie Dorminey. Eddie's focus was on the task, so he wasn't anticipating anything wrong to happen to him. His worst-case scenario was that the lawnmower would still be broken. But hidden inside the lawnmower, a rattlesnake lay coiled and silent, ready to attack if anything disturbed it. These snakes are known for seeking cool, sheltered spots, especially during the heat of the day. The small, enclosed, and dark interior of the lawnmower made it the perfect hiding place for the snake. Rattlesnakes also have heat-sensing organs located in pits near the eyes. These pits allow them to see the heat signature of prey. Even in complete darkness, the snake will be able to accurately strike at prey because its meal is warmer than the surrounding environment. Unaware of its presence, Dorminey unintentionally continued to agitate the creature. The rattlesnake, feeling threatened, reacted instinctively. Its rattle, a natural warning mechanism, was lost among the clinking tools and Eddie's grunts as he performed the repairs. The man briefly got his arm out to wipe away droplets of sweat that formed on his forehead. The snake struck as fast as a lightning bolt as Dorminey's hand approached its nest again. The rattlesnake bit Eddie a second time, fully unleashing its anger. Dorminey abruptly pulled his hand back, startled and in excruciating pain. The initial bites were hurting him like crazy, but the snake wasn't finished. The rattlesnake left the cool nest of the lawnmower and struck Eddie's hand again while he wasn't paying attention, injecting more venom into his bloodstream. Then, after completing the job, the rattlesnake retreated back into the machine. A rattlesnake's venom damages tissue, interferes with blood coagulation, and produces excruciating pain and swelling. If the victim doesn't seek treatment immediately, the venom can have fatal consequences, including, in extreme cases, death. His heart raced faster than normal, not only from the venom, but also from shock and fear. He clutched his wrist, trying to stop the bleeding, completely overlooking the fact that the snake bit through a main artery. The venom spread faster than usual, his vision began to blur, and his body felt increasingly weak. He knew he needed help, but he was alone in his yard, and when he called out his wife's name, she didn't hear him. The shed was a few feet away from the back door of the house, and his wife was probably in the laundry room. This, combined with her bad hearing because of her age, meant she wouldn't hear him no matter how loudly he screamed her name. Barely conscious, Dorminey tried to find his way to the house. This was the only way he could save himself. His legs were heavy and uncooperative, making every step a Herculean effort. With a strained and shaky voice, he called out to his wife again, hoping she would hear him. As the venom spread through his veins, hindering his breathing and causing his body to shut down, each breath was an effort. Unaware of the potentially fatal situation that was developing outside, Dorminey's wife was going about her morning routine inside the house. She didn't realize something was off until she heard a weak, desperate call coming from the back door that led to the yard. Rushing outside, she found Dorminey collapsed on the ground, his face pale and his breath shallow. She thought he was having a heart attack, but when she saw the puncture wounds on his wrist and the quickly swelling arm, she knew a snake had bit him. In a panic, she called 911, but deep down, she feared it was too late. The venom had already spread too far, too fast, and her husband wasn't exactly in the prime of life. He attempted to speak to comfort her, but the words refused to come out. What can you say to the person you have loved for so many years? In all their years together, Eddie didn't imagine that this was how he would leave his dear wife. By the time emergency responders arrived, Eddie Dorminey was unresponsive. All attempts to resuscitate him failed. Given his age, after arriving at the scene, it was initially believed that the cause of death was a heart attack. But after examining the body, Berrien County Sheriff's Office Lieutenant Larry Tabor found the real reason. He walked around the yard in hopes of finding the culprit until he finally discovered the live, still-coiled rattlesnake beneath the lawnmower in the shed. According to Lieutenant Tabor, the sheriff grabbed a stick and went to punch it, and that's when the snake started moving. After that, the snake was killed, but not before it had already done its deadly damage. Eddie Dorminey was a man of honor, well known for his diligence and commitment to his family. For many years, he was a devoted husband, father, and grandfather who knew exactly what to say at all times and who always had a warm smile on his face. Despite his age, he was in pretty good shape, so much so that he used to work around the house almost every day. His grandson would often help him, especially with his lawnmower. Unfortunately, on that fateful day, he decided to work on it alone. Perhaps he actually saved his grandson from the rattlesnake, giving away his life instead. It wouldn't be uncharacteristic for him, that's for sure. In the end, Addie Lee Dorminey's tragic encounter with the rattlesnake serves as a lesson for all. Always remain vigilant for wildlife, even around your house. Attacks don't always happen in the wild. A predator can come out of nowhere, even in the safest place on Earth. Marius Joubert was not the kind of man to stand out. He lived a quiet life in Henneman, South Africa, unlike other 28-year-olds, and he had a boring security guard job that helped pay his bills, and that was about it. But his calm life took a turn when he got involved in a theft and burglary case in 2023. A short investigation was carried out immediately, but without sufficient evidence and suspects, the case was closed. For months, Joubert lived under the shadow of a police investigation. Guilty of burglary and theft, he knew that the authorities were closing in on him. But the true gravity of his situation lay in his secret life as a keeper of exotic and often illegal animals. His collection, comprising over 70 venomous snakes and other exotic creatures, was not just a hobby, it was a significant legal and ethical violation. On March 28, 2024, the situation reached its breaking point. Following a tip-off from a private investigator, police arrested Joubert. His life flashed before his eyes, then and there. The burglary and theft violations would have been a piece of cake compared to what he was hiding at home. In fact, the detectives were willing to let him go with just a warning if he returned all the items that went missing. So 2 days after his arrest, on March 30th, they escorted him back home for a search. Realizing the inevitability of long-term imprisonment and the loss of his unlawfully kept animals, Joubert faced a grim reality. Rather than enduring the shame and harsh consequences of his actions, he made up a drastic and irreversible plan. The officers who accompanied Joubert to his residence were unprepared for the horror scene that awaited them. As they stepped inside, they were confronted by the sight and smell of over 70 wild animals in various stages of distress. The air was thick with the stench of neglect and decay. Many animals had already succumbed to starvation and dehydration. It's unclear whether or not Marius's animals had always lived in such horrendous conditions or not. He was only gone for 2 days, though. It's highly unlikely that many animals died of starvation and dehydration only after 2 days of their owner missing. Something was definitely off, and the policemen that escorted him knew they had to do something about it. One of them went outside to call the local conservation authority to inform them about Joubert's animals. Among the living, the conditions were equally appalling. Marius pleaded with the officers to uncuff him for 2 reasons. 1, he had to feed his severely ill animals, and 2, he needed his hands free so he could point out all the objects he stole back in July 2023 in order for police to seize them and return them to their rightful owners. The officers exchanged a few looks, but in the end, they decided that the best thing to do was uncuff him. Little did they know, Joubert had another plan all this time. His plan to get out of this without any repercussions was doomed from the get-go. He couldn't find a perfect solution, no matter how much he thought about it, so he knew there was only one thing to do. As he saw the officers' decision splashed across their faces, he felt a glimmer of hope. We are on the right track, he thought. He shook his wrist for a moment, then dashed toward the snake cages. Next to the cobra's cage, there was another cage that housed a venomous snake that couldn't be immediately identified by the authorities. Knowing Marius, though, it was probably a copperhead. Using both his hands simultaneously, he carefully opened the cages, and without a second thought, he shoved his arms inside. The snakes, hungry and irritated by Marius's actions, immediately struck him on both of his wrists, biting him several times. His plan worked. Now, an impressive amount of venom was coursing through his veins. The officers who witnessed the event were horrified. Joubert's intentions became painfully clear as he refused medical treatment, sealing his fate. The police called for an ambulance, but the absence of suitable antivenom for the exotic snakes meant that medical intervention was largely futile. Joubert was transported first to Ketlaho Hospital in Virginia and then to Bungani Hospital in Welcome, but it was too late. The neurotoxic and cytotoxic venom worked relentlessly, shutting down his respiratory system and causing severe internal damage. It was an extremely painful and horrific way to end his life. It took about 9 hours from the moment he was bit for him to finally collapse. 3 hours later, the snake's venom took its toll on Marius's body, and he was pronounced dead. It was a sad moment when a day later, Chief Inspector René Meyer opened the door of Marius Joubert's house and discovered over 70 illegally kept wild animals in crisis. A few moments before the 28-year-old's death, Bloemfontein SPCA, Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, received an appeal for assistance from the local conservation authority, who indicated that a large number of illegally kept indigenous and exotic animals were slowly starving to death in his house. Upon the team's arrival at the house, they found that a number of animals had already succumbed to starvation and dehydration, but that over 60 animals were still alive and would need rescuing. This rescue was made complicated by the fact that the majority of the animals were highly venomous snakes. Another concern raised was that representatives from the Springs-based Wildlife Rehabilitation Center had presented themselves at the house the day before and had removed selected animals for the so-called purpose of rehabilitation. These animals included a pair of ferrets, animals prohibited to own in South Africa, pregnant meerkats, exotic tarantulas, and geckos, and 3 rare wild-caught color variants of rincals. The plan of action was put in motion where all the animals on the property were carefully caught and crated by experienced snake handlers, and then rushed to Johannesburg Wildlife Veterinary Hospital for emergency treatment by the Virginia and Bloemfontein SPCAs. Chief Inspector Meyer then succeeded in tracking down the strange selection of animals removed illegally for rehabilitation. Marius Joubert's death was a desperate one, fueled by the poor decisions he made throughout his 20s. His dangerous fascination with wild animals was safely hidden away until he was involved with the authorities, a mistake he certainly could have avoided. But in reality, his case highlights people's misconception that exotic animals can be pets when instead they should roam freely in their natural habitats. 70-year-old Lawrence Walters was well known in his community as a devoted husband and a passionate golfer. Born and raised in Illinois, Lawrence developed a love for golf in his youth and continued it well into his retirement. Golf was more than just a sport for Walters. It reminded him of the time he spent with his father on the golf course, the work meetings he had there, and the weekends he taught his own kids how to play. It challenged both his mind and his body, while also enjoying beautiful landscapes. At its core, golf is about precision and patience, and Lawrence liked that. He liked having something to do on the weekends, taking care of his clubs and moving his body. So when his wife finally wanted to learn how to play too, he felt he was in heaven. They watched tournaments together and visited their local golf course in Geneseo, Illinois. One day, however, Lawrence got an idea. What if they took a road trip to Elkhorn Ridge Golf Course in Spearfish, South Dakota? He had dreamed of golfing on Elkhorn Ridge for a few years, but never had the opportunity before. Located on the historic Frawley Ranch in western South Dakota, Elkhorn Ridge Golf Club is a modern 18-hole championship layout. The front nine is nestled on the side of a mountain, giving way to incredible views of Centennial Valley, while the back nine winds through the Polo Creek Canyon and its rock wall backdrops. Golf Digest ranked Elkhorn Ridge as the #1 public golf course in South Dakota, so it quickly became a tourist attraction in the area. Lawrence and his wife planned on also renting a cabin in the resort to get the most out of Elkhorn Ridge. This fateful trip would have been another cherished memory for the couple, but it unfortunately turned sour. The morning of June 14, 2018 was unusually bright and calm. After a lengthy journey the day before, Lawrence and his wife arrived at Elkhorn Ridge Golf Course and went straight to their cabin to rest for the night. The next morning, the couple had breakfast and discussed how they would spend the day amidst the stunning scenery and challenging fairways. The 70-year-old man couldn't believe they were there. They navigated through the holes, laughing and sharing stories, unaware of the looming danger. From time to time, other players would join them, making small talk and sharing tips and insights. By mid-morning, Lawrence and his wife had reached one of the northern holes. Lawrence's shot sent his golf ball into a patch of tall grass. His aim was a bit off that day, but nothing could have stopped him from having the time of his life. Determined to retrieve his ball, Lawrence walked over to the tall grass. From then on, chaos ensued. Lawrence bent down slowly, his back aching as he moved downward. While searching for his golf ball through the tall grass, he accidentally disturbed a prairie rattlesnake, which had been resting in the shade. Native to the Black Hills, prairie rattlesnakes are renowned for their ability to blend in and their affinity for shady, concealed spots. The characteristic rattle of prairie rattlesnakes, which serves as a warning to potential predators, makes them common in the Black Hills foothills. Since they usually live in rocky, grassy, and prairie environments, golf courses are a good place for them to be. These snakes prefer to stay away from humans and are typically not aggressive. However, when threatened or surprised, they can strike in self-defense. Bites from rattlesnakes are medical emergencies that need to be treated right away. A bite can cause excruciating pain, bruising, swelling, shock, nausea, and difficulty breathing. In extreme circumstances, a prairie rattlesnake's bite can lead to death. However, antivenom is readily available, and when used quickly, can save lives. The snake bit Lawrence in an instant, driving its sharp fangs into the man's ankle and delivering a fatal bite. It hurt so bad right away that Lawrence had to let out a horrifying scream. His wife and other golfers nearby immediately became aware that something horrible had happened to the 70-year-old man. His body started to swell and hurt as the rattlesnake's venom spread throughout it. His wife ran toward him and asked what happened. When she saw the site of the snake bite, she knew Lawrence needed immediate medical assistance. By the time they got to the clubhouse, Lawrence was feeling much worse. Elkhorn Ridge personnel acted quickly, providing first aid until the ambulance arrived at the golf course. Unfortunately, their quick response did not stop Lawrence's condition from rapidly getting worse. Lawrence's age, the venom, and a possible allergic reaction resulted in a fatal heart abnormality. Despite the staff's best efforts and the arrival of emergency medical personnel, Lawrence went into cardiac arrest. He was rushed to Spearfish Hospital, but sadly, nothing more could have been done. A few minutes later, he was pronounced dead. According to Lawrence County Coroner Marty Goetsch, the snake bite set off a sequence of events that ultimately resulted in Lawrence's demise. Black Hills State University biology professor Dr. Brian Smith went on to explain that although prairie rattlesnake bites are uncommon and typically not fatal, they can be lethal in specific circumstances. If the snake's fangs pierce a vein, the venom pulses through your body as fast as lightning. In just 2 heartbeats, you start to feel the symptoms of the snake bite. The development is fast, and you need immediate medical help to live. The most horrific way you can die from a snake bite is if you develop an anaphylactic reaction to it. The venom is partially at fault here. Most of the fault falls on the person, as they might be allergic to rattlesnake venom without actually knowing. In the wake of Florence Walters' death, Elkhorn Ridge Golf Course management, led by Mike Mendelson, took immediate steps to enhance safety and prevent similar incidents in the future. Mendelson said that although locals in the Black Hills were well aware of the potential for rattlesnakes to be present in the tall grass and around rocks, outsiders might not be aware of the threat and might not take warning signs seriously. Because of this, the course, already marked with signs warning of snake danger, added more signs and introduced new policies. Mendelson announced that one of the new policies states that areas of tall grass will be treated as lateral hazards. This change allows golfers to take a penalty drop rather than searching for lost balls in potentially dangerous areas. The death of Lawrence Walters was a heartbreaking incident that cast a shadow over the serene beauty of Elkhorn Ridge Golf Course. This, according to Dr. Smith, was the first rattlesnake-related death in the area in more than 20 years. But most importantly, it left his family and friends heartbroken. His wife was in shock. What started as a beautiful road trip ended in her worst nightmare. All the years they could have continued to spend together were wiped off in an instant because of a deadly snake bite. This is exactly why you need to be extra cautious about the possible dangers that lurk in the shadows. You can never know when a fierce predator will strike. Michael Peterman joined the Dayton Fire Department in his early 30s after having had a revelation. He was sick of going from one meaningless job to another. Since he could remember, he had an inclination to help people. He was reliable, dedicated, and brave, so the only logical option was to become a firefighter. Peterman quickly established himself as one of the most hard-working firefighters in the station. No one could question his work ethic and devotion to helping the people of Dayton, Ohio. He had the fire department's core values embedded in his soul: pride, courage, commitment, discipline, and service. Throughout his career, Michael participated in numerous rescue operations, battling fires and responding to emergencies of all kinds. His ability to remain calm under pressure and his quick decision-making skills were invaluable assets in the field. Peterman's leadership qualities did not go unnoticed. He mentored younger firefighters, sharing his knowledge and experience with the next generation. But something else that defined Michael, aside from his 14 years spent at the fire department, was his affinity for reptiles and snakes. From a very young age, he was fascinated by snakes and lizards, and this interest grew into a lifelong hobby. As soon as he could afford to take care of his slithering pets, Michael transformed his home into a mini sanctuary, housing a variety of snakes and lizards. Among his collection of snakes, there were also a few venomous ones that he cared for deeply. They were special beings. Their patterns and distinctive features fascinated him to the point that he would spend hours just looking at them. His passion for reptiles developed into a side gig. People in his community who knew of his personal collection would often call him to deal with unwanted reptiles. He quickly learned the do's and don'ts of handling snakes in order to ensure the safety of both the animals and the people involved. In one particular case, when Michael was off duty on July 31, 1998, someone called him begging for help with a python found under a truck parked on Warren Street, just down the street from Company 11. He immediately got into his car and informed his colleagues of the python's presence at the same time. When they arrived at the scene, the firefighters carefully picked up the snake and placed it in a 55-gallon trash can. Michael checked the snake for any signs of distress or injuries. He concluded that the python was healthy and well-fed, probably someone's pet that escaped its cage. So, as you might have noticed, Michael was not an amateur. However, his vast experience and knowledge of snakes were no help when one of his most venomous pets attacked him. 21 years ago, on August 3, 2003, Michael was at his home, enjoying his evening. The next day, he was supposed to go to work, so he knew there were a couple of things to prepare. As the meticulous man he was, he ironed his uniform to perfection and hung it on the closet door. But before he could go to bed, he had to feed his pets. He swiftly placed the food into the non-venomous pets' cages and then moved on to the venomous ones. Here he had to use some special instruments. Michael was well aware of the potential risks involved when he fed his venomous snakes, so he always took precautions. He usually used snake tongs to place the food in the enclosures, never actually getting his exposed hand near the snakes for fear of direct contact and possible snake bites. As he reached the Central African rhinoceros viper's cage, he took a brief pause to prepare the food. This particular snake, known for its striking appearance and potent venom, was one of the more dangerous species in his collection. The Central African rhinoceros viper is a spectacular snake, notable for the horn-like scales above its nostrils, which give it its name. Native to the tropical forests of Central and West Africa, these snakes can grow up to 4 feet in length. They are less aggressive than some of their relatives, such as the gaboon viper, but are still capable of delivering a deadly bite. While the rhino viper is not typically aggressive, it can strike quickly if it feels threatened or is hungry. Its potent venom and long fangs make it a formidable predator. Interestingly, when agitated, the rhino viper can inflate its body to nearly double its size, a behavior likely meant to intimidate potential threats. On that fateful Sunday night, a second of negligence cost Michael his own life. While placing the snake's food inside its enclosure, he accidentally bumped the cage. Although he knew all the safety protocols he absolutely had to follow when being near a venomous snake, he still hit the cage with the snake tongs. This seemingly insignificant action startled the snake, which was already on high alert due to the presence of food. The viper, now agitated, perceived the man's hand as a threat. Without a second to react and retract the tongs to close the cage door, the snake struck his hand with alarming speed. The attack was swift and brutal. The rhino viper's long fangs sank deep into Peterman's hand, delivering a dangerous dose of venom. For Peterman, the effects of the venom were immediate and devastating. Somehow, Michael managed to close the cage door and ran upstairs to the closest phone. His condition was quickly declining, but he knew he had to call for help. He refused to die like this. Emergency services arrived just a few minutes later at his home. The responders offered first aid help and prepared him for transportation to the University of Cincinnati Hospital. Immediately after arriving at the hospital, the doctors called Tim Harrison, an Oakwood police officer who founded the group Outreach for Animals to rescue exotic animals and educate the public about them. He correctly identified the snake that bit Michael and was tasked with taking care of it. Harrison removed the snake and transported it to Heaven's Corner Zoo for endangered animals in West Alexandria, Ohio. Back at the hospital, the medical team worked tirelessly to stabilize Peterman, but the venom's effects were relentless. Peterman's body was in a state of shock. The venom of the rhino viper attacked Michael's circulatory system. It caused extensive tissue damage and eventually led to severe internal bleeding. But the medical team at the University of Cincinnati Hospital faced another challenge. The antivenom Michael required for his rhino viper bite is extremely rare and difficult to obtain in the United States. Numerous phone calls were made to different hospitals in the country, but not a single one confirmed they had the antivenom. Eventually, after a frantic search, Michael's doctors found the antivenom at a hospital in Miami-Dade County, Florida. Michael's only job was to stay alive, just in time for it to arrive. The time required to transport it to Cincinnati proved too long, however. Michael was pronounced dead at 3:17 p.m. the following Monday, just minutes before the antivenom reached the hospital. His family, friends, and colleagues at the Dayton Fire Department were in shock. In the 14 years that Michael served the Dayton community as one of his firefighters, he never showed a moment of carelessness. He was always prepared, and sometimes too cautious. But at the end of the day, his death was simply a terrifying accident. Although beautiful and fascinating, these creatures are also incredibly dangerous, especially when hungry. Thousands of people die from snake attacks every year. Most of these happen in parts of the world where people live within the snake's habitat. But a proportion of snake attack victims keep these animals as pets, and things go disastrously wrong. 14-year-old Errol was about as passionate about reptiles as you can get. What began as a hobby collecting dangerous snakes became an obsession. By 2017, he had around 20 snakes in his home. He often posted photos of himself handling the snakes and was a member of a nonprofit organization that used the snakes in street performances to raise money for people affected by natural disasters. But on December 11, 2017, Errol posted his last two photos. He had reportedly been giving his pet king cobra a bath. Errol had been struck by the cobra and posted a photo of the puncture wounds on his arm, blood trickling from the broken skin, and a shoelace tied just above to form a makeshift tourniquet. The caption read, "Between life and death." And he was right. One of his friends responded to the message and rushed him to the hospital. On the way to the hospital, Avril called 911 and explained what had happened. Despite the best efforts of the medical staff and waiting for more than an hour for antivenom, Avril could not be revived. But it isn't just snake venom that can kill people. Sometimes the most fearsome snakes are the constrictors. Gypsy was a Burmese python. She was kept in her tank by 21-year-old Shaianna Hare and her boyfriend, 35-year-old Charles Darnell. Despite claiming she was a beloved pet, the couple hadn't fed the snake properly in over a month. The tank was filthy, and when pythons get hungry, they become dangerous. The snake was secured in his cage by a duvet thrown over the top, loosely held down by some bungee cords and safety pins. She was known to escape, and Jaren often found the snake slithering along the corridor or in the bedroom. She clearly hadn't considered the consequences of this on her 2-year-old daughter, Shaianna, who lived with them. On the morning of July 1, 2009, Charles woke up to find Gypsy coiled around Shaianna in her cot, the jaws open wide as it was about to swallow the 2-year-old whole. Charles shouted for Jaren and rushed to grab a 6-inch knife and a meat cleaver. He stabbed the snake, desperately trying to get it to release the toddler. Eventually, he unwrapped the reptile, but it was too late. Shaianna lay blue and lifeless in her bed. The couple's negligence had ultimately caused the toddler's death. The snake weighed just 13 pounds, 130 pounds lighter than a snake of that size should have weighed. It was starving and saw the toddler as a much-needed meal. Jaren and Charles were charged with third-degree murder and manslaughter and sentenced to 12 years in prison. People don't seem to realize the strength of the constrictors they keep. A 911 operator received an unusual call in July 2017. A woman from Ohio, clearly in distress, dialed 911 when a boa constrictor she had rescued the day before was stuck to her face. The woman was used to rescuing such snakes. She kept 11 rescued reptiles in her home, dedicating her time and money to providing them with the care they needed. But just the day after rescuing one boa constrictor, the snake struck out. Within a split second, it had coiled itself around the woman and latched onto her face. Knowing that it was near to impossible to pull the snake off and that she could lose consciousness if it cut off her oxygen supply, the woman hurriedly dialed 911. Emergency services rushed to the address. Despite trying to pry the animal off, they weren't able to, so a firefighter used his pocket knife to cut off the snake's head. Incredibly, the woman was all right and arrived at the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. On August 5, 2013, Jean-Claude Savoie agreed to let his son's friend, 6-year-old Connor Barthe, and his 4-year-old brother Noah sleep over. His apartment was above his pet store, Reptile Ocean. Inside the pet store, Jean-Claude kept his pet African rock python. It was an impressive animal measuring 12 feet, 3.7 meters long, and clearly well cared for. But as the young boys slept together in the same room with Jean-Claude's son in his own bedroom, the snake escaped its enclosure. It slithered through the ventilation system above the apartment and then dropped down through a broken duct immediately above where the 2 young brothers were sleeping. In the morning, when Jean-Claude went to check on the boys, he found the snake coiled tightly around them. They were covered in blood where the snake had bitten them repeatedly, and they were blue. The snake had killed them in their sleep, asphyxiating them by squeezing their tiny chests and necks. Jean-Claude was arrested, but 3 years after the tragedy was found not guilty of their manslaughter by negligence. While Jean-Claude was considered a snake expert and cared for his reptiles well, others weren't necessarily of the same caliber. 25-year-old Amanda Black was a self-professed snake expert. She worked at a local pet store and had a collection of the reptiles at her home in Virginia Beach. Amongst her collection was a 10-foot Burmese python, a 12-foot dwarf reticulated python, a 13-year-old Mexican king snake, and 2 green tree pythons. One of her favorite snakes was Diablo, a 10-foot reticulated python. Any expert snake handler knows that you should never handle a snake like that alone that measures more than 8 to 10 feet long. But Amanda needed to administer some medication to the snake, and her naval officer husband was away at the time. On October 21, 2008, Amanda carefully opened the tank and gently reached down to the snake. She lifted it out and placed it on the floor. But before she could reach for the syringe, the snake had coiled itself around Amanda's leg. It squeezed tightly, and Amanda tried to carefully uncoil it. The snake had done this before, especially when it was younger. But now, at 10 feet long and weighing 20 pounds, 9 kilograms, Diablo wasn't as easy to handle as he used to be. When the constriction grew tighter, Amanda knew she needed to act fast. She began to get rough with the snake, pulling at it, but this only angered Diablo further, and it moved its way up Amanda's body, beginning to constrict around her waist, and then her chest. It was only a matter of moments before Amanda lost consciousness and fell to the floor. When she didn't show up for her shift at the pet store, her colleagues grew worried, but it was her husband who discovered her when he returned from work that evening. It was a terrifying and gruesome discovery, but one that could have been avoided. 31-year-old Dan Brandon was yet another pet owner who fell victim to his pet snake. He owned Tiny, an African rock python, in his parents' home in Hampshire, England. Along with Tiny, he also kept 9 other snakes and 12 tarantulas. He was gentle and kind with his animals, but on August 25, 2017, when he let Tiny, now measuring 2.4 meters, 8 feet long, out of her cage, the unthinkable happened. She was his favorite snake. Whenever Dan's mom, Babs, would walk into his bedroom, Tiny would hiss defensively at her. She would sometimes mock strike, and Dan would tell his mother to be careful. But that fateful day when Babs was cooking dinner downstairs, she suddenly heard a loud thud. She went upstairs to investigate. When Dan didn't answer, Babs walked into his bedroom and found him face down on the floor. Tiny was out of her cage and coiled up in the corner. The snake that he had cared for so long had turned on him. Another passionate snake owner, 23-year-old Patrick Von Allman from southern Indiana, went into the shed to treat his 14-foot, 100-pound reticulated python from mouth rot. He had gotten the python as a pet 5 months ago and was an experienced snake handler, having grown fond of the animals since he was a young boy. When Patrick didn't return to the house for 3 hours, his family went to see what he was up to. When they walked inside the shed, they found Patrick face down on the floor, unresponsive with no pulse, and the python crawling around out of its tank. But it's not just snakes that are kept at home that turn on people. 29-year-old student Eric Arrieta was working a night shift at Caracas's General Francisco de Miranda Park, a small zoo in Venezuela. It was August 2008, and Eric, who was fascinated by the 10-foot Burmese python, broke the one cardinal rule. He let the snake out of its enclosure. He wanted to pose for a photo with the snake, but as he picked it up to place it around his shoulder for the ultimate shot, the snake struck out. The more Eric tried to fight back, the tighter the snake squeezed, until the student could breathe no more. The world went dark, and he collapsed on the floor. But that wasn't the end of it. When his co-workers arrived to check on things, they found Eric's lifeless body next to the enclosure, with the snake still coiled around him and its mouth wrapped around his head in an attempt to swallow him whole. While it's easy to blame this attack on the stupidity of the student involved, no attack is more stupid nor more preventable than the following. 18-year-old Austin Hatfield from Florida loved showing off to his mates. In the ultimate daredevil stunts, he would capture snakes and kiss them in front of the camera or in front of his friends. But in April 2015, he took things a step too far. He managed to capture a cottonmouth, a snake that, although rarely fatal when it bites, causes one of the most excruciatingly painful of snake bites known, and if left untreated, can cause permanent nerve, heart, and kidney damage. He'd lay on his back and place the snake on his chest. But before he could kiss it, the snake kissed him. It struck him on the face, and Austin was rushed to Tampa General Hospital in critical condition. He survived the ordeal, but should perhaps consider another way to show off to his friends in the future. It isn't just the handling of snakes that can be a dangerous exercise. Feeding them can be too. Brothers Grant and Lamar Williams from the Bronx bought a pet python in 1996. They took turns to look after it, and while the snake never attacked their pet cat, the brothers enjoyed feeding it live food. The snake had enjoyed liver rabbits before, but in October 1996, when 19-year-old Grant was looking after the snake, he decided to try something new. He walked across the street and bought a chicken. A live chicken. When he got back to his house, the snake went mad for the new food. He could smell the chicken immediately. But when Grant set the bird down in the hallway for the snake to capture, the snake launched itself at him instead. It had been sent into a frenzy by the smell of a fresh meal, but while the chicken had immediately run away, Grant hadn't moved. It secured Grant in his jaws and immediately began to wrap itself around him. He was found dead by a neighbor, and emergency crews had to pry the snake off him to release his body. More often than not, it's natural instinct that leads to these incidents. Debbie Grudzinski was a wildlife rehabilitator. She lived in Seguin, Texas, and she had cared for a 14-foot boa constrictor named Yesenia for 8 years. She was always careful around the animals she looked after, but she felt like she and Yesenia had a special bond. That bond was about to be broken. When Debbie reached in the snake's tank to top up its water, it suddenly struck her, clamping onto her hand without warning. Within a second, it had coiled all the way up her arm, about 7 feet of the animal gripping onto Debbie. The blood pressure built up, and Debbie could feel herself growing faint. Her daughter immediately called emergency services, who arrived and attempted to sever the snake's head. Before they cut all the way through, however, the snake released its grip, and both Debbie and Yesenia survived the ordeal. Debbie isn't going to be looking after snakes anymore. Her family is too important to her, and she has a new view of the reptiles she once loved. She said, "Why are you trusting an animal that is cold-blooded to have any feelings toward you? They don't feel love.